Recorded Books and RB Digital present The Forgetting Moon by Brian Lee Durfee. Narrated by Tim Gerard Reynolds. From the Book of the Betrayer. Trust is fleeting, while betrayal is timeless. Alas, life is crowded with lies. So be bloody, be brave, be happy. For at the end of every tale, nobody is who they seem to be. Prologue. Shawcroft. 15th day of the fire moon, 985th year of Lejeune. Skylocks, Gulkana. In her panic, the woman had fled with the boy to the very edge of the glacier, a thin boning knife buried hilt-deep in her back. All that remained of her passing, a broad, bloody smear that led over the lip of the ice to the loch waters 500 feet below. The small boy, kneeling alone on the precipice of the ridge, stared up at Shawcroft with big calf eyes, piercing green orbs that gaped wide and vulnerable against the seemingly bottomless drop beyond. The boy wore rough-spun breeches, soft woolen boots, and a crude elk-hide coat fit for a child, his tiny hands bare and red from the cold. Wisps of blonde hair fluttered in the crisp breeze. Perched against the sunlit backdrop of the loch and the lofty snow-covered mountains, the child appeared the very essence of innocence and purity. No more than 3 years old, if that. And despite the horrific injuries of the woman who had carried him this far, there was not a drop of blood on him. All his life, a soldier for the brethren of Mia's cause, and Shawcroft's heart had never ached more than it did now. "Don't move!" he called out over the deafening roar of the mammoth glacial river thundering somewhere far below. The sharp ridges of the surrounding crevasses and crags and heaps of ice magnified the immensity of the roiling water's thrum. He could feel the glacier shifting under his leather boots as he carefully moved forward, knowing the ice would shear off at any moment and send both him and the boy plummeting to a violent, crushing death. Struggling not to stare at the red trail of blood that had led him here, Shawcroft stuffed his gloves into the buckled front closure of his fur-lined tunic and adjusted the cloak around his chest. Long sword, a barely noticed weight in the baldric looped over his shoulder. As he reached forth and helped the child from the edge, the plunging barrenness of the spacious air beyond seemed to pull at him with an immense, near irrepressible force, as he heard the hollow clomping of the two beasts coming up behind him. The boy's small hand in his, Shawcroft turned and blinked against the stark brilliance of the maze-like landscape he'd just travelled through. Beautiful in its own way, a hard-edged white beauty that tore at the eyes and scoured them raw. And shimmering darkly, two shadowy forms materialized out of that opaque brightness and glided toward him. He knew what they were. Bloodwood assassins, both cloaked in black, riding black stallions. He'd been expecting them. The day's battle wasn't over yet. Shawcroft imposed himself between the assassins and the boy and drew his sword from over his shoulder, his day-night sword, long and cold and sleek, with a black opal-inlaid pommel and leather-bound hilt that had moulded to the contours of his hand from long use. Despite the slick ice all around, both horses moved with an unobtrusive ease, sure of their step, seeping through the massive crags and jutting shards of ice like smoke. 30 feet before Shawcroft and the boy, the riders reined in their steeds. Large stallions both, their eyes a faint, hazy rose colour, the telltale signs of the Routhuin bane the two young assassins had been injecting into the still-growing beasts. Within a year, those eyes would glow a flaming red, and both stallions' shoulders and haunches would broaden with corded tendon, muscle, and might. They would be full blood-eye steeds then, rabid and wild. The killers atop these brutish creatures were brothers, known by the Brethren of Mere as Hawk and the Spider, King Everett Rael of Sor Sevier's two favourite young assassins. Lithe and silent, they dismounted and shed their cloaks, both wearing the black leather armour of their craft. The brittle cold seemed to affect neither assassin as they drifted toward Shawcroft. They looked the same, 18 years old at the most, with cool, narrow eyes, squared jaws and cheekbones, raven-coloured hair cropped short, a serene self-assurance evident in their every nimble step. Shawcroft set his stance. "I do not wish to kill either of you," he yelled over the waters rumbling deep below. "Then I promise we won't die," the one named Hawk answered. His familiar voice carried a smooth, indignant lilt that cut across the glacier. The Spider's eyes roamed the icy ledge behind Shawcroft, pausing on the boy but a moment, coming to rest on the dark stain left by the woman. "Oh, what people won't do to save their loved ones from death at the hands of a bloodwood. She took a terrible chance fleeing that pathetic mining camp, running out here so far." A dagger black as polished coal appeared in his hand. He looked at Shawcroft with fierce intent. "And what will you do to avoid death at our hands, old man?" "I'm not so old I can't handle the two of you. I've killed your kind before. Even today, one like you lies dead in the camp above." Hawk's flat eyes appraised him. "We only want the boy." Shawcroft wasn't altogether certain the child shouldn't just die here with him now. It would at least bring the bleak emptiness of the boy's hard and lonely future to an end. One swift shove with my boot. He glanced down at the child, shivering just behind him, the rim of the ice so near. Hardly any effort at all. He could feel the glacier moving underfoot again, and repositioned himself. The two assassins launched their attack, like malevolence flowing, daggers seeming to materialize from hidden places in their armor. With a flash of his blade, Shawcroft blocked the first dagger thrown at his face. The second one cut deep into his right shoulder. From the left, the Spider engaged him first, daggers like snapping shards of glass, striking like lightning. Hawk was on him from the right, his assault just as rapid. In the blink of an eye, Shawcroft was full of holes. He didn't feel the pain, but he knew from experience that numbness was a bad thing, for who knew what foul poisons coated a bloodwood's blades? Suddenly, all three of them were dashed face first to the ice as the glacier buckled and shifted violently. The two blood-eye stallions jumped and neighed, losing their footing as ferocious sound echoed and thundered. Then the horse on the left disappeared into a huge fissure that cracked open underneath, its scream feral and savage as it plummeted into the white yawning violence of the roaring water below. The ice split wider. Chunks as bulky and massive as castle towers plunged down, while others lanced toward the sky at precarious angles. On his stomach, clinging to the surface of the glacier, Shawcroft could only stare in awe as the great mountains of ice were thrust heavenward above him with a grinding brilliance. His vision was filled with lustrous deep blues and purples, webbed with luminescent streaks of white. And in an instant it all came boiling down, rolling and colliding and splintering into jagged chunks and wicked shards, all of it tumbling away to the left just beyond the Spider, who was now balanced on his hands and knees along the remains of the ledge. Shawcroft took his chance and scrambled forward, stabbing with his sword. The Spider tried to block the blow, slipped, and disappeared over the rim. With a burst of speed, Shawcroft was on his feet, whirling to meet Hawk, who came at him with fiery purpose. He blocked the Bloodwood's first flurry of blows, the sound of sword on dagger muffled under the riotous carnage of glacial ice sloughing away around them. Shawcroft pressed his attack, forcing most of Hawk's flickering black daggers into superficial slashes and glancing blows, though some struck home. Determined, he advanced, connecting several times with the leather armour of his foe, backing the youth down, driving him toward the growling chasm where his fellow assassin had just vanished. But Shawcroft's injuries were taking their toll. With each heavy swing of his sword, his heart pounded and lungs laboured. His throat was dry and raw, sucking in gulps of freezing air. The glacier rumbled and shook again. Shawcroft lost his sword as he and Hawk were dashed to the frozen surface a second time, both sliding toward the tilting edge. Hawk's lower body slipped over the lip of the glacier. Eyes now wide, the assassin was clawing at the ice with both daggers to find purchase, while Shawcroft tumbled uncontrollably straight into him, forcing the youth completely over the rim. Together they clung there, Hawk dangling by one hand, clutching his black dagger still lodged in the ice, Shawcroft staring over the ledge into a stew of roiling, thunderous water and ice 500 feet below. To his shock, the spider had not perished in his fall, but had landed on a sizable shelf of flat ice some 50 feet down. He lay unmoving in a growing pool of blood, one arm awkwardly twisted under his body. Shawcroft's eyes met those of Hawk. "I know who you are, boy." The youth's eyes narrowed. "To the bloody underworld with you, old man. You were meant for greater things than this." Shawcroft punched the dagger out of the ice with the palm of his hand. As Hawk fell, his calm gaze never left Shawcroft's. The assassin landed hard on the outcrop near his bloodwood partner and rolled, clutching his side. Shawcroft slid himself backward from the precipice, carefully, or he knew he would be headlong down into the cruel, snarling gorge with the two assassins. He grabbed his sword off the ice and scanned the ledge behind him. The boy was gone. Shawcroft clambered to his feet, using his sword as a crutch, still shaky as the glacier around him continued to groan. At least a dozen wounds from the blades of the bloodwood soaked his clothes, and he could feel himself weakening fast. Frantic, his eyes searched the glacier. The remaining blood-eye stallion nickered somewhere behind him. He turned. The boy was there, standing directly in front of the horse, one small hand reaching out to touch the lowered snout of the black beast. Shawcroft staggered toward the horse and child. The blood-eye's flared nostrils gusted puffs of frozen vapour into the boy's pallid face. A dusting of ice crystals made the child's blonde hair glittery in the sunlight. The stallion's red-hazed eyes were ablaze with both fear and uncertainty, as the resounding crash and cracking of great blocks of ice could be heard all around. Shawcroft snatched up the reins of the blood-eye, and with one twist of the bit and a swift downward pull, brought the horse to its knees. He braced himself, ready to plunge his sword into the beast's neck. To him, this was no regular horse, but an alchemy-induced monster, and he would have no problem killing it. The glacier shifted violently again. The boy began to cry. It was then that Shawcroft realized he must survive, both he and the boy. He could feel the assassin's poisons working on him. If they could get back to Arca, the mining camp in the mountain valley just above the glacier, get back to where all this destruction had started, back to the burnt huts and dead villagers, he could possibly find his own murdered horse in the ruin, and the antidotes hidden within his saddlebags. Shawcroft let go of the stallion's bit. The blood-eye stood and scampered a few paces away. He sheathed the sword over his shoulder. Weary from his injuries and desperately wanting rest, he let the magnitude and horror of the day's events finally set in. But he would not shed a tear. Surely my conscience cannot be fading so soon. Fighting back all emotion, Shawcroft scooped the boy into his arms, mounted the stallion, and began his long trek back through the arduous maze of the glacier toward the destroyed mining camp, knowing one thing for certain. For good or ill, The plans set in motion by the Brethren of Mere nearly 3 years ago were now fully underway. From the Way and Truth of Lejeune. Be we slave, peasant, knight or lord, within all of us dwells a craving, a longing deep in our soul to know our own heritage and to identify the birthright of our fellow man. For regardless the number of good works and heroic deeds we achieve in life, the fatherless are by nature deemed unholy, susceptible to betrayal, and useless in the eyes of the Great One and Only. Chapter 1. Nail. 7th day of the shrouded moon, 999th year of Lejeune. Gallows Haven, Gulkana. We become what we think. Leastways, that was what Shawcroft was fond of saying. Nail fancied himself a good artist. It was what made him the happiest anyway, charcoal and parchment in hand. That and dreaming of Ava Shea. He thought about both to an alarming degree. He also thought he was good with a sword. In fact, despite the pounding rain, things were going well. Nail ducked and raised his blade to parry. Steel cracked against steel. His hand stung with the impact. It felt good. He swung again, his momentum pushing him forward. He slipped, drawing Doki Liddle's sword harmlessly over his head. With a clatter, Nail fell to his knees, wooden shield ploughing into the mud, sword skittering off with a twang. "Bloody mother!" he cursed, helmet cocked sideways, obscuring his vision. "Fool! Concentrate!" His sword had landed just close enough in the grass that he considered lunging for it, but the tip of Doki's blade was already poised over him. "Yield!" Doki ordered, brandishing his sword menacingly. Nail was the strongest 17-year-old in Gallows Haven. He wasn't easily beaten. He imagined the grin now spreading over Doki's face under the helm. Stephen Wayland, Zane Neville, even Zane's brute of a shepherd dog, Beer Mug, watched, all waiting to see him stand and thrash Doki good. Jenko Brooke was nearest, a look of pure amusement on his face. The Gallows Haven banner hung lifeless, sopping with rain, from the pole cradled in Jenko's arm. The other 40 young men gathered on the practice field held similar looks. A grin spread over the gruff, bearded countenance of their trainer, Baron Jubal Brooke. Frustrated, Nail sat back on his heels. Too much daydreaming about Ava Shea. Tossing his gauntlets aside, he dug grime from under his armour with determined fingers and said, "A lucky twist of fate for you, Doki. 'Tis only this mud that's bested me." He shoved his gauntlets back on and tried to stand, feet slipping out from under him again. "Rotted angels!" he cursed. The air stirred as a chill wind stung Nail's face. The breath was sucked from his lungs. Lightning! His mind screamed in warning as a blinding flash flamed off Doki's armour. The boy was flung away with a crack of thunder, sliding on his back. Nail hugged the ground. The air was caustic, his lungs raw, mouth parched. White mist clung about his vision. A shower of sparks spiraled down around him, dissolving in the rain-splattered grass. The back of his sword hand sang with pain. There were muffled voices, as if he was hearing from underwater. Jenko Brooke and Stephen Wayland were standing over him. "Lucky bastard," Jenko muttered, dark amber eyes shifting between Nail and the others. Zane's shepherd dog was barking up a riot. Stephen held forth a hand. Nail took it, stood on wobbly legs. He spotted Doki sprawled in the mud, arms and legs splayed out, blank eyes staring up at the rain. Doki's body had left a path where it had slid through the muck. His helmet was gone, and smoke drifted from the soles of his leather boots. Hoarse breaths swelled from his chest. "He's still alive!" Baron Jubal Brooke bellowed, as he made the three-fingered sign of the Legion cross over his breast and looked toward the sky. "Let's get him into town." Baron Brooke and his son Jenko, along with a few others, snatched up Doki's limp form into their arms and headed for town. The rest of the sodden troop, clacking and clattering in their armour, quickly gathered their belongings and followed the Baron south toward Gallows Haven. Nail struggled behind the rest, slogging through the muck, still in a daze. He looked skyward, eyes trying to focus as rain peppered his face. The backside of his sword hand still burned under his gauntlet. "Your satchel!" Stefan came up behind him, draping the bag's leather strap over Nail's shoulder. "You almost forgot it." "Right. Thanks." The words felt strange on Nail's dry tongue. He swallowed hard, still trying to regain his bearings. His satchel held his most prized possessions: prayer book, art supplies, collection of charcoal drawings. Claps of thunder boomed behind Nail and Stefan as they hustled their pace to keep up with the others. Patches of trees added some shelter from the rain, but the road mainly bore them through fields and farmland. Hedges, wattle and daub fences, and rows of stone lined their path. The hollow clanking of goat bells sounded in the distance. On occasion, Zane's dog would bark into the gathering darkness of early evening, as if something were out there following them. Through the fog that still covered his brain, Nail's imagination began spinning with unholy images that had plagued his dreams since childhood. The fiery forms of the nameless beasts of the underworld. Red-eyed beasts that seemed to haunt the minds of lonely children, those children born fatherless, motherless, and alone. Nail knew he was different. He was a bastard and unnatural. When they tottered by a candlelit cottage, a whiff of wood smoke swirled past Nail's nose, the aroma clearing his mind of churning thoughts. Soon, the small company of trainees broke through a stand of evergreens, and Gallows Haven was a sprinkling of lights before them. To the right of their path, on a low, sloping hill overlooking Gallows Bay, was the empty husk of Gallows Keep. It had not seen use in centuries. Now its leaning, crenellated battlements rose over the village, nothing more than the ancient, broken-down remnants of a castle that was once whole. To the left was the village chapel. Nail felt sudden reassurance in its bulky grey presence. Despite what negative things Shawcroft said about the Church of Legion and its teachings, Nail felt there was safety held within the chapel's great arches, in the thickness of its walls and its stoic grandeur. Above the door, 3 large stained-glass windows inlaid with intricate designs threw colourful shadows across their path. As those bearing Doki's lightning-struck form passed through the front doors of the chapel, Nail looked up at those splendorous windows. On brighter days, with tattered sketchbook in hand, he would sit outside under them and sketch. In the centre window was an image of Legion, 5 colourful angel stones hanging above him like halos, white, red, black, green, and blue. Legion wore a coat of shimmering chainmail and hefted a silver battle-axe named Forgetting Moon. In the left window floated 2 white-robed angels, one wielding a broadsword, Afflicted Fire, the other a blackwood crossbow, Blackest Heart. In the right window were 2 more heavenly apparitions, one with a horned war-helm, Lonesome Crown, and the other carrying a mythical shield, Ethic Shroud. These were the 5 ancient weapons of lore. Once Jubal and Jenko Brook and the others were inside the chapel, those 5 angelic images cast ghost-like reflections of white, red, black, green, and blue over them as they laid Doki on the floor before Bishop Tolbert. The bishop was a plain-faced man, short and balding. He wore the dull brown cassock and black sash of his station, with sacred white robes underneath. In the vaulted apse behind the bishop was a statue of Lejeune cut from rough-hewn stone, the muscular carving thrice the size of a normal man, naught but a loin-cloth about his waist, and a wreath of white heather atop his head. Lejeune bore a flawless face, but for the faint red line representing the fatal wound in his neck. He hung upon an even larger black-painted wooden replica of the atonement tree. Its twining branches soared, almost reaching the ceiling of the chapel, filling the entire space of the apse. When Bishop Tolbert saw Nail, muddy and dishevelled, he shot him an unfriendly look. Nail dropped his gaze and peeled off his gauntlets. His right hand, his sword hand, stung something fierce. The back of his hand bore a thin burn in the shape of a cross. The fresh wound, so raw and red, almost seemed to glow. Nail didn't even notice the bile rise in his throat, or the gentle twisting of his stomach, for he'd seen the image of a glowing red cross on the back of his hand before. As a child, alone and afraid, he'd seen it in his dreams. Nail and Stefan sat alone, Nail's charcoal drawing unrolled on the table between them. The Graken Spear Inn's tavern was abuzz about Doki Liddle. Late winter days along the southwestern shores of Gulkana were likely to bring sudden bursts of rain that oft-times turned to snow, but lightning strikes so close to town were rare indeed. Doki's injury had reined in the normally boisterous mood of the tavern to a sombre crawl. Still, the barmaids were busy doing their jobs, and one young lady who worked here always had Nail's attention. Ava Shea. She was his age, 17. Over the past year, when Nail could break away from working the mines with Shawcroft and come into town, they had grown close. At times, Nail wondered if they weren't boyfriend and girlfriend. He found it nearly impossible to keep his mind off her. Thin and delicate as a willow leaf, Ava weaved her way through the tavern toward him, hands laden with 2 fresh mugs of beer. She wore a simple grey shift tied about the waist with a black sash. Her blonde hair fell in rippling clusters down her back, and in the torrid glow of the tavern's many hearths, those silken curls danced about her face like flame. As she drew near, her eyes met his with open interest, deep green eyes that always left him spellbound. He glanced down at his drawing, a sketch of a long-haired girl in a simple dress, carrying a water pail through a knee-high meadow of flowers. Nail imagined the flowers to be white daisies, and the girl to be Ava Shea. "Sad about Doki," she said upon reaching their table. "Will he be okay?" "His parents are with him," Stefan answered, "as are Bishop Tolbert and Baron Brooke. The Baron will bring further word, I'm sure." Ava placed a wooden mug of birch beer in front of Stefan. "One for you." She slid a mug in front of Nail. "And one for you too, my dear." She saw his drawing. "I'm not near as talented as you, Nail, but old man Leddingham displayed one of my fish carvings today." She motioned to the shelf above the bar that stretched along the far wall, her wooden carving set next to a clear jar holding the rare dagger-like teeth of a mermaid. "If I carve some otters and seals, he said he'll place them on the mantels of the travellers' rooms." "Your work is terrific," Nail said, happy for her accomplishment. "You're so sweet." She smiled a winsome smile, then dipped a small curtsy in acknowledgment before making her way back toward the bar. "I see Ava still sets her charms about you," Stefan said, pulling Niall's drawing across the table. "Calls you my dear whenever you're in the Grey Spear. She calls everyone my dear." Niall's eyes followed Ava as she drifted through the crowd. The tavern was 50 paces across and 100 deep, and tables lined the breadth of it. A bar ran the length of the left side. The scarred surface of the wood floor was covered with a film of soot and ale. Cobwebs hid in the rafters, while the low-hung beams were draped with the pelts of silver wolf and black bear. The walls were lined with the mounted heads of boar, elk, and stag. Near the door hung the ivory tusks of a walrus and long, dried strips of Graken baleen. The owner of the inn, old man Leddingham, tended to a haunch of venison cooking on a spit in the open hearth in the centre of the room. Every Gallowshaven young man of 17 and 18, most still in some form of armour, to impress the girls, was crowded into the tavern. It was tradition. After arms training, the girls working at the Graken Spear Inn prepared a meal for the conscripts. Niall lived for the arms training with Baron Brooke and the hot meal at the Graken Spear afterward. It was one of the few times Shawcroft allowed him to come to town. Arms training was mandatory. It was the law. Stefan pushed the drawing back to Niall's side of the table. "Ava seems quite taken with your drawing. She didn't smile once at me." "You suffer from no lack of attention." Niall noticed Gisela Barnwell approach, her eyes fixed on Stefan, who was now blushing. Gisela set 2 steaming plates of food on their table, curtsied, and said, "Poor Doki," before heading back to the bar. The dainty girl, 2 years younger than Niall and Stefan, wore a wreath of blue heather on her head. She had recently been crowned Maiden Blue of the upcoming Morning Moon Feast, the annual honour bestowed upon the fairest young girl in all of Gallowshaven. It was clear Gisela liked Stefan, but Stefan Wayland didn't see it. Niall's friend had the beginnings of a strong jaw and hawkish nose. Dark hair fell in a tumble over his shoulders. He had the hard eyes and tanned skin of one who had spent the last few years on Baron Brooke's Graken hunting ship. Where Niall was strong and fast on the practice field with the sword, it was the longbow where Stefan excelled. He was a lock to win the archery competition against the conscripts from Tompkins Sty and Pedlar's Point during the annual tournament between the towns. After all, he'd won every Morning Moon archery competition since he was 10, and from the look on Gisela's face, when she'd brought them their food, Stefan had likely won her, too. Niall knew how he himself looked to others. At 17 he was bigger and stronger than most men in Gallowshaven. He had greyish-green eyes, a thin nose, and a pleasant smile on a youthful face under locks of blonde. He continually flicked wild strands of hair from his face, a habit he couldn't shake, but a habit that made the girls notice him even more. Niall kept his hair just long enough to cover his ears, thin ears that he felt poked out from his head a bit too much. Stefan had stopped eating, eyes staring into space. "Eat," Niall said. "Don't mope. Doki will be fine." "I know," Stefan muttered. "It's not that." Niall set his fork down. "You'll soon be dancing with Gisela at the Morning Moon Feast like man and wife." He pointed a finger at his friend. "And you'll ask her to dance even if I have to force open your mouth and move your lips about for you." Stefan smiled weakly. Zane Neville walked up. "I'll have that beer if you're going to do naught but stare at it." Zane plunked himself down on the seat beside Stefan, a heaping plate of food in hand. He snatched Stefan's beer as promised, and in 2 gulps it was gone. Zane's shepherd dog, Beer Mug, sat next to him, long snout resting on the table. Zane slid a piece of smoked salmon the dog's way. Beer Mug gulped it down, tail thumping the floor. Zane's large dog reminded Nail of the stealthy silver wolves that roamed the mountains near the gold mines above town. But unlike those wild wolves, Beer Mug was a good-natured fellow. Zane's round face boasted a plump nose, a smattering of freckles, and a bush of carrot-coloured hair that stuck up from his head like a big lit torch. He was tall, yet portly, and his sloping shoulders and pear-shaped body defeated his best attempts to squeeze completely into his training gear. Still, despite his plumpness, Zane was one of the best new Graken cutters in Baron Brooke's crew. "You two talking about Gisela Barnwell?" Zane asked, chomping a mouthful of potatoes. "She made mention she was glad to see you here tonight, Stefan. As Lejeune is my witness, I swear it's true. She was glad you weren't lightning-struck, as was Doki." "Stefan's frightened to death of Gisela," Nail said. "Wouldn't acknowledge her if she came up and slapped him in the face or grabbed him by the pecker." "Well, he's blushing redder than a billy goat's arsehole now," Zane said. "I'll wager he's probably already took her up in Farmer Weatherby's hayloft and buried his face under that skirt, her pretty little legs wrapped around his—" "It ain't like that," Stefan snapped. "I would never—" "Well, spank me rosy, someone's bound to. All you ever do is moon over her like a heart-sick pup. Act now, lest some other fellow snatch her up. I swear it, as Lejeune is my witness, someone will snatch her up right from under you." Zane had the irritating habit of saying, "as Lejeune is my witness," a half-dozen times in every conversation. Zane stood. "Perhaps I'll just throw Gisela to the floor and dry hump her right here in front of you." He leaned over the rear of his dog and mimicked a humping motion, tongue out, moaning. "Don't be crude." Stefan looked around frantically. "She might be watching." "Humorous as always." Zane sat and chomped a mouthful of salmon, spitting bits everywhere. Beer Mug eyed the food as it tumbled from Zane's chestplate armour to the floor, then licked it up. Zane's hefty older sister, Liz Hen, set a bowl of stew in front of each of them. The Graken spear was generous with its many courses of food. She was 19, tall, broad of shoulder, thick of gut, and bore a thatch of hair wilder and redder than Zane's. Beer Mug was glad to see her, tail wagging, ears alert. "I can't eat this." Stefan sniffed the steaming bowl. "Chunks of turnip, radish." Liz Hen swatted Stefan upside the head with a beefy backhand. "Feed it to the dog, then, you clodpole." "Ouch!" Stefan exclaimed, poking at the stew. "I'm only saying, does it look like I give her goat's fart what's in the stew? Could be pigeon shit for all I care. I'm only the innkeeper's big fat errand girl." With that, she stomped away. "Don't anger her so." Zane watched his sister waddle off. "I swear she'll take it out on me later. As Lejeune is my witness, she thinks she's the most important person in the whole 5 Isles. You're so damned dour tonight, Stefan. Doki'll be fine." "I've other news that weighs heavy on my mind," Stefan said. "My Uncle Brenda sent word from Bainbridge this morning. The rumours are true. The White Prince's armies have almost reached the Lejeune Towers. They're almost to the eastern shores of Windare." A chill travelled through Nail. Rumours of the White Prince's complete victory over Windare were true. It was dire news indeed. "Absolution is near," Stefan said. "Fiery absolution, as prophesied in The Way and Truth of Lejeune. On a clear day, from atop the walls of Lord's Point, you can see all 5 Lejeune towers lit up across the straits. Soon they'll be completely dark, extinguished by Eros Riel. Aiden White is conquered now. Now Windare. The armies of Sorcevier are coming. Soon Sorcevier will own all the 5 Isles." "What of the beacon atop the fortress of St. Ondley?" Zane asked, patting beer mug. "Still afire," Stefan answered, "but only at the sufferance of the White Prince. My uncle says Eris Rael will attack the coast of Gulcana with his full might. Gulcana is Eris's ultimate prize. Sorcerer men are bred to war and hunt. I'm for getting out of Gallows Haven. Come with me to Bainbridge. We can join a real fighting company there. My uncle will sponsor us. If he sponsors you, Nail, you'll no longer be ward to Shawcroft." "You're smack full of ideas tonight," Nail said, though he did like the idea of no longer being beholden to Shawcroft. The man had a cruel streak in him that was unpredictable at the best of times. Stefan always kept abreast of the goings-on in the realm. Nail admired his friend for that, but though he was full of lofty ideas, Stefan was wrong about a few things. "We'd hang for sure if we abandoned Baron Brooke and our duties to Gallows Haven," Nail said. 2 years' service to the Church and the Silver Throne. We're all called to serve. We must all put in our time. Who would defend Gallows Haven if we up and left? Who would protect the women and children?" "Nail's right," Zane added. "Conscripts like us can't just skip from town to town." He nodded at Nail. "Even bastards are not excused from service to Lejeune." Nail was not offended. Zane meant no harm. What he'd said was true. Even bastards served Lejeune and the Silver Throne. Everyone in Gallows Haven knew Nail's heritage. His master, Shawcroft, was the closest thing to kin he had, save a sister Shawcroft mentioned on occasion, a lost twin sister Nail dreamed he would someday find. Never having known his real mother or father, he wondered if they'd ever existed at all. Those vague but real memories of the tender touch of the nurturing woman from his childhood were fading more each day. "If we flee to Bainbridge, Baron Brooke will hunt us down," Zane said. "Bishop Talbret would see to it. Your uncle would be hard-pressed not to turn us in himself. Why must you always see things so contrary to the way and truth of Lejeune?" Zane snatched Nail's beer away this time and stole a long drink. "Stefan the Skeptic, I name you, always thinking too much. To question the laws of Lejeune is to show a weak mind." Nail felt stuck somewhere between Zane's blind devotion to the tenets of the way and truth of Lejeune and Stefan's cynical view of things. Master Shawcroft was no help in matters religious. Seemed he had a huge dislike for all things to do with the Church of Lejeune. But the man rarely explained himself. For his part, Nail enjoyed the church and its eighth-day services, mostly for the social aspect and as an excuse to get out of mining with Shawcroft and the tedium of swinging a pickaxe with the exacting precision his master required. Attending the weekly eighth-day services brought Nail closer to his friends, closer to Ava Shea. Plus, the ritual ember lighting rite was this spring. Nail had committed the ember lighting prayer to memory, repeating it in his head daily to the point that he could recite it forward and backward. "Stay here and die by the blades of an invading army, or leave and become hunted by our own countrymen." There was frustration in Stefan's voice now, a resignation echoing the futility of their situation. "That's if Baron Brooke doesn't get us killed. Can't he see our helms are lightning rods out there? We're likely to be fried like chicks in a kettle. I dare say even Bishop Talbret's white priesthood robes would offer more protection." "Don't joke," Zane said. "The silk robes of Lejeune are anointed by the Grand Vicar himself and rendered stronger than armour. Talbret would be well protected in any squall." "Talbret's priesthood robes are woven of silk, not iron, and certainly not magic. Tales of their holy properties are only fables meant to impress the children. The way and truth of Lejeune speaks of their sacredness and strength. All I am saying is our armour is naught but rusty relics dug out of that old keep. We can't stand against Sir Severe with but 40 of us village conscripts and a few codgy sailors and farmers with rakes. Jubal Brook. I know he's the baron of our lands, the owner of the Graken hunting ship upon which I work, but sometimes I think the man's brain has been addled. Addled? Baron Jubal Brook materialized from the crowd and stood over their table, his son, Jenko, at his side. The Baron was wrapped in a rain-soaked cloak that smelled of wet horse. Beer Mug sniffed the man and backed away. "Baron!" Stefan stood abruptly, bowing, looking like he'd just swallowed a frog. "How goes it with Doki?" Nail stood also and bowed. Despite what Stefan claimed, Jubal Brook was no dribbling fool. His eyes darted angrily over the table. The Baron had broad brows and deep-set eyes that always appeared fixed in a fearful squint. With a bearded face and forehead sloping back to a scruff of grey hair, the Baron intimidated all in town, especially with his huge sword and its thick leather-wrapped hilt and black opal-inlaid pommel. Rumour was, before he had settled in Gallows Haven 5 years ago, he had served as one of Amadon's famed day knights. Most in town thought him a good fighter, but ill-equipped as a leader of men. "Doki is burnt, but not bad." The Baron motioned for Stefan and Nail to sit. "Bishop Tolbert watches over him. With the blessings of the priesthood, Doki'll recover." "A lucky slip in the mud, Nail." Jenko smiled. "Otherwise it would be you cooked instead of Doki." Still wearing most of his battle gear, the Baron's son had a leather scabbard at his hip and a black shield slung across his shoulder. Jenko was a strong, swaggering fellow of 18. Tousled brown hair crowned his head and fell to just above his shoulders. Towering even over his father, arms stacked with muscle, Jenko was probably the stoutest man in Gallows Haven. "In battle, you need to keep your feet," Baron Brook said. "Lying face down in the muck whilst garbed in heavy armour is a horrible position to find oneself in. Truth is, I don't think any of you boys have a holy prayer's chance against the White Prince's army. Regardless, the Silver Throne requires land barons to train all conscripted young men the length and breadth of Gulkana in the art of warfare. That's my charge. Believe me, if for some reason Sir Severe should ever reach Gallows Haven, I guarantee they won't wait for a sunny day just so you fellas don't have to get your feet wet. I was in the Iron Hills with King Borden when Sir Severe first invaded Windare. A snowstorm and freezing winds struck the walls of Oksana like needles of ice. Did that stop Eris's slaughter? No. Our legion of Amadon Silver Guards and Day Knights lent Windare what aid we could, but our numbers were few. The White Prince marched straight through the snow and straight over us. Very few of us were lucky to escape that day. I saw King Borden fall with my own eyes. I have seen war." The Baron leaned over, planted scarred and calloused hands on their table. His steely gaze, angry and filled with purpose, cleaved through Stefan like a sharp knife. "In battle, not all die gloriously. Not all die instantly. Lest you forget your lessons, when armies face off, the first comes an onslaught of arrows. A Sir Severe longbow is a 6-foot-long affair, and their archers can launch near 20 arrows a minute. And when armies finally do clash, be glad for what plate armour you have, even if it's naught but rusted junk from that old keep. It will block most attacks. A well-placed sword thrust may not cleave chainmail, but it can drive the links down into your flesh. Then you've got yourself a real mess of a wound to deal with. Try running around the battlefield with chunks of your own mail lodged in your gullet as you slowly bleed out. Take your training seriously, all of you." "I'm good with a sword," Nail interjected. "Getting better with the—" "Where is Shawcroft?" Baron Brooke tersely asked. "Still pissing his time away at the mines, I wager." "He went to the mines early this morning," Nail answered, stung that the Baron had so casually dismissed his swordsmanship skills. "He made mention he would be gone digging for a week. I'm to stay with Stefan's family whilst he's away." The Baron met Nail's gaze. "I was hoping your master would see fit to help me with you conscripts, but Lejeune knows everything that man does in those gold mines is of utmost import." With that, Baron Brooke withdrew from their table and made his way toward the tavern's front door. What does Shawcroft know of swordsmanship or archery? Nail knew there had been some tension between his master and the Baron as of late. It had something to do with the gold mines. Nail thought it of little import, but Jubal Brooke had just now said his master's name like it was poison on his tongue. That the Baron wanted Shawcroft's help with the conscripts seemed laughable in many ways. Jenko Brooke remained. He sidled up to their table, looking at Nail unflinchingly. "My father's right, you know. All the gold was stripped from the mountains centuries ago. No morning moon feast was ever held for gold digging. Graken hunts are what Gallows Haven was built upon. The Graken are what sustains Golcarna. Spend your days at sea, doing men's work, Nail. Bring home a Graken or a load of salmon. Feed the entire town. Now that's a true living. When is your master going to realize that?" Nail cared little for Jenko's tone. Jenko's 2-year conscription to the Church and Crown was nearly over. It was well known that he would soon inherit his father's Graken hunting vessel. Jenko's position in Gallows Haven was firmly set. Nail, on the other hand, was heir to nothing. Still, as much as he agreed with the Baron's son that mining was a waste of time, Nail knew the hard work Shawcroft had set him to all these years had built him up as a man. Swinging axe and pick had made him strong. He took some pride in that, and was loath to see Jenko slander it. "Nail means to join us on your father's Graken hunt," Stefan said. "Is that so?" Jenko Brooke gave Nail a sharp look. "I've Shawcroft's permission, of course, to learn the fishing trade whilst he's at the mines," Nail answered, knowing his words were a lie. Shawcroft would have no clue if he went Graken hunting, and would disagree with it strongly. But the man was working the mines for the week. The average Graken hunt took less time than that. Nail knew he would be in open defiance of his master, but he didn't care. The man could be demanding, stubborn, disagreeable, and cruel. Nail was completely dependent on Shawcroft, yet, at the same time, to be free of the man was his greatest desire. "You wish to be a Graken slayer?" Jenko asked. "You'll more likely get shark bit or gill fucked by one of the merfolk than become a hero." "Nail will come back a hero, all right," Zane piped up. "A hero covered in Graken blubber. Evershay can do naught but fall more in love with him then." "Evershay, huh?" Jenko raised an eyebrow. "Indeed. She's one ripe, skinny lass." Nail looked over his shoulder toward the bar, where Ava was wiping her hands on a towel. She glanced at their table and smiled. Jenko threw her a nod. Nail's heart leapt in his throat. That the Baron's son might see the same in Ava as he had never crossed his mind. But the look that crept into Jenko's eyes was alarming and challenging. In fact, the Baron's son was staring at Nail. A smile played at the corners of Jenko's mouth, and there was a smouldering, fierce squint to his eyes. "What say we spar for the right to Avashay's hand at the morning moon feast, Nail?" "Well, Kiss my pickle! Zane Neville slapped Jenko on the back. The gauntlet thrown. A bit of fun to top off an otherwise sorrowful evening, right? Doki would love it were he here. Beer Mug even seemed excited by the prospect, tail thumping the floor. Jenko was grinning now, fingers poised at the hilt of his sword. His gaze never wavered from Nail. What say you? A spar in the street. Like Zane said, a bit of fun to lighten the mood around here. Or do you dare not draw swords with me? On the training field, Nail had bested Jenko on occasion. Jenko had also beaten him. Every conscript knew he and Jenko were evenly matched, but to spar in the village street was another matter altogether. In front of the Graken spear, Avishai could finally witness his prowess. At the same time, he could put Jenko in his place. "Do you lack courage, Nail?" Jenko said, his smile growing. He snatched Nail's charcoal drawing from the table, crumpled it, and tossed it to the floor. Nail looked at his ruined drawing through the stray strands of blonde hair that now covered his face. Anger welled. The back of his right hand flared in pain, the cross-shaped mark stinging. He knew the Baron's son was only goading him. Until now, he had never harboured any ill will toward Jenko Brook. Sure, he was the son of the richest man in town and could behave boorishly at times, but it was all talk to be ignored. However, this time his insults had done their job. Jenko's cocky grin was now poised above Nail, and Nail wanted to smack it from Jenko's face. A challenge followed by a friendly spar was normal fare at the Graken Spear once the beer took hold. The only problem was Jenko wasn't drunk, and this challenge had grown personal. Nail brushed the hair from his eyes, stood, and gathered his blade. It's not lack of courage. He met the Baron's son eye to eye, then jammed his sword into the table point first. At the sound, Zane's dog jumped, as did the village conscripts sitting nearby. Nail kept his eyes trained on Jenko. It's because we are not yet outside that I haven't knocked that smile from your face. Zane yelled, "Nail has just accepted a challenge!" The Graken Spear erupted in cheers. Soon the tavern began to empty, the eager spectators spilling out onto the street. "No steel," Stefan said, looking nervously at both Jenko and Nail. "We wrap the blades in sackcloth as usual." Jenko nodded, smile gone, eyes no longer fixed on Nail. The Baron's son strode from the tavern without looking back. A snub, as if Nail was of no account. A circle of spectators had already formed outside in the dark. Many bore torches, lighting the puddle-stained street in front of the Graken Spear and the blacksmith shop next door. The rain was just a drizzle now. Still, footing would be treacherous in the mud. Nail stepped from the wood-plank porch of the tavern down into the sludge. Zane stood there with his dog. Stefan wrapped Nail's sword in a long strip of sackcloth and handed it over. The crowd parted. Jenko waited in the middle of the circle, cinching his armour. His sword, already wrapped in strips of cloth, was near his shield at his feet. He donned his helm, snatched up his shield and sword, and stepped forward. Nail looked toward the Graken Spear. Several of the tavern girls were on the porch among the onlookers. Tilda Egbert, Polly Mott, Gisela Barnwell, Liz Hen Neville, even Avishai. "I'm over here!" Jenko banged his sword against his shield. Nail put his helm on, wincing as he slipped his gauntlet over the cross-shaped wound on his sword hand. Once geared up, he felt outmatched before his foe. Jenko's sword was long and sleek, with a fine leather-strapped hilt. His iron-bossed shield was painted with a silver wolf's head. Nail's shield was all wood and painted with nothing. His sword an old blade found in the catacombs of Gallows Keep. Baron Brooke had scraped it free of rust before giving it to him last year. It was a solid blade, if a tad stumpy, and came with a crooked hilt and a patched leather scabbard lined with rotted fleece. Overall, it was thick, clumsy, ill-weighted, and terribly unbalanced. Still, ever since the Baron had handed it to him, Nail had worshipped the thing and slept with it near his pillow. Stefan stepped between Jenko and Nail and yelled for all to hear, "You spar in the normal fashion, as if the Baron himself watched. Slash and counter. No thrusting. First with 3 strikes wins." Stefan moved back, and the way was clear. Jenko swung. Nail thrust his shield forward, and there was a clash of sackcloth-wrapped iron on wood. Nail stumbled back, and Jenko's next swing whistled over his head. Jenko swung 4 more times with rapid ease. Nail blocked each, but his shield arm grew weary. Jenko's next blow struck heavy and hard. Jenko then faked high. Nail raised his shield, and Jenko stabbed under it, striking the armor covering his stomach. Nail reeled back. "No thrusting!" Stefan yelled. "That strike doesn't count. Slash and parry!" Jenko backed away. A good 10 paces separated them now. Nail was embarrassed. He hadn't swung yet to Jenko's flurry of blows. Nail used the time and space to get a much firmer grip on his sword and shield and, more importantly, his confidence. He was wheezing for breath under his helm and tried to calm down. There were cheers for him, the loudest coming from Stefan and Zane. Their cheers bolstered him. He advanced with his head down under the rim of his shield, peering over it, sword poised. Jenko lunged, swinging for his legs. Nail lowered the shield, spoiling the stroke, and slashed at Jenko's helm. His sword connected with a thud, snapping Jenko's head back. The Baron's son stumbled sideways. Nail hammered Jenko with his shield, and his foe fell to the ground. "1 strike for Nail!" Stefan yelled, and a smattering of applause sounded from the crowd as Jenko scrambled away on hands and knees, mud sloshing under him. Nail, with the advantage now, swung again and connected with Jenko's back. "Strike 2!" Before Nail could finish him, Jenko sprang to his feet and lunged with 2 quick blows. Nail blocked them with ease. Now that Nail had gotten in 2 good hits, there was a bounce in his step. Jenko backed off, and there was space between them again. The Baron's son plunged ahead with 2 more strikes that landed fast and hard against Nail's midsection. "2 for Jenko!" Stefan yelled. Nail reeled back, angry, side throbbing. He came up swinging as Jenko's 3rd blow connected the same time as his. "Both strikes count!" Stefan yelled. "It's a tie!" Everyone cheered. "Rotted dog shit!" The Baron's son ripped off his helm and threw down his shield. "A bastard is no equal of mine!" No sooner had his shield and helm hit the mud than Jenko leaped forward, gripping his sword in both hands now. His high swing came crashing in. The blow knocked Nail's shield spinning away. His 2nd blow planted Nail's butt firmly in the mud. Instantly, Jenko loomed over him, raining blows. Nail scrambled back on his haunches, mud ploughing up behind him. He kept his sword up in defence, but it was beaten back swiftly. Then it wasn't in his hand anymore. It spun off and lit in a puddle. Then Jenko was striking him about the shoulders, arms, and chest. "Enough! Enough!" Stefan yelled, but Jenko's blows were relentless. "It was a tie, you blood-sucking ogle! You're likely to kill him behaving like that!" Nail felt the breath pounded from his lungs as he tried to crawl away, at the same time groping for his lost sword in the puddle, finding it, turning, holding it aloft. He would not retreat. But the blows from Jenko kept coming. Stefan tackled the Baron's son from behind, and both dropped in the mud. In a heap they struggled. Jenko threw Stefan off and stood, sackcloth-wrapped sword still in hand. He came at Nail again. "Stop!" Stefan bellowed. Zane was there, and with Stefan the two wrestled Jenko to the ground a second time. "Get off!" Jenko snarled, eyes blazing at Nail from under dark, wet locks. Nail, kneeling in the mud, the percussion of Jenko's crushing blows reverberating through his armour, could feel the fresh dents in the iron plate pushing in. There was a dull ache throbbing deep in his chest. He wasn't certain if he could stand, if he wanted. "Let me up, you pox-scarred scum!" Jenko fought against Stefan and Zane. "The wraiths take you if you don't stop fighting," Stefan said, breathing heavy. "Turn 'em loose!" Nail snarled between hard-fought breaths. "I'll still fight him. I ain't dead yet." "That's right! Arm me up! Let me finish him like he wants!" Jenko yelled. Zane whistled for Beer Mug. Soon the big shepherd dog was snarling and barking at the pile of struggling bodies. With the threat of the dog, the fight died in Jenko, and he gave up, head hanging. "I'm done, then." "Let him up," Stefan said, motioning Zane to hold his dog. "Be wary." He released the Baron's son. Jenko stood, brushing the mud from his greaves, smiling, his teeth stark white shards in the lamplight as he walked toward Nail. Nail didn't know if Jenko was going to help him up or what. Either way, he wouldn't allow himself to accept any help. He'd stand on his own no matter how much his body ached. Jenko plucked the sword from Nail's hand and threw it. It sailed over the crowd and into the darkness, landing near the narrow alley between the inn and the blacksmith shop. "Fetch that, you goose-shit-eating bastard!" Jenko stepped around Nail, shoving his way through the crowd and back up onto the porch of the Grayken Spear Inn. Nail growled and scrambled to his feet, his mind set on tackling Jenko and ending the fight with his fists. But his foot slipped, and down he went again, face first. "Hold steady now," Stefan said, grabbing him by the arm. "Don't know what you did to piss Jenko off so, but I reckon it's got something to do with Ava." Nail's gaze followed the Baron's son. Under the torchlight, he saw Ava Shea leaning against the porch railing. Jenko stepped up to the girl and whispered something in her ear, his hand brushing lightly over her shoulder before he entered the tavern. Nail was humiliated more by the small interaction between Jenko and Ava than any blow the Baron's son could have dealt with his sword. "Pay him no mind." Stefan helped Nail stand. "You'll be stiff on the morrow. Bruises for a moon or more. You put up a real fight, though. Gave us all a grand show." The crowd was dispersing, some back into the Grayken Spear, others wandering off into the darkness and home. Zane trundled back into the inn, Beer Mug bounding happily behind. Nail didn't know how far he could walk on his own. He hunched over and clutched his stomach. Soreness blanketed his body. Despite all his hurts, he was most of all embarrassed. Stefan ducked under Nail's arm, propping him up. "My pa can send word to Shawcroft if you like. He let your master know you're hurt." "I ain't hurt," Nail mumbled. "Besides, Shawcroft's never been concerned about me. Jenko's right. His only concern is those gold mines." He was envious of Stefan's family and the comforts of a warm home, surrounded by loving parents and siblings. Nail lived on the outskirts of town in a small, cold, one-room cabin with his master. He put on a strong front, but deep down he knew how lonely his life really was. I'll sleep in the coop tonight. I'm sure your mother hasn't the room inside." "You needn't sleep with the chickens," Stefan said. "We've the room." Nail had managed to hobble only a few steps when Ava's soft voice sounded from behind. "You fought well." He turned. She held his sword. It was covered in mud. Nail slid from under Stefan's arm and took the weapon from her. Mud remained on the palm of her hand. In her other hand was the drawing Jenko had crumpled. "I'm sorry it got ruined," she said, handing it over. It was pretty. Ava hesitated, as if wanting to say more, then pulled a leather thong necklace from the folds of her linen skirt. She reached up and slipped it over his head and around his neck, and quickly backed away. "A gift," she muttered shyly, "to make amends for the drawing Jenko ruined." Hooked to the leather thong was a small carving of a turtle, no bigger than the end of Nail's thumb. He held the carving in his hand, admiring Ava's delicate workmanship. Every display of her talents filled him with desire. "Thank you," he stammered, meeting her soft gaze. That she had made this wooden trinket for him set his heart soaring. Ava kissed him lightly on the cheek and made her way back toward the Greykenspear Inn. And as she stepped back up onto the inn's porch, Nail saw it. At the back of the alley, between the Greykenspear and the blacksmith shop, a cloaked figure astride a red-eyed horse, silhouetted black and hollow against the glittering waters of Gallows Bay beyond. The glowing eyes of the horse were fixed on Nail like stark, smouldering coals. Other than within the darkness of his own worst dreams, Nail had never seen such a demon-eyed creature. His blood ran cold. "Do you see that?" He turned to Stefan. But Stefan Wayland was already walking toward home, and when Nail looked back into the blackness of the alley, the cloaked horseman was gone. From the Way and Truth of Lejeune. The lost and lonely ship finally berthed in Avalonia, thousands of days adrift. What few were left stumbled ashore, the first lands lost to them forever. Desperate souls all, starving and weak, half-naked, garbed in animal skins. Still, these newcomers to the 5 Isles offered up arms and blood sacrifice to the gods of their first lands. Chapter 2. Nail. 11th day of the shrouded moon, 999th year of Lejeune. The morning sea, south of Gallows Haven, Gulkana. They had finally found the path of the Grayken. 2.5 days' journey south of Gallows Haven, in the great vastness of the morning sea. To the south and west lay the Firstlands, storm-shattered lands beyond the farthest reaches of the seas, where humans had first sprung. The Firstlands, continents rumoured to span tens of thousands of miles, were also rumoured to be barren of all humankind, shrouded in grey mists, inhabited by naught but ghosts. Those who foolishly sought them never returned. Thick storm clouds roiled overhead. Occasionally, thin shafts of morning sun poured heedlessly through breaks in the clouds, bouncing off the waves as the Lady Kindly cut a jostling path. Nail wobbled as he hustled across the deck of the Grayken hunting ship toward Stefan Wayland and Zane Neville. He hadn't stood on solid ground for days now. The ship dipped to the left as a gust of wind caught her sails, and he clutched the railing. 100 feet up, the canvas stretched and cracked. Those aboard the Lady Kindly had spent the bulk of the journey trailing nets and catching salmon. Bishop Talbot, an integral part of any hunting voyage, had spent his hours anointing various parts of the ship with vials of consecrated holy oils. Now the ship floated among a school of 15 Graken, and Talbot prayed, offering up fervent thanks to Lejeune as the monsters of the sea rolled their barrel-like bodies up out of the water and plunged beneath. They were larger than Nail had ever imagined. Most looked 50 to 70 feet in length. The closest one to the ship was grey and sleek. It skimmed the surface of the sea for a while, half submerged. It had a long slit for a mouth, 2 round eyes, and flat fins on either side of its head, a blowhole on top, and a tail of 6 long tentacles that bunched and coiled in unison, pushing through the water. At the first sighting of the School of Graken, Baron Jubal Brooke shouted a torrent of orders, and a flood of men scurried up ratlines and over the deck. Large barrels were brought forth, the hanging skiffs uncovered. "Do your jobs," the Baron spewed forth. "Any man goes overboard fends for himself, or he's lost to the sea." With nothing to do, Nail had found this spot near the starboard railing with Stefan and Zane. Before they'd set sail, the 3 of them had ventured into the chapel's catacombs to visit Doki Liddle. The musty stone room under the nave had seemed a gloomy place to keep the lightning-struck boy. Dying embers smouldered in a fireplace. Bishop Talbot sat on a stool next to Doki's bearskin-covered bed and dabbed at the injured boy's head with a warm, damp cloth. He pulled the bearskin down, revealing the boy's chest and arms. A clover-like pattern of red burns dotted Doki's skin. The boy's chest rose and fell to the slow rhythm of his breathing. "His fingers and toes were black," Talbot said, "just like that frost-bit man from Peddler's Point who stumbled into the Graken Spear last winter. But the many priesthood blessings I gave the lad seemed to have cured him of that." It was too bad Nail couldn't share the voyage with Doki, too. To hear the others tell it, Doki had a sharp eye, and was the best Graken spotter Baron Brooke had ever seen. But now the Graken were easy to see, wallowing in the sea, spouting air and water high. Seagulls circled above them, lonesome cries sharp and harsh. Then the sharks came. Nail couldn't explain it, but there churned in his gut an ominous feeling before the first shark arrived. He lost his breath as if a hush fell over the Lady Kindly. There was a boil and swell of water just before the shark's fin broke the surface, pale as bone. Nail took a step back from the rail as the grim white creature dipped below the water and glided under the ship. Soon there were more sharks weaving just under the surface, fins ducking in and out of the water. Though considerably smaller than the Graken, these stark, graceful ghosts of the sea left a deadly aura in their wake. A burly sailor ran up and tossed a salmon overboard. One shark lunged straight up, its jaws opened, lined with rows of teeth, its great bulk suspended there momentarily just above the water. The shark bit the fish in half, then slipped back into the sea and slithered away. A second shark stabbed the remaining half salmon from the water. Give these sharks red eyes and leathery clawed wings, along with serpentine tails. They could easily pass as nameless beasts of the underworld. With that thought, Nail's mind jumped to the cloaked figure he'd seen in the alley between the Graken Spear and the blacksmith shop. The gaze of the red-eyed steed had burned a hole in his soul, bringing back a flood of terrifying memories. Memories he'd suppressed over the years. Memories that clawed their way to the forefront of his mind now. But he'd fight off those dreams and memories as he'd fought Jenko Brooke. Cramps still ached throughout his chest, and a knot the size of a seashell was lodged under his ribs somewhere, the lingering physical pains garnered from the drubbing at the hands of the Baron's son. But he would not let thoughts of the dark-cloaked horseman or the physical evidence of Jenko Brooke's thrashing get him down. In fact, despite the brewing storm above and the sharks below, the last few days seemed sunnier than any he'd ever known. On every place aboard the ship was the surrounding scent of heavy timber, which lightened his soul, and the ocean smelled fresh in comparison to the rocky shoals around Gallows Haven. Today, Neil observed and listened more acutely than he ever had before. The very breath and whiff of the wind against his face filled him with a happiness he'd never experienced. He felt the thrill of the ship, the rhythm of its life, listened with rapt attention to each prayer of the bishop. He had wanted to know everything about the ship, the name of every sail, brace, bowline, and rope, and how each worked, even going so far as to pull out scraps of parchment from his satchel and sketch each new thing shown him. Things had been different at the start of the voyage, and Neil had wondered if he hadn't made a terrible mistake by joining the crew of the Lady Kindly. That first day, he had recalled doing little else but leaning against the railing, fighting the seasickness. Jenko Brooke had noticed him against the railing and informed him that vomiting was a sure sign of weakness in a seaman, and anyone caught vomiting on deck would be pitched over the side. Zane Neville had waddled up, looking half hazy about the eyes himself. "Pay no heed to Jenko. Seasickness is nothing a cheerful disposition can't cure. Just do like this." Then Zane leaned over the railing, jammed his finger down his throat, and puked a green stream over one of the canvas-covered skiffs hanging below. "You'll feel better in a jiffy," he said, wiping slime from his chin. "I always feel grand after a major spew. My stomach's emptied, and I can eat more later. Got to keep up one's strength. Seasickness will dehydrate a fellow. Make your mouth feel as dry as a fat man's titty." Jenko leered at Zane. "If my father sees that skiff all covered in vomit, he's going to make you climb down there and lick it clean yourself." "The birds will take care of it," Zane said. Indeed, the seagulls were alighting on the white canvas, pecking at Zane's spew. In the end, Neil had not puked that first day aboard the Lady Kindly, and was the prouder for the accomplishment. By nightfall, his seasickness had dissipated completely. After knighthood, or the clergy, Graken slaying was considered the grandest of all trades in the Five Isles. The Way and Truth of Lejeune spoke of Graken hunting as a much simpler thing in ancient days, men doing nothing more than waiting for a Graken to drift ashore, dead. But that had been over 1,000 years ago. The Book of the Great Hunts, in The Way and Truth of Lejeune, told of how Lejeune, as a teenager, would spear the Graken from the rocky shoals just southwest of Mont Saint-Only, jumping from rock to rock, leaping over the merfolk who tried to snare him, thrusting and jabbing with his many spears until the great Graken were tired or dead, sometimes even jumping onto the backs of the Leviathans themselves. Legend was he would tie the beasts up and pull them ashore by the strength of his own arms. It wasn't long before Graken hunting became almost a religion unto itself, the launching of voyages and ships in hundreds that would last all day and bring in 2 or 3 Graken per ship. But over time, the Graken grew scarce. Now, a normal hunting voyage lasted about a week, sometimes 2. Some hunters predicted, come 1,000 more years, it might take a year of sailing to find but 1 Graken. For Neil's part, to be working alongside a crew of hardy men aboard the Lady Kindly was far better than traipsing through dark mines or toiling away with the sluices and pans alongside a lonely stream high in the autumn range. Jenko had been right when he'd said there was freedom at sea. After scarcely a few days on the water, Neil agreed. No good ever came of gold-digging with Shawcroft. Here, on the ocean, Neil could be with his friends. And now that they were among the Graken, Neil wondered what his role would be. As if reading his mind, Stefan handed him a small dagger and said, "Let's watch from above. and bade him follow. Stefan, with his bow and a quiver of yellow-fletched arrows strapped to his back, scrambled halfway up the fore-topmast rigging. Nail slipped the dagger into his belt and scurried up behind his friend. Once perched upon the slender spar, hands grasping the cold rigging, he prepared to watch the great hunt. Stefan, more sure of himself, boldly straddled the rigging and strung his bow. A crack of thunder boomed over the ship, and the sea became more agitated. The Lady Kindly was brought to a slow halt in the water by backing the mainsail. The canvas tarps were quickly pulled off the 3 white hunting skiffs tied to the side of the ship. Harpoons, killing lances, and barrels of harpoon lines were placed into the skiffs as the bishop prayed over each vessel. The skiffs were lowered into the water carefully. Men descended by rope into the skiffs, until each boat had a crew of 8, but not before every man of the 50 aboard had knelt before Tolbert and received a blessing. Once the men were blessed, and safely in the hunting skiffs, bobbing beneath the Lady Kindly, the 3 skiffs struck off, the men rowing madly out to sea. Baron Brooke was a harpooner on the first boat, a man named Brutus Grove on the second boat, and Jenko Brooke was harpooner on the third. Each harpoon was fashioned from hardwood, rough-hewn to provide a solid grip. From his perch in the rigging, Nail watched the skiffs as they cut through the water, each with a single harpooner, a helmsman, and 6 rowers. The 3 boats swept in among the large school of Draken, the Baron's skiff leading, sneaking up on a particularly massive monster, billowing blasts of air from its blowhole. "The Draken will blow once, right before it plans on diving underwater," Stefan said, readying some arrows. "Once submerged, they can resurface anywhere, oft-times straight under a boat, capsizing it. Baron Brooke better strike quickly, because that Draken is about to go under." The Baron's skiff hove to, right beside the beast. Baron Brooke launched his harpoon, a rope tied to its end. It flew short of the mark, and the Draken moved away, sinking below the surface. The Baron reeled his harpoon back aboard by its rope line. "The real show starts once a Draken is struck, fins and tentacles thrashing, sharks swarming," Stefan said. "Let's pray no merfolk show up. They're apt to help the Draken, cut the harpoon lines with sharpened fish bones, tear at our ship. A huge bloody nuisance they are. But if they do," he held up his bow, "I've got this for 'em." Jenko's skiff peeled away from the other 2, sneaking up on a different Draken from the rear. An even bigger beast than the first. The helmsman nimbly directed the boat until the prow was thudding right against the beast's flank. Jenko had his rope line and harpoon ready, his left leg planted in the bottom of the boat, his right knee securely fixed against the side walls. Jenko's harpoon rose up in his hand, and his arm stretched back. A tense moment passed, and for Nail there was never a more incredible sight. As if he were carved of marble, the Baron's son, with long harpoon held aloft, stood perilously poised there on the lip of the tiny bobbing boat like a glistening sculpture of Lejeune himself, the sun shimmering off the tip of his harpoon's clover-shaped blade. Jenko struck with astonishing speed and power, the shaft sinking deep into the Draken's thick side. Quickly, once the beast was struck, Jenko leaned his weight onto the harpoon, pushing it farther inward until the entire shaft was almost buried, only the thin rope sticking out from the dark flesh. The beast leaped halfway out of the water and slammed back home. A great wave almost swept Jenko overboard, nearly swamping his boat. The Draken disappeared into the ocean, tentacles thrashing, rope trailing. A huge cheer rose up from the men on the Lady Kindly. "Lucky Jenko wasn't sent straight to the underworld with all that thrashing," Stefan said. "They'll have to row away from the beast if they can." Jenko's harpoon was not meant to kill the Draken. From Nail's vantage point it was clear. The harpoon was merely the easiest way for the helmsman and his crew to link their small boat to their now quarrelsome large quarry. The Graken lurched above the surface again. Quivering in its grey flesh was the harpoon line, trailing the beast like a darning needle and spool of thread. Rivers of bright blood from the harpoon raced along the Graken's sleek surface. The beast blew air, and then plunged in an attempt to shake off its tiny tormentor. The rope snaked out of the barrel fastened in Jenko's boat, uncoiling and whipping down into the boiling darkness of the sea, following the Graken into the bottomless depths. The helmsman now held a hatchet over the rope, ready to chop it in twain if the Graken were to dive too deep, dragging their boat down. The two other skiffs sped toward Jenko's boat, and for a span of time there was no sign of the Graken, or any Graken. It seemed the entire school had beaten a hasty retreat into the far reaches of the sea. The rope ceased its whirring dance down into the blood-flecked ocean and went slack. There was silence, but for Bishop Tolbert's rhythmic, prayerful chant. Nail thought the Graken had snapped the line and freed itself, or perhaps, down in the depths, unseen merfolk had cut through the line, as Stefan had warned. But the Graken came roaring upward. A sweeping surge of water nearly overturned all three boats as the monster flew high. Nail's heart lodged in his throat as the full length of the beast's massive body hung above the ocean surface, glistening red sheets of water streaking its flesh. He gawked in mute wonder as the beast twisted in mid-air, blowing out a fountain of red, then splashed back into the sea, great fins and tentacles lashing the water with bloody foam as it disappeared. "Jenko stuck him good," Stefan shouted, "and his line's still attached." Rolling waves rocked the three skiffs. The helmsman of Brutus Grove's boat steered into position, the skiff bobbing in the dying waves. A throng of sharks circled the area now, weaving ominously just beneath the Lady Kindly. When the injured Graken surfaced again, it rose up in a swell of water nearest to Brutus's boat. He struck the beast with his harpoon. It thrashed with less vigour now. "Merfolk!" Stefan, alert now, knocked his arrow to his bow. Nail saw them too. Three spun up from the sea near the Graken, half human and half fish, two male and one female, launching themselves so high their full forms were briefly suspended above the water. From head to fin, all three were taller than a man, all wielding long, sharpened bones in their webbed, clawed hands. Nail was stunned by the pale beauty of their skin and sparkling brightness of their scales. Almost white was their human half. Their fish half was like polished steel. The rippling muscles of the two males were magnificent. The full breasts on the female caught Nail's eye, while the shimmering scales of her lower half shone like gems of emerald, copper, and silver. As the merfolk silently splashed back into the sea, Baron Brooke roared, "Bloody rotted merfolk! Be wary, Brutus!" And when the three merfolk spun up from the water again, screeching and shrill, they lashed at Brutus Grove's rope with their fishbone weapons. Just as quickly they fell back into the sea, Brutus's rope severed in twain. One of the mermen came back up, head bobbing in the ocean, shrieking. Stefan loosed an arrow. Over 100 feet it sailed true, then struck the merman in the face, and he dropped below the water. Nail had had no idea how deadly with a bow Stefan really was. The arrow's shot afforded Brutus Grove the time to launch a second harpoon, straight into the Graken's side. Another cheer rose from the Lady Kindly as the beast dove again, the rope uncoiling from Brutus's skiff. The rowers scrambled and ducked to avoid being swept up in its twining path. The ropes from both skiffs went taut, slack, taut, then slack. The Graken resurfaced quickly this time, blood bubbling from its blowhole. Several sharks lunged at it then, their toothy mouths carving chunks out of the Graken's flesh. One shark even sailed forth and latched onto one of the Graken's 6 tail-like tentacles, but the mighty monster flung the shark back into the cold ocean as if swatting at a flea. The merfolk, a dozen of them now, slithered up from the sea, occasionally hacking at the ropes and harpoons attached to the Graken. Neil noticed that some of the merfolk were small, children, some so tiny they might be babies. All of them fought and tore at the ropes attached to the Graken, some with sharpened bones, some with naught but their webbed, clawed hands. The shrieks that accompanied their fight pierced Neil's ears. The merfolk fought a losing battle as more harpoons from both Brutus's and Jenko's boats were launched into the Graken, and several more merfolk now floated in the water, dead, pierced by Stefan's arrows. This crazy, frothing battle between men and beasts sent a peculiar shiver through Neil. It was the most terrifying yet awe-inspiring experience of his life. The injured Graken drifted toward open sea. More harpoons slammed home. The Leviathan slashed with its 6 powerful tentacles and shot another pillar of bright crimson water skyward. 4 times it spouted, its dying lungs purging blood, choking, spouting and spewing, flapping fins and coiling tentacles beginning to tire. Baron Brooke clapped wildly at his harpooner's efforts, and so did the men aboard the Lady Kindly. The screaming merfolk had disappeared altogether as the Graken fought on, biting at the air, bleeding copiously into the sea, sharks in a frenzy circling, gouging out bits of its flesh. The beast slowed and stopped moving altogether, the skiffs bobbing. Harpooners on all 3 boats started hitting the Graken with the killing lances until rushing rivers of bright blood poured from its many wounds. The beast slapped the water with its tentacles one last time, but it was a weak gesture, and just that quickly the Graken rolled over and died, floating in a stew of its own oily blood. A sprinkling rain began to fall as the 3 skiffs towed the dead beast, tentacles first, toward the ship, a T-shaped wooden toggle attached to a hole in one long tentacle. Sharks circled, looming under the small boats, drinking in the trailing wake of blood. Below Neil, along the starboard side of the ship, a wood plank platform was lowered into the sea by the same block and tackle system used to lower the 3 skiffs. Men lugged huge iron hooks across the deck, each sharp as an axe and half as large as a man. They hauled them to the starboard side, and thick ropes were attached to all. Neil was alone in the rigging now. Stefan had climbed down and was scurrying around on the deck with Zane. The 3 skiffs were near enough to the ship that the harpooners had pulled their harpoons loose, raindrops peppering their faces. Soon the beast's heavy body was thumping against the side of the Lady Kindly, as waves swelled up around it. The water along the starboard side of the ship was a swirl of red. Occasionally, a shark would emerge, ghost-like, from the frothy pink and take a hunk of Graken flesh back down into the deep with it. There soon came a wooden tap, tap, tap from somewhere under the water, and Baron Brooke cried out, "The damn rotted mermen are tearing at the bottom of our ship. Let's make haste, lads. The sooner we get this thing up and out of the water, the sooner them ghastly fishmen will leave us be." There was a flood of movement on the deck below, and Zane pulled a long knife from his belt, grabbed a rope, and swung over the railing, straight down the side of the ship and onto the massive back of the Graken. Stefan followed Zane's plunge over the side, and soon both were running, balancing along the great Leviathan's barrel-like body, slicing deep gashes into the back of the Graken's flesh with their knives. It was their job, as Graken cutters, to cut slits into the blubber where massive hooks could be inserted, their work accompanied by the wooden tap, tap, tap of the merfolk under the ship. Soon, other men were down upon the Graken with Stefan and Zane, and the iron hooks were lowered. The hooks swung wildly as the Lady Kindly jostled in the waves, the dead beast's girth hammering against the side of the ship. The men began securing the Graken by inserting the hooks into the gashes Stefan and Zane were opening with their cutters. 2 hooks were inserted just above the Graken's fin in the deep slits the boys had previously made. More thick ropes, suspended from the lower masthead, were attached to each hook. Then the tremendous muscle of the windlass was put to the test, heeling the Lady Kindly onto her side, using the weight of the great Graken as a counterbalance. Nail was surprised as he slowly descended out in a great arc. The creaky wooden crosspiece he hugged was unsteady and difficult to grasp with his arms and legs. The sudden drop caused a swooning light-headedness, giving him a fright for several heartbeats. His perch, high in the rigging, was no longer a perch. As the Lady Kindly turned onto its side, he now feared being lowered almost to the level of the sea itself. The mast quaked with the strain. The ship trembled and creaked as more and more it leaned over toward the Graken. Nail clung to the crosspiece with a knuckle-white grip. He slipped and fell, catching himself in the rigging below as it swayed and twisted under him. Leg scrambling, he managed a quick reorientation, gripping the ropes fast, remaining securely suspended over the water. Only the strength of his own arms had saved him. Zane, on the back of the beast, gave a hoot of surprise when he saw Nail hanging in the rigging pass overhead. Actually, Nail was passing over the flank of the Graken and sailing onward beyond it. The helmsman of Jenko's skiff had to scramble to turn his small boat, and all aboard rowed vigorously, not wanting their vessel to become entangled in the wood and rope rigging of the bigger ship's foremast and topsails. Nail was soon suspended a mere 20 feet or so above the ocean surface. He was ripe with fear at the thought of being dunked in with the sharks and merfolk. But the Lady Kindly heeled as far as she was going to heel, and Nail found himself staring straight down into water red and thick with blood. "Having fun?" the Baron's son said, standing in the bobbing skiff not 15 paces away. Nail nodded with enthusiasm, and Jenko laughed. There was a sudden shift in the wind, a brisk gust of rain, and a rolling of the ship upon the water. Men shouted. One of the great iron hooks tore loose with a snap and rending of Graken flesh and spun through the air, striking Zane Neville square in the chest and launching him from the security of the Graken's great flank straight into the rain-pattered sea. With a huge splash, the bloody water engulfed Zane. His hefty body vanished among a tangle of the Lady Kindly's foremast rigging and was immediately swallowed up by the frothing darkness of the water. Nail stared in horror at the scarlet bubbles below, all that remained of Zane's passing. He looked to the nearest skiff. Jenko Brooke was there, standing in the small boat not 20 feet from where Zane had disappeared. Their eyes locked. They stared at each other a moment, and the look in Jenko's eyes was not one of concern for Zane, but a look of resigned callousness, knowing there was nothing to be done. The severity of the situation dawned on Nail. Many aboard the Lady Kindly had seen Zane fly from the body of the Graken and sink like a stone beneath the water's surface. Even Bishop Tolbert's face was impassive as he stood at the railing. At that very moment, Nail realized no one was going to do anything about it. "Any man goes overboard, he's lost to the sea," Baron Brooke had said. It was clear. Zane would have to fend for himself. Nail's eyes sought Stefan and found his friend still planted on the Graken's back, horror etched in every line of his face. The hookman grabbed Stefan by the arm and forced him to help resecure the swinging hook under the Graken's fin. Nail's gaze flew back to the spot in the red churning sea where Zane had vanished. The rope rigging jerked back and forth in the water, then went still. Nail waited, staring, hoping his friend would resurface. But as the moments passed, he realized Zane was truly lost, tangled down there somewhere amongst all that rigging. Pale shapes hovered below the surface. The thought of a shark biting his friend in half like a salmon sent a shudder through Nail, and suddenly this grand Graken hunting adventure wasn't so fun. Seabirds shrieked in joy around him. The tangled rigging where Zane had disappeared thrashed about wildly as if someone beneath was struggling within it. Nail thought he saw the metallic sparkle of one of the merfolk down there too. The rain picked up. Thick droplets splashed the water. Lightning flashed above, and with all the blood, it seemed as if fire danced along the surface of the sea. Without thinking, Nail pulled the small dagger Stefan had given him from his own belt, gripped it firmly in hand, and dove from his perch. 20 feet straight down he flew. Head first, he knifed into the ocean. Water spewed over him, and a deep red darkness pressed inward. At the water's bitter touch, the cross-like burn on the back of his right hand flared with pain. The bloody sea was icy and stole his breath, the water seeming to constrict inward, paralyzing his muscles. He spun and clawed to the surface, crimson bubbles churning. His head broke the skin of the ocean. He choked. The taste and smell of the Graken's blood gagged him. Chunks of regurgitated Graken bile were floating everywhere in the rain-splattered sea. Water closed in around him as he bobbed below the surface a second time. When his head surfaced again, he could scarcely see through the film of red seawater blanketing his eyes. The men on Jenko's skiff stared down at him. One man held an oar out to Nail. "Fool! He'll pull you down with him!" Jenko yelled, and slapped the oar away. Nail sank below a third time, his vision awash in red oblivion. Panic set in. He kicked wildly, his foot striking something. Sharks! He resurfaced one more time and floated there. His limbs couldn't move. The water was too cold. Wind gusted. Stinging rain raked over Nail's face. The cold hurt, dreadfully, like needles racing under his skin, like molten metal poured over his bones, driving bolts of pain from muscle to muscle. Agony encompassed him as he gazed pleadingly up at Jenko Brook and the 7 other men who were slowly rowing away. Something brushed against his foot, and he spun, kicking slowly, legs numb, the sudden surge of adrenaline spinning him, all limbs flailing. Useless. He now faced the Graken, not 5 feet away. Bloody water lapped lazily against its massive bulk. Rainwater washed down its side. Stefan was crawling down the slippery slope of the beast, a rope line tied around his waist, one hand reaching for Nail. Lightning ripped down from the sky, hitting the water between them. The blinding flash was followed by a thunderous clap that set the sea to buzzing and dancing with an eerie light. Nail's skin tingled so sharply that all other senses were drowned out, and he couldn't move. Every nerve in his body felt pinched and frozen in pain. Something caught him by the leg, and he was jerked beneath the sea. He swung out in defense, but his knife only sliced through water, slowly, ineffectively. It must be Zane clawing at him from below. His friend's grabbing hands were a mad thrash, claw-like, pulling Nail farther down into the darkness. Soon Zane's arms were beating wildly against him, and the small dagger was knocked from his hand. Zane's limbs found purchase, clutching, squeezing the breath from Nail in one great hug, pinning both of his arms to his side. Zane's clenching bulk was going to drown them both. Nail felt his lungs burning. Pain stabbed through his straining chest as he tried not to gasp for air. Then he realized it wasn't Zane who had hold of him. His eyes flew open, and he saw her pale, ghostly visage, the mermaid who held him tight. Inches away, her face floated in the deep. She had a delicate chin, thin lips, thin nose, and eyes that were as wide and crystal blue as the summer sky. Her eyelids blinked ever so slowly. A serrated row of gills fluttered open and closed along her slender neck. He felt her breasts against his chest, her slithery scaled tail coiled around his legs. She tilted her head and opened her mouth, revealing long fangs that were shockingly sharp and grotesque in comparison to her overall glamour. Nail mustered what strength he had and wiggled one arm free of her. He attempted to push the fearsome mermaid away, but the pointed claws tipping her webbed hand raked across his right bicep, tearing shirt and flesh. Lightning struck the surface of the sea above again. Soul-shattering sound flashed down through the blood and water, engulfing Nail and the mermaid in a flame of crimson light. Pockets of redness pulsed in waves around them, whilst runnels of red seeped and flashed. It felt as if the ocean was slowly twisting over on itself. The bands of sparkling ruby light that streaked the water throbbed like veins along a monstrous scaly arm. In, out, in, out. Then the deepening red light was gone. Dark. The mermaid shrieked, her eerie voice muffled and ghost-like underwater. Another lightning blast. Light and sound blossomed brilliantly, illuminating everything under the sea in crystal-clear, bloody redness. The underside of the ship, sharks, mermaids, the kraken and its dangling tentacles, and, most startling of all, symbols. Emblazoned like pockets of flame in every direction, squares, circles within circles, crosses, all twinkling like shooting stars. The glittering veins of light intensified into a flaming red, blooming and running like spiraling streams of flowing fire. Even the cross-shaped wound on the back of his hand was pulsing light and pain. The mermaid jerked violently in front of him, and the ocean seemed to spin inward on itself again. The gleaming ribbons of fire wrapped around them both, then faded to a dull red, then dwindled and washed away to nothing. The water was pitched in black. Nail could feel himself drowning. Eyes open or closed, he knew not. But deep down, somewhere below in the darkness, he saw something, hazy, fluttering in the water. It slowly solidified. He saw himself, standing under a large burning tree. There was a knight with glowing white shield and horned helm astride a brilliant white warhorse, a blonde girl on the saddle before him, her hand a metal claw, and green, glowing eyes. Something slammed into him then, hurtling him from the mermaid's grasp and up through the water and to the surface. "There they are!" Nail heard Stefan yell. Nail took one blessed breath before a bloody swirl of churning water enveloped him again. When he floundered to the surface a second time, he realized Zane was there with him, eyes wide and rivulets of crimson water streaming from his sopping red hair down over his terrified features. They were face to face, Zane coughing, choking, spewing forth gouts of chunky water. The pale head of a shark broke the surface and eyed Nail from just beyond Zane. Nail found himself in the grip of utter terror. It screamed through his mind, drowning out any thought. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. His heart thundered. The sounds of Stefan's yells were silenced. The clap of the water beating against the hull of the Lady Kindly ceased. Even the shrieks of the seabirds were gone. Nail couldn't break his gaze from the milky, dark eye of the great white killer before him. At that very moment, he would have given anything to be back home, safe in the mountains with Master Shawcroft, calmly panning for gold by a cool, gurgling brook under the green pines and warm sun. A spear was thrust into the shark's head, and it calmly dipped below the red skin of the sea. And like a burst of thunder, Nail was aware of someone shouting, yet it seemed so far away, and he felt firm hands grasping at his shirt. He was roughly hauled from the ocean and dashed into the bottom of Baron Brooke's skiff with brutal force, instantly coughing out what scant air remained in his lungs. Soon, and with great effort by all the men in the skiff, Zane was pulled up and plopped on the deck next to Nail. Crystal-clear tears streaked Zane's cheeks as he raked madly at the bloody seawater coating his face. One of the merfolk was attached to his leg. It was a small one, a baby, its arms around Zane's calf, teeth buried in his leg just below the knee. Zane frantically batted it away. It flipped and flopped at the bottom of the skiff on its back, the gills on its neck splayed and heaving, mouth wide and round, spitting and screeching an ungodly racket. Its lips pulled back in a grimace, and its gruesome teeth were exposed, gnashing. Little arms thrashed and tails slashed as Zane kicked wildly at it. "Get that gill-fucking creature out of here!" Baron Brooke roared. One of the rowers deftly scooped the wiggling little demon onto the flat of his oar and tossed it out to sea. "Bloody beasts of the underworld!" The Baron knelt above Nail and Zane, eyes dispassionate and cold, the sky grey and rainy behind him. He seemed almost distracted, bored, as if his mind were on other things. "Back to it!" he yelled. "There's work to be done." Just like that, every man aboard the Lady Kindly sprang into action. Once rescued, Nail now felt the sodden, blood-covered weariness of his own body. He also felt he had just been awakened from some long, bizarre dream. His eyes stung from the salty water still dripping from his matted hair. Pain clawed at his lungs. The taste of death clung to his tongue. And the eye of the shark, staring right through me mere moments ago. By the blessed Mother Mia, the thing was a terror. And the merfolk, demons all. His mind couldn't shake the red-hazed horror of what he'd seen under the water. Visions, symbols. He would not think of it. He would lock it away. The claw marks on his biceps were not deep at all, barely having broken the skin, but they were ragged and bleeding, and stung something fierce. The leather thong necklace Ava Shea had given him was still around his neck. He was dimly aware of the curious faces peering at him as the Baron's skiff cast free of the Graken. Zane remained curled at the bottom of the skiff, coughing, eyes on Nail. "I thought I'd never see my poor dog Beer Mug again." He managed to do the three-fingered sign of the Legion cross over his breast. "Blessed Mother have mercy upon my soul. Buried under all that red water like that, the only thing that crossed my mind was that if I died, my dog would surely miss me. As Legion is my witness, I swear it, Nail." Still trembling, Nail watched in a daze as Stefan, still on the Graken's back, finished refastening the large hook that had struck Zane under the Graken's fin. Soon all the men on the Graken began climbing up ropes to the deck of the Lady Kindly. The men handling the lines leading to the heavy hooks began to haul. The ship gradually began to right itself, and the Graken slowly spun in the water. There were now men standing on the wooden planks above the Graken. They carved at it with long scythes. As the Graken's barrel-like body spun over in the water, they began peeling a layer of blubber away from the beast in a giant spiral. It reminded Nail of how Master Shawcroft would peel the skin from his apples with a hunting knife. The first strip of blubber fell to the deck and was chopped into strips and pieces by stout axe and sword, and shoved down through the ship's main hatchway. This process of healing the ship and spinning the Graken and slicing rinds off its flesh was repeated for about an hour. Soon the deck of the Lady Kindly was awash with slaughter and huge chunks of flesh. The rain stopped. Nail and Zane were eventually put back aboard the Lady Kindly. Zane immediately sought the bishop and knelt before him. Tolbert laid his hands on the boy's head and offered a brief blessing. Seeing what comfort the blessing had given Zane, Nail knelt too, but the bishop grunted "No," and ordered him to stand. Nail, hurt, wondered why the bishop had so coldly refused him. Tolbert bandaged the wound on his bicep, if a trifle reluctantly. then set him to work hauling strips of blubber to the hatchway. Zane helped too, but soon collapsed from exhaustion and was carried away to Jubal Brooks' quarters. For the next few hours, caught in a dull haze, Nail hauled blubber. It was not soft and flabby, as he had imagined, but rather tough as leather. The work wore his hands raw and left them stinging in pain. Once the Graken was stripped of its blubber, a giant saw was brought out, and 2 men began sawing at the monster's mammoth head. The beast's head, a third the size of its entire body, was hoisted aboard the ship. It thudded to the deck amidst a great cheer. It was then harvested of its oil with shovels. Men began to shear strips of baleen from the roof of its mouth. Soon the deck ran slick with a mixture of ghastly white brain fluid and blood. The savagery in the looks of the blood-soaked sailors who hacked at the Leviathan's head gave Nail a fright. What remained of the corpse was turned loose from the ship. Despite having just been beheaded and stripped of its most valuable flesh, the Graken was still a colossal mound of ivory meat as it floated away. The frigid water soon became a boiling mass of swarming, feasting sharks. Even the seabirds swooped down and began pecking at it. Cries of the merfolk could be heard in the far distance, their shrieks harsh and shrill. "I've seen a man bitten in half by a shark." As he spoke, Baron Brooke gazed out at the tranquil, dark sea moving calmly by, his fur-rimmed cloak thrown carelessly over his broad shoulders, snowflakes gathering upon it. Nail, Baron Brooke, and Jenko stood together under the mizzenmast, whilst the rest of the crew partied on deck between the mainmast and fore. The Baron continued. "I witnessed the horror in that man's eyes as the shark rose from the water to engulf him, teeth grinding up his body as the shark swallowed his legs down whole, teeth engulfing his chest, then snap! Half of him was gone. And when I was a boy, I watched an enraged Durwood Rutherford wade out, waist-deep, into Bainbridge Bay, dressed in full armour, complete with helmet, greaves, chestplate and sword, to do battle with a great white that had been wreaking havoc with his crab traps. He lasted, 2 minutes before the shark shot forth and swallowed him whole. Odd thing was, in the end, Durwood did kill that shark. Armour, as it turns out, is none too digestible. 6 days later we heard tell of a great white washed up in the shoals near Tompkins Stye. When the fishermen cut the beast open, imagine their surprise as a dead Durwood Rutherford spilled out in full armour, sword still in hand." Baron Brooke turned his gaze from the frosty sea and looked at Nail. "What I'm getting at, boy, is that it was a damn fool thing diving in after Zane like that. Not only for the sharks, mind you, but especially for those merfolk in the water. Once they catch a Graken slayer, they'll give him one grim, slow death." Jenko added, "Lucky my father's men disobeyed his orders and rescued you." Nail shuddered at the thought of a suffocating death at the hands of the merfolk. He'd figured a tongue-lashing was coming when the Baron pulled him aside after the deck was swept and swabbed. He didn't want the Baron's son to hear the scolding, though. Nail stared out at the placid sea and drifting snowflakes, figuring if the Baron was going to tell him he was not wanted on any other voyages, he would just remain quiet. The air was crisp. Luckily, he was wearing an extra pair of sailor breeches and shirt and jacket, clean and warm. His own clothes stank of blood and salt water. The pain from where the mermaid had clawed him was mostly gone, but as he stared at the ocean, the moon a shimmering gleam on the black of the morning sea, he thought of the mermaid and the visions he'd seen. As the sullen waves splashed away from the hull of the ship in lines of glistening white foam, he imagined the ghostly horror of a mermaid was following him still, clinging, trying to pull him under, forcing his eyes open wide so that he had to see the glowing red symbols again.
"I could legally have you flogged for disobeying my orders," Baron Brooke said. "But if I have you flogged, I'd also have to flog the 7 good men on my skiff who insisted on rescuing you."
Nail still stared out at the sea and growing snowstorm. As he listened to the Baron, he could feel the anger building inside, throbbing like muffled drums in his head. He'd seen terrible things in the water.
"The truth is, Zane Neville was standing in the wrong spot," Baron Brooke said. "It was no accident that sent him spinning into the sea. If anyone is to be flogged, it is he."
The Baron paused.
"Look at me, boy," he said curtly.
Nail looked up, defiant, but he could feel himself growing more and more cautious, withdrawn. Baron Brooke continued.
"Shawcroft doesn't know you stowed aboard the Lady Kindly, does he?"
A sudden pang of guilt touched Nail. He didn't answer, just turned his gaze from the Baron to the sea. It was true. He had not told Shawcroft his plans. It was an act of defiance. On the one hand, Nail feared how his master would react upon the Lady Kindly's return. On the other, he didn't really care. He had found a kind of peace with his decision. If Shawcroft wanted to spend an entire week in the gold mines alone, then Nail figured he himself could do as he pleased. He would get scolded either way.
"Had you died today, boy, I would have had to answer to that man. Informing Shawcroft that his ward had perished under my command is not a thing I would take lightly.
May the wraiths take me, but I know who Shawcroft is." Who Shawcroft is? Shawcroft was, well, just Shawcroft, a mean, gold-digging fool. What could Baron Brooke know of Shawcroft? Nail took a deep breath and looked out to sea, composing himself. When he decided to turn and question the Baron about Shawcroft, it was Jenko who caught his attention. Nail found, to his immense irritation, that the Baron's son was leering at him with an expression of complete insolence. "I know what Shawcroft is capable of." The Baron's hard eyes softened, but only a little.
"Truth be told, I approve your desire to find your own way in the world. Rooting around those dead gold mines is a waste of time. You already know that, don't you?"
Baron Brooke was looking straight at him now, eyes unwavering.
"I may have need of a 4th harpooner. Someone with a true set of balls. Someone with balls enough to defy his addled gold-digging master and go agraken hunting. Someone with balls enough to jump into bloody shark-infested water."
The Baron took a step back and held out his hand toward Nail.
"You are welcome on the Lady Kindly any time she sails. Upon our return, I shall inform your master of my intentions for your employ."
Stunned, Nail knew not what to do. Had Baron Jubal Brooke just proffered a formal offer of employment? "Am I now freed from Master Shawcroft?" He looked from Jenko to Baron Brooke and back. Jenko looked like he'd just eaten something sour, and that sour look on Jenko's face pleased Nail. So he reached forth and shook Baron Brooke's hand.
"It was a foolish thing diving in after Zane."
The Baron shook Nail's hand vigorously.
"But a braver thing I have never seen."
As Baron Brooke grasped Nail's hand, he looked at his son.
"Jenko, my boy, you are stout and hardy and hard-working. But you need to show true bravery. Bravery like Nail has shown us today." Nail looked at the Baron's son. An angry, jealous glint formed in Jenko Brooke's moody eyes before he whirled and stalked away. Later that night, Stephen Wayland snatched Nail away from his game of cards with Zane in the crew quarters and hauled him onto the snowy deck to the cheers of the rest of the crew. Once on deck, Stephen stripped Nail of his jacket and shirt, removed the bandage from his right arm, and brought forth the ink and tattoo needle. The ink, Stephen explained, was the best of its kind, made from the soot of Graken oil lanterns and mixed with Avalonia molasses. "No weak squid ink is ever used for a true Graken hunter's tattoo," he claimed. "Only pirates and outlaws use the cheap stuff." When he was done, Nail couldn't have been more pleased with the result. Stephen's artwork, placed just above the mermaid's claw marks on his bicep, was the perfectly fitting image for Nail's maiden voyage. He was a full-fledged Graken slayer now. He had never felt more contented in his life. From the Way and Truth of Lejeune. The 5 Isles are drenched in secret history, every castle smothered in intrigue and steeped in lore, and every carving on every standing stone has roots in the past. Hence, that secret past survives, always clawing to the surface, breathing, growing like a living thing, never resting, always clawing in the deep. Chapter 3. Nail. 15th day of the shrouded moon, 999th year of Lejeune. Gallows Haven, Gulkana. A rudimentary latticework of wooden flumes, ditching, damming, and aqueducts had diverted most of the water off to the side, leaving the stream bed full of dry boulders for a lengthy stretch. With little enthusiasm, Nail unslung his satchel and tossed it to the ground near a mossy tree trunk. Shawcroft handed Nail the tools, a pickaxe, copper bowl, and a knife. Nail bemoaned the fact that he was here again. Like the lines on the palms of his own hand, he knew every pond, creek, canyon, trail, and meadow in these peaks, panned for gold at every watery twist and turn. In all that time, they had found scant colour, just a handful of nuggets and a cupful of gold dust, enough to eke out a meagre living. But what was most bothersome, it had been days since the Graken hunt, and Baron Jubal Brooke had still not made the formal offer of transference to Shawcroft, or officially offered Nail a place on the Lady Kindly. "Let's get to it." His master released the water through the sluice, shoveling sand and gravel along with it. The water rushed down the stream bed, crashing against the dry boulders. Nail stood just as he was trained to, feet set, balanced, left one slightly in front of the right, shoulders straight, front knee bent at just the correct angle, and swung the pickaxe down with all his might. The pike sank deep into the ground, and then he raked back, loosening the soil and stones in the stream bed. He did this 3 times in succession, the same each time, for he knew Shawcroft would make him do it over if it wasn't done just right. Once the soil was loose, he set down the axe and filled the copper pan with heaps of sand, water, and rock. With little enthusiasm, he shook the pan back and forth in his hands, allowing the slurry to spill over the sides, carrying with it silt and dust. "Hold the pan and swirl just right, or you'll make him mad." He completed the sifting by half-heartedly blowing on what remained in the pan, causing it to dry some. It wasn't long before his fingers were numb from working the cold water, just like swinging a pick at the ground or in the dark mines. "All your body weight into the blow,"
Crush that rock nail.
Ever since he could remember, it was all so useless. He hated this dreadful work more each day. When will Baron Brooke come and save me from all this? He sat back and looked up the bank toward Lily and Bedford Boy. A circle of standing stones, weather-beaten and overrun with ivy, rose up regally behind the two chestnut-coloured ponies. Beyond that, breaks in the thick pine forests offered up glimpses of the steep, rocky slopes across the canyon and the hundreds of black dots marking the Rome mines and their tailings. He had spent the last 5 years working inside those mines with his master, always panning streams and toiling in mines, always swinging an axe at rock and tree, digging pits to snare game with the axe. Perfect footwork. Left, right, left. Hold your stance. Grip like this. Swing just so. Swing from the left. Swing from the right. Never use your hands to grab at the rock. Always rake with the axe. Pry the rocks loose with the axe. Let the tools do the work for you. Swing, pull, rake. Even before Shawcroft and Nail had relocated to Gallows Haven, they had worked the mines near Sky Locks. Nail a mere child, and later the mines north of Deadwood Gate. He had no memories of Sky Locks and the huge glaciers rumoured to dominate the landscape. Deadwood Gate he remembered well. His master would go off into the mines alone to work, same as now, leaving Nail to pan a stream like this. Or, toward the end of their stay at Deadwood Gate, Shawcroft began to work the mines with a young fellow named Culpa Barra. Whilst Nail was set to some other chore, usually involving a pickaxe and hard stone and the repetition of swings. Nail thought of Culpa and the sleek longsword the young man always wore at his side, how his master continually complimented it and Culpa. "Get to work," Shawcroft, standing on the slope above, leaning on his shovel, grumbled down at him. "Enough wool gathering." Nail stared at the mines in the distance. His master had been keeping him out of the mines a lot lately, preferring to work alone, leaving Nail to pan the streams like this. The man was growing more and more distant as time wore on. "We're not going into the mines today?" "Nope," Shawcroft answered curtly. The man was shorter than Nail, but stout and broad of chest. He had a thick neck and hard brown eyes that held an air of sturdy self-control. His black hair was shaved to stubble on his scalp. "So I can meet up with Stefan later and help him practice the ember-lighting prayers?" "Seems pointless, but if you'd like." "It's pointless to sift this stream," Nail said, just loud enough. "Why bother?" "We will work all the streams this coming summer. Together." "Why?" "Don't question. Just respect my decision. The mines are becoming too dangerous." Too dangerous? Nail did not believe that. There was always something of the mysterious about the man. Shawcroft was the only family he'd ever known, but they were not blood kin. All things considered, beyond the gruffness and oft-times cruel words, the man had treated him well enough. Though he had never truly felt like a son to Shawcroft, Nail had often wanted to hear that one word from the man. Son. Even the word friend would suffice. Or was that fellow from Deadwood Gate, Culpa Barra, Shawcroft's son? One thing was certain, Shawcroft had never concerned himself with any of his wants or hopes or dreams, nor acted the least bit curious about his drawings. And perhaps those were the reasons Nail wanted away from him so bad. With Shawcroft, it was nothing but mining, hard work, perfection with a pickaxe, and obey. Gold was Shawcroft's life. It always had been, and in all the years they had found scant colour. Just respect my decision. He'd show his master respect, all right. In town they say you're naught but a gold digger and a lackwit. Shawcroft barely looked up, kept working. Jubal Brooke asked about you a while back. Did he now? Shawcroft's stiff brow furrowed as he shovelled. Nail continued, chuckling. "Said you could help us conscripts with some sword training." There was a moment of silence. "Get back to work, boy." Nail knew the taciturn man had scant use for pointless conversation or sarcasm. He also knew Shawcroft would only be pushed so far. As he grew older, Nail liked to see how far he could push. He knew any mention of Baron Jubal Brooke would not sit well with his master. There was a history between the two Nail was not privy to. He figured Shawcroft must already know he'd stowed aboard the Lady Kindly, but the man was silent on the subject. Cruel words and punishment would come at some point, though. Better now than later. "I'm sick of digging for riches that we are never going to find. Never have found." "Patience, Nail." Shawcroft glanced his way, still shovelling. "Patience." "Patience," Nail repeated in disgust. "It's always patience with you. Stand this way when you swing an axe. Set your feet just so. Turn your hips, shoulders up. Grip just so. Use the axe to pry away the rock. Over and over. Always tedium and patience. All for nothing." Shawcroft stopped working and stared down at him. "The mountains hold music and magic for those who listen. And someday you will learn there are curious things hidden in the dirtier and darker places of this land. So keep sifting." Nail shrugged. "I'd rather do something else with my life." "Like most men, you would prefer a life of leisure. Hard work and precision in all things builds strength, character, and pride. Your mother wanted me to instill those things in you more than any other. She never took things such as hard work for granted. Nor should you." Nail's ears perked at the mention of his mother. "What do you remember of her?" "Nothing new since you last asked." Shawcroft went back to his shovelling. "Nothing at all?" Nail hung his head, letting the hair fall into his eyes. "She was only 15 when she bore you and your sister," Shawcroft said, still working. "She didn't live long after that. I only knew her a short while." "Before she died in that mining camp? The one the Ogle raiders destroyed?" Shawcroft shot him a dark look. Nail knew nothing of his mother, aside from the fact that she died in a place called Arco, a long-deserted mining camp high in the Sky Lochs, a humble community destroyed by Ogles, or so his master said. In fact, that was the sum total of the information the man had ever offered on the subject. "I only want to know my heritage," Nail said. "What of my father? Was he—" "I know nothing of your father to answer with any certainty what he was like." "What of my sister?" Shawcroft had answered these questions the same many a time, with silence. Still, Nail charged ahead. "Where is she? We were twins, right?" "We've gone over this before." Shawcroft's voice was strained with impatience. "I know not if your sister even lives. I rue the day I ever mentioned her to you. There seems to be much you won't tell me. About a great many things." Shawcroft planted his shovel in the dirt and leaned into it, and for once looked thoughtful. "I dare say we're the same, then. There are secrets you hold from me." Nail's heart hammered. So he does know I went Graken hunting with Baron Brooke. "Back to work." The heavy tone of Shawcroft's voice brooked no argument. "I've had enough questions for one day." He took his shovel and hiked up the stream bed. Nail wouldn't let it be over so easily. "Like what secrets do I keep?" Shawcroft turned. "There's been talk in town of how you saved Zane on that Graken hunt." A hint of pride seeped into the man's voice as he spoke, but that only confused Nail. He didn't understand how the man could be so inconsistent with his emotions. Shawcroft continued. "They claim he would have drowned had you not been on that ship." His face turned dark. "The problem is, you should not have been on that ship. You were supposed to stay at the Waylands after your arms training. It's my right to work for Jubalbrook. He'll make an offer soon, freeing me from you. He's a baron. I'll refuse the offer. I will inform Jubalbrook that you will not be allowed back aboard the Lady Kindly again." The man turned and walked away. "You're wrong! I will join the Graken hunting crew. I will go to sea when they next launch." Shawcroft whirled, fists clenched. "In all these years I've never whipped you, boy, but I just might. Just you try!" Furious, Nail snatched up the pickaxe, wielding it like a club. Shawcroft was a stout, hardy man, but Nail knew he was big enough to take his master down. After all, he'd had training with swords, while his master had none. Shawcroft was naught but a dirty gold digger, a stout, dirty gold digger, but a gold digger all the same. "Lest you forget, I am charged with your safekeeping till the day you die." Shawcroft's face was harsh, scowling. "Now drop that axe before I snatch it from you and whip you with it good. A ward can be legally put to death for threatening his master." Nail simmered. The man was right. He dropped the axe. Shawcroft walked up forcefully. Nail backed away, but his master grabbed the leather thong around his neck and pulled Ava's wood carving out of his shirt. "What's this?" "A gift," Nail said with as much defiance as he could muster. "It's mine." "From a girl." Nail said nothing. "Don't grow too attached to any one person." Shawcroft yanked up the sleeves of Nail's shirt to his elbows. "Bruises." The man's gaze travelled the length of Nail's black and blue forearms, eyes lingering on the thin, cross-like burn on the back of his right hand. "I sparred with Jenko Brook." Nail brushed the man's hand away. The cross-shaped burn on his hand was still as red as the day Doki had been struck by lightning. "Looks like Jenko thrashed you good then," was all Shawcroft said. Nail felt his face flush. He certainly wasn't going to show the man his tattoo or the scars on his bicep from the mermaid. He pulled his shirt sleeves over his bruises and stuffed Ava's carving down the neckline of his shirt. "Jubalbrook never was much of a swordsman," Shawcroft said. "You will need proper training. I should have taken it upon myself to teach you more about swordsmanship long ago." "More about swordsmanship?" Nail laughed hollowly. "You've never taught me anything about sword fighting. What do you know of it?" Shawcroft motioned for Nail to get back to work. "We're done talking." "All the chatter about Tannis of how you saved Zane," Ava Shea said. "Zane especially mentions it often." Nail felt pride well up. After his earlier conversation with Shawcroft, it was good to hear anything positive. Far below, the waves in Gallows Bay rolled in from the west. It was near dusk, and Nail and Ava sat next to each other on a flat boulder near the edge of a sloping cliff high up the autumn range. She carved a small wooden duck, whilst Nail drew the scene below with sharpened charcoal. Stephen Wayland was shooting yellow-fletched arrows into a makeshift target he'd set up along the Rome mine trail, which wound up the mountainside behind them. Nail had met Stephen on the trail, as they oft-times did in the evenings with Doki Liddle. Stephen had brought Ava with him instead. Doki's recovery from the lightning strike was going well. He was up and walking some, but not up to hiking steep trails. Nail, Stephen, and Doki would usually study their ember-lighting prayers up here after Nail's work with Shawcroft was done, or practice with swords or bows. Their solitary perch was so high that seagulls circled beneath them. Far under the gulls, the distant green-tinged shoreline was thick with the first growth of spring. Patches of lush meadows, fields, woodlands, and rock fence-lined properties randomly dotted the landscape north and south of Gallows Haven. From so high up, the chapel and abandoned keep north of town looked like children's playthings. An armed silhouette paced atop the keep's western wall. Some poor sod Baron Jubal Brooke had put to the watch. The courtyard of the keep was a clear swath of grass, soon to be packed with morning moon feast-goers. There were a handful of carts moving along the pathways. In the centre of town, near the docks, someone was sweeping the front porch of the Graken Spear Inn. On the beach just north of town, streams of black smoke rose into the sky, billowing from hundreds of black cauldrons filled with Graken blubber. Wood fires under the pots were melting down the leathery blubber. Baron Brooke would sell the oil to traders. Fishing boats bobbed in the waters beyond the pots, the tiny forms of men casting nets into the ocean. Nail pulled up the sleeve of his shirt to his bicep, showing Ava the tattoo Stefan had given him just above the claw marks of the mermaid. 3 shark's teeth. Most Graken hunters get a mermaid or a sea serpent tattoo. Some get an anchor. A lot get crossed harpoons. It's wonderful. Ava ran her fingers gently over the tattoo. What's this? She asked, touching the still visible scars from the mermaid's claws. One of the merfolk tried to drown me while I was in the water. How ghastly! She immediately withdrew her hand, revulsion on her face. Nail sat up straighter. I fought my way free. Saved Zane. Baron Brooke said it was the bravest thing he'd ever seen. His eyes darted to Stefan on the trail behind them. His friend was fussing with his quiver of yellow-fletched arrows, oblivious to their conversation. Nail had never mentioned his encounter with the mermaid to anyone. He told Bishop Tolbred, who had wrapped the wound with bandages, that it was just the ratlines that had slashed his arm. The lingering image of the mermaid's pale face in the bloody water, and the feel of her scaly tail wrapping around his legs had become a nightmare fixed in his mind that he would not soon forget. It's why Baron Brooke offered me a place on his ship, for saving Zane, he finished. Graken hunting ships are magnificent indeed. She ran her fingers over his bicep again, tracing the lines of the tattoo over his muscles. The town is a talk of how you snuck aboard the Lady Kindly, but they also say Shawcroft most likely won't let you sail with Baron Brooke again. It must be sad, always belonging to people. Her words hurt, but the pain was brief as she leaned into him and rested her head on his shoulder. Even in her drab hiking clothes, brown jerkin over tan shirt and plain rough-spun pants, her beauty kindled a flame that flared in his heart. He felt the turtle carving she had given him resting against his chest under his shirt. It must be sad, always belonging to people. Nail's world was a small one, and he knew his place within it. Along the coastline, as far as he could see, between mountain range and ocean, his entire world was spread out below. The social order of Gulkana and its peoples was broadly similar to that of Windare. The king in Amadon ruled alongside the holy vicar of the church of Lejeune. The land was divided into shires. A local bishop, along with a sheriff or baron, ruled the largest town within the shire. Together they collected the king's taxes and the church's tithes, and oversaw justice. It was these 2 leaders, under the direction of Amadon, who made sure every Gulkana male, be they peasant, freeman, or baron's son, served church and crown as a conscripted soldier in training for 2 years, starting at 17. The rulers of the larger cities like Avlonia, Rivermead, Eskander, Lord's Point and the like were titled lords. Large estate owners near the smaller towns were titled barons. Peasants and freemen were tied to business owners or large estates and were subject to the barons. One station, high or low, Fortunes, good or bad, was established by one's parentage. Whatever your lineage, you had security in your station. As a bastard, Nail was free only to follow his master's bidding unless a formal offer of legitimate employment was made by another of higher station, just as Jubal Brooke had offered Nail a place aboard the Lady Kindly. Nail knew he relied entirely on the goodwill of others. Still, he had always known he was different, creative and strong, better than others of no birthright. If a girl as enchanting as Ava Shea could see something in him, then anything was possible. Gazing down the mountain, he found the familiar shape of her home near the centre of town. It was half hidden under a large oak, a small two-room affair she shared with her 5 younger siblings, its thatched roof no more than a brown dot below, a curl of wood smoke twirling up from the chimney. Ava lived with her brothers and sisters in a house near the Graconspear Inn that old man Leddingham had set them up in. She'd helped raise them since her parents had died. A sickness had taken her mother. Shortly after that, her father had been killed in a logging accident above Tompkins Sty. Nail admired Ava's hard work and resolve in dealing with life's challenges. "Your house looks so small from up here," he said. A dog ran past Ava's home, a pinprick on the landscape as it sped through town, Zane Neville chasing it. Even from so far up, Nail recognized Zane's awkward gait. The 2 specks ran past the harbour where Baron Brooke's Graken hunting ship was nestled. Nail could see people scurrying about on her riggings like spiders on a web. Beermug kept going, shooting past the harbour up the road, followed by Zane, chugging along behind. They both charged into a small field north of the chapel and ran in circles, Zane chasing, Beermug leading. Nail could imagine Zane's laughter and the dog's barks of joy. "Who are you?" Stefan's shaky voice said from behind. Both Nail and Ava turned to find Stefan Wayland with his bow taut, yellow-fletched arrow pointing up at a dark-cloaked horseman on the road behind them. Ava squealed. Nail lurched to his feet. The horse on the trail was straight out of his childhood nightmares. A mare, sleek, black, and powerfully built, with feverish eyes like red glowing holes in its wedge-shaped head. Arteries and corded muscle pulsed beneath its glistening black hide. The rider was darker still, bathed in midnight against the greenery of the mountainside, a hint of black-boiled leather armour under the cloak, pale face mostly obscured beneath a hood. But when the rider pulled back the hood, Nail was startled even further, for it was not the face of a man hidden underneath, but that of a young woman, and she was not just pretty, but beautiful, arresting even. Hair of exquisite silvery white waves framed her face. She had slanting eyebrows above striking green eyes, high-boned cheeks, and full lips. Some pale light glowed just beneath her skin, as though through a thin veil. And there was something achingly familiar about the way she spoke, her voice dark, musical. "My blade thirsts," she said, eyes on Nail. Then she produced a black dagger from the folds of her cloak. A smile played at the corners of her mouth. Not quite a smile, but something fierce. In fact, there were things not at all human about the way this thin-faced woman moved. It was something ethereal, almost akin to the mermaid who'd nearly drowned him. And there were her perfect, narrow ears, pointed, just visible through the strands of lustrous blonde hair. She was no human, but a creature, a fae, a Varley. Nail had never seen one of the Varley up close, only from ashore when the occasional Varley trading ship docked in Gallows Bay. 2 things were certain, though. Her bearing was commanding, and the dagger in her hand seemed to swallow all light. Her eyes were locked on his, large, almond-shaped pupils more brilliantly green than anything he'd ever seen. They tugged at him, drew him in, as if she were searching, pulling something, his thoughts, from his mind, as if she wanted to devour his very soul. "You are not of my blood." Her smile disappeared as she slipped the knife back into the folds of her cloak. "Still, they will be coming for you." And with a rustle of leaves, the frightening black mare and ghostly valet woman vanished into the thick green bracken above the trail. Stefan set down his bow. "She had an ill-favoured look," he said, pale-faced. "Let's go before she comes back," Nail said, heart pounding. He gathered his drawing supplies and satchel. "She seemed to know you." Avishai was looking at him. "Who was she?" "A sore severe spy," Stefan offered. "An emissary of the White Prince, scouting our lands, I wager." Nail was too haunted by long-forgotten dreams to say any different. From the Chivalric Illuminations of Rael. In life, as in war, more is lost when hope dies than by a cold steel and slaughter. Chapter 4. Galt Albrecht. 15th day of the shrouded moon, 999th year of Lejean. Aletheia Plains, Windare. Galt Albrecht had walked among the dead for so many years he had grown hardened to the horror. The enemy blood that coated his chainmail had also splattered his face. He could feel it stiffening on his bald head in the frigid air. As his gaze ranged over the landscape, dusk leached daylight from the foggy air, adding a measure of unwanted difficulty to his search for the body of the rival Windare king. Galt led his white destrier, Spirit, by the reins, the stallion's dark eyes wide and aflame. In the sullen mist that hung over the battle, the ground was boggy with horse entrails, vomit, and blood, and the stench was gathering strength. No Windare fighter had escaped the massacre this time. Even those who attempted surrender had been slaughtered without mercy. Over 5,000 Windare knights and half as many war horses were strewn across the Aletheia plains. What few still moaned, Galt silenced with his sword. He considered himself a man born of a harsh and lonely land. Still, his body begged for respite. How long ago was it he could run like a silver wolf and scarcely feel his heart race? Perhaps not since before he last saw his stepdaughter, Krista. Maybe not even since before her mother, Avril, had died. Where is that hard-earned stamina I once possessed? Gone with his youth, he reckoned. After years of endless soldiering, it was a wonder he could walk at all. And I dare say I've done more killing than most. But to be so bone-weary and tired now, after his lord's greatest triumph, was a disgrace. Galt was one of the 5 Knights Archaic of Sor Severe, a vaulted member of the Angel Prince's personal guard. Weakness was not an option. As he and Spirit picked their way through the corpse-strewn gauntlet of blood-splashed boulders, through the leaning thickets of shattered spear and halberd shafts, Galt focused on the faces of the dead. A stick-thin boy, scarcely old enough to wield a weapon, lay legless in the mud. A grizzled Windare veteran listed awkward and broken against the split belly of his roan destrier, beard befouled with grime, helm cocked sideways over bulging dead eyes, rusted links of a chain still wrapped around his neck. evidence of one of the many lonely struggles that had played out in this swarming morass of screaming humanity, this crazed havoc of slash and parry. The ground was littered with the drift and crimson carnage of a human storm. Amongst this stillness and destruction, Galt and Spirit searched for the enemy king. They made their way up a grassy slope toward a patch of yellow atop a standing stone, both man and horse wary of the treacherous footing. The blood-soaked ground was slicker even than wet clay. The standing stone, its lichen-covered carvings weathered and crumbling, was shoulder-high. A yellow Windare banner with a black serpent crest was draped over it, damp to the touch. When Galt stepped around the stone, he let go Spirit's reins. He had found the adversary the Angel Prince had tracked these last 5 years. Torrance Rayborn, king of Windare, lay on his back, legs crushed beneath the bulk of his dead warhorse. One arm twisted awkwardly. The splintered bone showing through a joint in his armor was shockingly white against the stain of war. Clutched in Torrance's gauntleted fist was the hilt of a broken sword. His other hand, smeared with blood, gripped the tattered corner of the yellow banner. An ox-horned helm, burnished bronze with intricate gold and silver inlays, rested in the grass near his head. It sparkled despite the surrounding fog. Something about the helm struck Galt as odd. It was the 2 horns sprouting from it. Not oxen at all, but something else entirely. Something unrecognizable. The king's eyes were closed, face blackened with blood. Many sore-severe barb-tipped arrows and crossbow bolts lay scattered around his body. 2 thick quarrels jutted from the ridged steel cuirass over his sternum. 2 more pierced the ringmail covering his stomach. Galt turned and yelled for his prince. Eros Rael, scarcely visible in the fog and searching the battlefield not more than 100 paces away, came running. His white cloak billowed behind, revealing a sheathed longsword at his belt, holding the blue shimmering blade of Rael lineage named Sky Reaver. So fine was the pearl-coloured chainmail of the Angel Prince that it rippled like water as he ran. There was not a spot of blood upon him. As his prince approached, apprehension gnawed at Galt. The vague, unsettling feeling struck him more frequently now than it used to, and only around Eros. In Windare and Gulkana they called Eros the White Prince. It was meant as an insult, but in Sor-Severe he was the Angel Prince, for he was King Averett's son, the heir of Rael. Upon Eros's arrival, Galt sheathed his sword, bent his knee, and bowed to his lord. The Angel Prince was only 28, 10 years younger than Galt. He always appeared ghost-like, with bright blonde locks of shoulder-length hair, skin as pale as a walrus tusk, and bloodshot eyes with irises and pupils as black as obsidian. "You've a knack for sniffing out fallen kings," the Angel Prince said, motioning for him to stand. Indeed, Galt had also found King Borden Bronachel of Gulkana, buried amid the carnage after the Battle of Oksana. Eros bent down and snapped the yellow banner from King Torrance's clenched fist. "He must have it with him," he said, pulling at Torrance's ribbed steel cuirass and the boiled leather vestments and ringmail underneath. But the armour was battened down, effectively nailed to the king's body by stout quarrels. "Help me pull him from under his horse." Before Galt could move to help, the king of Windare sucked in a deep gasp of air. Frothy blood welled from his mouth. The Angel Prince grabbed the king by the shoulders. "Where is it?" Eros shook him. Torrance stared blankly up into the fog. "Where is it, you goddess-worshipping fool?" Eros latched onto one of the quarrels lodged in the king's sternum. "Speak, damn you!" Torrance reached out with his uninjured arm and grabbed Eros's wrist with a strength seeming impossible for one so near death. "You killed them. My wife. The daughter I'd—" Blood bubbled between his lips. "Promised to King Jovan. Carowin was as ugly as you." Eros jerked away from the man's grip. "I did Jovan a favor ending her life. Now where is it?" "It will do you no good," Torrance choked. "A useless trinket. Nothing more." "Then where is he?" Eros demanded. "The boy your brother stole from us." "A ghost you chased, that one. You don't even know what you've brought upon yourself." Torrance's voice trailed off. "You will never destroy the brethren of Mia." A bloody, wet hiss escaped the king's throat, and his eyes rolled up. "He may not know where the boy is," Eros stood, "but he has it with him." The Angel Prince bent over the dead king's warhorse, rummaging through the leather saddlebag, throwing the king's possessions to the ground with a barely suppressed hunger. Finally, Eros pulled forth his prize, a smallish object wrapped in black silk. "A distrustful lot, the brethren of Mia," Eros said to Galt. "Torrance didn't even trust it with his own Windare countrymen, who fought and died at his side. He'd sooner place his faith in goddess-worshipping traitors and demented dwarves." Eros slowly unfolded the cloth. Buried within was a green stone of curious make. It was somewhat flat and oval, with polished round edges. It rested graceful and perfect in his hand. By some trick of light, smoky waves of changing green colour passed over the stone's smooth surface, and its translucent innards appeared to dance and glow. "Tell no one of this, Galt." With that, Eros Rael covered the stone with the black silk and slipped it into the folds of his cloak. He picked up Torrance's horned helm, cradled it in the crook of his right arm, and walked past Galt's stallion and into the fog. Galt was left alone among the dead. He stared into the swirl of vapour beyond his stallion where the prince had disappeared, and tried to catch his breath, not even aware he had been holding it in. The stone's brilliant radiance. That was no trick of light. After all, the world around him was shrouded in an ever-darkening mist. But the stone had glowed. The chivalric illuminations spoke sparingly of the stones, vague hints that they were cursed, but that they, along with the weapons of the 5 warrior angels, would find their way into the hands of the last heir of Rael before fiery absolution. And the helm, could it be Lonesome Crown? Galt hearkened back to his youth. Born into royalty, he'd had a blessed childhood for a time. As a youngster, he had imagined myth and legend were part of his destiny. Whereas most in the 5 Isles believed the angel stones had been translated into heaven at the time of Lejean's death, Galt's mother, Princess Eveline van Hester of St. Only, had taught him different. Before her marriage to August Albrecht, lord of the sore-severe Nordland Highlands, Galt's mother had lived on the Isle of Aden White among the worshippers of Mother Mia, a religious faction who believed the 5 angel stones still existed. Before her death, Galt's mother had told him stories of the angel stones and their powers. Daydreams of quests to find lost stones had filled Galt's head as a boy. He was born in Stone Loring of the Sorcevier Nordland Highlands in 961. 10 years after his birth, after a series of savage winters, the great spike famine struck, and the landscape of his childhood soon became a hollow and haunted place. The countryside was so crushed with cold and starvation, it was said that in places such as Rin and Tumult, once the sheep, cattle, and horses were gone, some women cooked their own babies, scooped the steaming vitals from their bellies, and ate. After that, Aden White raiders continually attacked and pillaged the northeastern shores of Sorcevier. Most claimed it was the unholy union of Galt's parents, Argus, a believer in Rael, and Evelyn, a worshipper of Mir, that had brought on the famine and merciless Aden White attacks. During that time, myth and legend seemed to wither away for Galt. Within the span of 3 short years, his entire family was dead. Hunger took his 3 younger sisters. Assassins claimed his parents. At the tender age of 14, he was left completely alone. But over the years, Galt had rid himself of what youthful tenderness assailed him. Now, here he was, standing triumphant on the Aletheia plains, a mere few miles from the 5 famed Legion towers, on this, the last battlefield for Windare. His homeland, Sorcevier, had finally retaken another one of the lands stolen from her so long ago, conquered another one of the kingdoms that had plagued the northeastern shores of Sorcevier with continuous vicious raids for ages. And what was that all about? In one fluid motion, Galt pulled his sword, whirled, ready. It was Enna Spades. She sat high and regal astride her own white stallion, Slaughter. Cursing himself for wool-gathering, Galt sheathed his blade and looked down at King Torrens and the crossbow bolts bristling from his body. "Well, Galt, have you no tongue?" Spades wore a silver cuirass over a long tunic of sparkling chainmail, and leather greaves also studded with silver. The dark blue cloak and pure white stallion she rode marked her, like Galt, as one of Eros's 5 knights archaic. A wooden crossbow and a quiver of quarrels were strapped to her back. Her battle helm dangled from her left hand, and she gripped a bloodied longsword in her right. Spades was a tall, thin woman, whose flowing hair hung in damp red curls around her face and shoulders. Her ivory skin bore a dusting of freckles about her straight nose and high cheekbones. Though she had fooled many a foe with her innocent looks, Spades was a deadly warrior. She now held her head high and proud, as if she were looking down her nose at Galt. "Are you like the Bloodwood?" she asked, her voice filled with contempt. "Has our angel prince taken you into his secret councils?" Galt felt himself grow rigid. He didn't want to be goaded by her now, or reminded of the Bloodwood. He remained silent under her withering stare. Spades looked past him to Torrens. "Or perhaps the dying Windare king keeps counsel with our blessed Lord Eros." She planted her helm on the pommel of Slaughter's saddle and dismounted, sheathing her sword. She drifted toward the king's dead warhorse and, finding the saddlebag, discovered its emptiness and the scattered contents strewn about. "Someone's already been at this." She tossed the bag casually aside, eyeing Galt as she reached down and pulled one of the quarrels from the belly of the king. "This could very well be mine," she said, flipping chunks of flesh from the bolt's barbed tip. "Bears a certain familiarity. Their fickle flight in battle." Could strike anyone. She yanked all the quarrels from the king's midsection, save one lodged in his sternum, which broke off in her hand. A shame. Her gaze slid from the king to Galt. I believe Lady Death has finally taken another of her followers. She swiped the ropey red flesh from the quarrels, keeping her eyes fixed on Galt. She tucked the bolts into her own saddlebag and remounted Slaughter. Shall we make a deal, Galt? He remained quiet, stoic as she took up the reins of her charger. I'll let you into my tent again, she said, if you tell me what Eros found in that saddlebag. Continuing his blank stare, Galt refused to show any trace of emotion. I care little for your deals, your games. They always end poorly. Spades glowered down at him a moment, then whirled her mount. Galt wasn't cold, but he shivered as he watched her ride away. Sometimes the flinty look in her eyes could freeze his blood. He watched as Spades pulled a copper coin, a trinket she kept with her always, from her leather greaves. She flipped the coin up, caught it, then made it dance lithely between her gloved fingers. Before she disappeared into the gloomy mist, Galt saw her turn in her saddle and throw him a coy, curling little smile. Somewhere in the distance came the lone shriek of a crow. Galt's gaze followed a few lazy flakes of snow as they floated to the ground, melting as they landed gently on the dead king at his feet. Galt dipped his head to the rising wind. He blinked against snow that now blew into his eyes, took Spirit by the reins, and followed Spades. His mind was consumed by thoughts of a small green stone. From the Way and Truth of Lejeune. Soon men found that others dwelt upon the 5 Isles, half men, stout and hardy, fey creatures, cunning and cruel, Ogul and merfolk, monsters of both land and sea, ferocious and bloodthirsty. But 'twas the tremor of the winged demon's fiery cry that rang like a hammered anvil upon the 5 Isles. Primeval they ruled the skies, flame and power wreathed in iniquity. Man could naught but flounder before them. Chapter 5. Tala Bronachel. 15th day of the shrouded moon, 999th year of Lejeune. Amadon, Gulkana. Tala Bronachel and Laurie Legraven stole through the silence that shrouded the forgotten corridor of Amadon Castle. The passage was hung with tapestries, decorative shields, and crossed swords. Empty sconces hung high on the walls. Glowing light warped through a stained-glass window far above, and from it a web of colour danced on the floor. Swathed in soft leather boots, their feet made scarcely a sound as they ran, hair rippling behind. Tala, 16, had long straight locks of midnight. Laurie, 17, was tawny-haired, with sharp bangs that grazed her brows. Both wore tunics over black silken shirts and brown woolen leggings. They slid to a stop at the end of the hall, under the last velvet tapestry. Tala brushed strands of hair from her face and pulled a small dagger from her leather belt. Its jewelled hilt was bone-thin and fit snug in her fingers. "No danger here. I've this to keep me safe." She flipped the dagger up. It spun. She snatched it out of the air by the hilt and slipped it smoothly back into her belt, a trick the dwarf, Roguemore, had taught her. "You'll cut your fingers with that," Laurie said. When she and her cousin were little girls, Laurie had always been overly protective. But now that they were older, Tala was taking more of a leadership role in the friendship. She wondered if it was because she was sister to the king that Laurie allowed it. Growing up, Laurie had organized their childish games and wanderings into the castle's secret ways. Now it was Tala's turn, and she had a mind to turn their wanderings into actual adventures, like her older sister Jondralyn might do. Many hallways now separated them from Dame Mairgrid and the King's Chamberlain, Sir Landon Galloway. Tala had dismissed her tutor, Mairgrid, then merely walked out her chamber door, informing Galloway and the 2 silver guards that she and Laurie were off to visit her older sister, Jondralyn, whose chamber was just down the hall. But instead of entering Jondralyn's room, the 2 girls had continued on down the corridor, and the sleepy guards, ever apathetic at their stations, hadn't noticed a thing. Tala felt a pang of guilt knowing that Galloway and the guards would come under harsh discipline when the captain of the Silver Guard, Sir Lars Castlegrail, discovered they had lost sight of both the princess and her royal cousin. Tala drew aside the corner of the heavy gilt-worked tapestry that stretched from ceiling to floor. "A new passage Lindolf told me about." Behind the tapestry was solid block and mortar, but for one missing stone, roughly 1.5 feet high and 2 wide. A floor-level opening just big enough for a person to crawl into. Tala lay on her stomach and wiggled her head and shoulders into the hole until her upper body was beyond the wall, then pulled her way through. Laurie squirmed into the hole too, and the corner of the tapestry fell back into place behind her, hiding all trace of their passage. The small chamber they'd entered was scarcely big enough for 2. "A dead end," Laurie said. "An empty room leading no place." Laurie had dark eyes that held an innocence Tala found charming. Her cousin was stunningly beautiful, with straw-coloured hair that almost appeared to glow in the narrow beam of sunlight raining down from a crack up high. Dust sparkled in that tiny ray. There were many cracks in the stone walls around them, cracks where ivy crept in. Tala imagined the vines coming alive to strangle her and burrow into her skin. She shuddered, then grinned. "The thoughts that sometimes come a-creeping into my head." "Lindolf told me of a secret latch he and Glade found last year." Tala felt along the stone wall until she located the outline of a wooden door just above her own head. She found the bottom corner of the door, pulled forth her dagger, and slipped the blade into the crack. Fishing around with the blade, she heard a click and then the rasp of a hinge, and the door pushed inward. She pulled herself up and into the opening. A short, narrow corridor appeared before her, with a ladder at its far end. "There's better light up here," she called back to Laurie. Soon her cousin was up and into the new passage too, a worried grin on her face. "Aren't we getting a little old for this?" Laurie asked. "Sneaking about the castle with Lindolf and Glade was fun when we were children. It seems silly now." "It's never silly," Tala said, bothered by her cousin's attitude. After all, there were many secret things to be discovered whilst sneaking about. Like when she'd spied on her sister one recent evening as Jondralyn had squirreled away a folded parchment within which was a hidden sapphire necklace behind a removable panel built into the wall behind her bookshelf. "Third book to the left, on the top shelf, to be exact." Later, Tala had snuck into John's room, admired the glittering necklace, and read the scroll. Nonsense their late father had written about something called the Brethren. Exploring the hidden passages of Amadon Castle kept Tala from growing bored with life as the pampered youngest daughter of the late king, Borden Bronachel. After all, the drudgery of leisurely castle life under the cumbersome tutelage of Dame Mairgrid could grow unimaginably tiresome. Adventuring was the only time she could put aside the facade of the high-born princess everyone expected her to be. In fact, the only moments in life Tala felt normal were those precious few she'd spent with her older twin cousins, Laurie and Lindolf Legraven. But it seemed lately all Laurie was concerned with was what young noble had been given what lands and title, or what dashing young prince had been newly knighted. Her father was Lord Lot Legraven of Eskender. Her mother, Mona, was Tala's aunt, sister to Tala's late mother, Queen Alana Bronachel. The Legraven family and their lion court had journeyed from Eskender to enjoy the coming morning moon festivities and watch Lindolf perform his ember-lighting rites in the royal cathedral, an honour only bestowed upon the sons of royalty. Other young men performed their ember-lighting rites in their local chapels. Laurie and Lindolf weren't the only set of twins in the Legraven family. There were also 12-year-olds Lorhand and Lilith. "Let's go," Tala said, beckoning. The two of them crossed the length of the corridor. Pink light began to filter in at regular intervals. Wind whistled through the arrow slits in the walls. Tala paused at one of the slender openings and peered through. It took a moment for her eyes to adjust to the brightness of the outside light, but once she did, beyond the pigeons perched on the battlements below, she could see the panorama of the city. Amadon, the largest city in Gulkana, spread out before Tala as far as her eyes could see. The rotund royal cathedral, shaped like a crown, the sanctuary where the Blessed Mother Mia was buried, dominated the skyline. Next to the royal cathedral was the temple of the Lejeune statue, equally as tall. The cathedral and temple were the physical monuments of the great Lejeune and the Blessed Mother Mia. Pilgrims from the breadth of Gulkana flocked to worship at these two massive edifices. Beyond the crenellated bastions marking the inner wall of the old city lay the exquisite ethereal hall of the Danites and the circular columned gladiator arena. Even farther out, like a barely visible kiss of green, lay the hallowed grove, a patch of sacred forest on the outskirts of the city, where the 1,000-year-old atonement tree still stood. Beyond that was the marbled mound that was the slave quarry at Riven Rock. Amadon's population had swelled in recent days. Royalty from all corners of Gulkana had flocked to the city, along with freemen, peasants, and farmers. All had come to partake in the 3-week gladiator spectacle and annual morning moon celebrations. A myriad of tents had been pitched in the outskirts of the city to accommodate the eager throngs. Tala looked down upon the warren of crooked and cobbled buildings and streets, with their narrow winding pathways with 2 parts revulsion and 2 parts excitement. The river Vale wove a sluggish, pale path through the centre of Amadon. The distant barks of a dog echoed off stone walls, mixing with the sounds of vendors hawking their products. Tala could imagine the teeming masses filling the marketplaces. Sailors, dwarves, ogles, urchins, bloodletters, and thieves milled through it all. Tala both loved and hated her city, as she both loved and hated the massive castle she called home. Completely engulfing what were once the steep cliffs of Mount Albion, high above the mouth of the River Vale overlooking Memory Bay, was the grandest structure in all of Gulkana, Amadon Castle. It brooded over the city like an ominous storm cloud. Tala had lived her entire life within its walls. Skirted by a wind-tattered patchwork of outer buildings and hundreds of add-on structures, the castle boasted a daunting legion of crenellated battlements, spires, towers, baileys, courtyards, palisades, barbicans, and connecting causeways, all hewn of the greyish-black lava stone of Mount Albion and dotted with flags of silver and black. The sun was going down, and the castle's many spires stood rose-tinted against the cloudless sky. There was Blue Sword, Black Spear, and Confessor Tower, along with Martin Spire, Sansom Spire, and a dozen or so more named after dead Grand Vicars: Coy, Stein, Rion, Dareen, Swensong, Sember, and the like. A shaft of cool air brushed Tala's face, and she pulled away from the opening. They moved on, passing through another corridor, down twisting stairs, and into a red, high-ceilinged, spacious room lined with gritty wooden benches and a stone altar in the shape of a cross smack in the centre. The altar frightened Tala. High on the near wall was a large stained-glass window, each pane such a deep shade of red it cast a gloomy scarlet pall over everything. Along the far wall hung a tapestry graced with a beautifully stitched likeness of the Blessed Mother Mia. This ruby-hazed room looked big enough to hold near 20 people, yet none of the furniture appeared to have been used in years. Its white-plastered walls were so discoloured and streaked by smoke they were almost black. There were ashes and fragments of bone strewn around the base of the cross-shaped altar. Its surface was stained with a dark substance. Dried rivulets of blackness ran down the altar's sides, as if someone had poured tar over it. Or blood. Tala shuddered. "Let's go back," Laurie said. Tala's gaze roamed back to the tapestry of Mother Mia. She recalled her father saying the Rael worshippers of Sor Severe never referred to Mia by name, but called her Lady Death. Tala did not like to think too long on things her father had taught her. He'd hurt her deeply going off to win Dare to fight against Sor Severe, and never returning. She had loved him more than anything, and he had almost destroyed her in dying. She continued searching the room. Rags and furs were jammed into the many cracks lining the far wall to keep out the wind. 2 wood-plank doors were on the right. Neither was locked. Both doors yielded easily and, with a creak of rusty hinges, opened. Behind both doors were stairs, one set leading up, the other down. "Upward, I say." Tala climbed the stairs. Laurie followed. They soon found themselves in a long, peculiar corridor. The ceiling was lost in darkness. The floor was flat. To the right, a rough stone wall rose straight up into black nothingness, but to the left, the wall was smooth and arced outward away from them at an angle, also disappearing into darkness. Atop this curved wall was a system of counterforts and flying buttresses, like the roof of a grand cathedral. Row upon row of these buttresses receded away into the darkness. Blots of shadow dwelled in the angles and alcoves. There was a faint orange glow in the distance. Tala and Laurie proceeded. It was as if they walked along the edge of a cathedral roof now, only this cathedral was enclosed within the confines of the great Amadon castle. Ahead, cracks in the sloping wall shot spears of yellow light upward, as if lit with fire from underneath. Tala heard voices coming from below, and quickly realized where she was, above her father's study. She leaned over the curved wall until she lay flat against it, ear pressed to the cold stone. The voices were muffled. One was her older brother, the other her older sister. There was a stream of brighter light above, so she climbed. Once at eye level with the beam of light, Tala wedged her feet against the nearby buttress. Feeling safely perched on the curve of the wall, she peered through the crack. The study below was large, windowless, stone floor worn smooth. 4 pillars held up the arched roof, and each pillar carried a burning torch. Deep rugs lined the room's centre. Iron double doors at one end were emblazoned with the royal crest, a silver tree. There was a stone hearth fireplace at the other end, crackling with flame. Weapons and armour were piled in one corner. From their crude workmanship, Tala figured the weapons were ogle-made. The room's lofty, curved ceiling was adorned with intricate carvings above a maze of wooden rafters. Next time she was in the study, Tala would make it a point to look up and find the crack she peered through now. "What can you see?" Laurie asked. Tala turned, shushing her cousin with a wave, then planted her eyes to the crack, watched and listened. "You don't understand the costly undertaking of a war in a distant land, John," said Tala's oldest brother, King Jovan Bronachel. 28 years old, he was wrapped in a fur-rimmed cloak fastened with a brooch of valet-worked silver. He wore decorative ring-mail under the cloak, and his hair was thick waves of shoulder-length brown confined by a simple silver band about his head, the royal crown. Despite his relative youth, he was tall, imposing, and radiated power. When he spoke, the timbre of his voice was deep. "The time-consuming cares of palfrey and charger alike, the provisioning of an army of men and beast, the food, logistics. It's not the overnight picnic you imagine it." Tala's older sister, Jondrelin, shook a sheaf of papers before Jovan. "Gulkana should have stayed by Windare. Instead, you fled the battle 5 years ago after father was killed, leaving Windare to ruin and your betrothed to die at the hands of Eros Riel. Do not lay that cow's death at my feet, lest you forget your own betrothal. A gross blunder and misjudgment father ever matched you with that thief and killer. I will not have you bring Squirek into this." Jovan laughed hollowly. "If not for the White Prince's war, you'd be married to that thief for nearly 10 years now, his traitorous little babies bouncing on your lap. And you'd be married to Carowin Rayborn, eternal bliss for one like you, I'm sure." Jovan's sharp brows narrowed at his sister. At 25, Jondrelin Bronachel was nearly 10 years older than Tala. Most deemed her the most beautiful woman in all the 5 Isles. 4 years ago, the mint in Avlonia had changed the image on its copper coin from the fabled Val Vale princess Ariana to a likeness of Princess Jondrelin Bronachel of Amadon. Tala knew her older sister was a beauty. She was compared to John every day and in every way. Jondrelin, tall as any man, had long legs, a perfectly formed athletic body, full lips, and frosty blue eyes set beneath delicate brows. Her shoulder-length hair matched Tala's in colour, but seemed more alive and lustrous. Jondrelin was dressed in a flowing blue, richly brocaded gown tied at the waist with a silver belt, a casual forest green cape thrown over one shoulder. "I know you wish to act the crusader." Jovan made a crisp gesture at Jondrelin's outfit. "I know you wish to throw that gown aside and prance around the castle dressed like a man, Hawkwood teaching you sword-fighting. It flies in the face of your ember-gathering rights. You're no warrior. You're not even fit to be a squire. You need to act more like a lady. Mother would be mortified. I've seen battle. A lady does not belong there." "In Sorcevere, women fight alongside the men, doubling the size of their armies. Hawkwood has trained many women to fight." "Sorcevere is full of crudeness and idolatry." "Be that as it may, Sorcevere is at our doorstep. You placed too much faith in the advice of Grand Vicar Denarius and that valet you keep counsel with." "The Silver Throne keeps counsel with whom it chooses." Jovan's voice thundered through the room. "I don't need my sister telling me how to govern my own kingdom." Jondrelin threw the sheaf of papers at his feet. "There is growing unrest throughout your kingdom." In that one act, Tala saw the fire of their late mother, Alana Bronachel, in her sister. Queen Alana had died whilst birthing Ansel 5 years ago, Alanna would argue politics with her father with the same fervour as Jondrelin argued with Jovan. These are the letters from starving, war-ravaged, plague-ravaged villagers of Windare. Hundreds more letters arrive on Roguemoor's doorstep every day. Letters from Arganmore, Aldrisek, Morgandy. Everywhere Windare people suffer, as Aidan White did before them. And now that the Lejeune Towers are under final threat, our own country fears invasion. We've even reports of Ogles trying to hasten their own Hagrin-Ar prophecy by raiding Northland Towers here in Gulkana. Ragnar-Ar. And you do nothing. We've naught but ill-trained landowners and barons out giving farm boys 2 years' training in naught but how to fight with rakes and shovels. The White Prince from the west, Ragnar-Ar Ogles from the north. The Ogles live for their Ragnar-Ar prophecies. The Ogle raids are hearsay. We need to bolster our armies. We need real warriors. We need to forge weapons and armour. Lord's Point Abbeys are overflowing with Windare refugees. We are in the last minutes of the 11th hour before absolution. Jovan cut her off. The great and last battle will be fought in Gulkana, as was prophesied in the Way and Truth of Lejeune. Neither you nor Roguemoor can change the will of Lejeune. There was nothing to be done in Aidan White, and there is nothing to be done in Windare. Nothing, Jondrelin snapped. Fiery absolution need not happen. The prophecies in the Way and Truth of Lejeune are false. The dwarf brainwashes you with that kind of talk, as he did Squirek. You could have fought off the White Prince on Windare soil, as father willed. He gave aid to Aidan White and Windare against those earliest Sorcerer raids. You yourself fought alongside father to defend Windare's western shores against the initial Sorcerer attack. Do you not remember your own 2-year conscription to church and crown? Or have you now grown so complacent, so far removed from threat that you do not care? You could have beaten back Sorcerer before they ever threatened our shores. We are sufficiently garrisoned, Jovan answered. There are many who believe Windare and Aidan White now pay the butcher's bill for the centuries of turmoil and death their pirates and raiders caused Sorcerer. There are many who say Sorcerer is merely taking back what is owed. The wars and battles and back and forth between those 3 kingdoms have gone on for 1,000 years. Gulkana will endure until the time of fiery absolution. Once father died, I was right not to further waste our armies in Aidan White or Windare. Father once told me he wished all leaders of men could walk a battlefield and witness the horror of mutilated bodies and cries of the dying. Leaf Chaparral and I did fight in Windare. You retreated from Windare after father's death. We should be rejoicing that Lejeune's return is nigh. Aidan White and Windare's ruin was foretold in the Way and Truth of Lejeune. We could have staved off that ruin. Absolution need not happen. Do not speak against Holy Scripture. When absolution comes, the Silver Throne will fight, and not a moment sooner. We will defend our own shores. Keep your swords honed, wrote the 4th warrior angel. Battle readiness has been built into the very fabric and culture of this land. Every village in Gulkana is filled with men who have spent 2 years in training, preparing for the great and glorious day of absolution. Tradition has sustained Gulkana thus far. Those are the words of Grand Vicar Denarius, Jondrelin snarled. He wishes for fiery absolution. We all seek the return of Lejeune. The king spun away from Jondrelin, drawing his sword. He moved to the hearth and poked at the fire with it. Tala knew her brother would brook only so much from his siblings. He could be a miserable, pious, rigid king who distrusted everyone one minute, and affable, congenial, and taking advice from all the next. He was loath to discuss Eros Rael's war in Windare, the death of their father, or absolution. The Way and Truth of Lejeune spoke of the war before the return of Lejeune. It was prophesied that all armies of the 5 Isles would gather in Amadon and engage in battle. The streets would run with blood and fire. Jovan turned, glaring at Jondrelin. "Roguemore has set you against me." "He is my dearest friend, and one of your own high councillors." "He is not your friend. You think he will make you part of his secret brethren? He keeps you in the dark on a great many things, John. He would have you believe the Brethren of Mere are all about defending Gulkana. But there is more of the sinister to them than you know. He's already turned Squirek Van Hester against me. Because of that dwarf, I know not who to trust in my own court. In due course, I'll have the Danites root every last one of the Brethren from their hidey holes. I've heard Denarius say much the same. Does he now speak for you?" "We all swear fealty to Denarius. Even I, the king who sits the silver throne, am to heed his counsel above all others. Or did you forget your studies? Do you not attend worship service every 8th day? Or are you now buried too deep in the clutches of that dwarf and his goddess-worshipping cult?" The Grand Vicar just regurgitates the same worn-out platitudes of the vicars before him. Jondrelin sounded exasperated. "Denarius believed Sorcevier played a part in Mother's death when Ansel was born. Father believed it too. And now this foolish Brethren of Mere business lands your once-betrothed in prison. Squirek murdered one of the quorum of 5 archbishops of Amadon because of Roguemore's lies. The dwarf and his wretched moon scrolls have turned you against me. The Church of Lejeune has clearly deemed the moon scrolls of Mere unholy and had them hidden in the vaults. Squirek stole them for Roguemore and then murdered Archbishop Lucas. As if his father hasn't been humiliated enough, having already been conquered by the White Prince. Squirek's crimes have plunged the entire kingdom of Aidenwhite into further shame. Or have you forgotten his sins? Have the dwarf and that Sorcevier traitor, Hawkwood, clouded your mind so? Squirek did not slay Archbishop Lucas as Denarius and the Quorum of 5 would have you believe. He is a peaceful, innocent man, wrongly imprisoned. I'm sure your heart just bleeds for him, now that he has chosen death in the arena. The dignity of a quick death by the noose would be far more than he deserves. Tala's foot slipped, and she slid from her perch. She hit the floor hard, smacking the backside of her head against the opposite wall. "You okay?" Laurie whispered. Tala rubbed her head. Talk of fiery absolution scared her. But to hear that Squirek Van Hester, the Prince of St. Only, the fallen prince of a conquered country, the man once betrothed to Jondrelin when the two were but children, a man whom Tala adored like an older brother, had chosen the arena, put a lump in her throat. Of all things, Tala hated the arena most. Squirek, though decent with a blade, was not gladiator material. She remembered herself at 5 years old, sitting on Squirek's lap, him 18, tall and lanky, entertaining her and Jondrelin with stories of Manfred the dwarf jester. Such an innocent, simple, and happy young man Squirek had been, and that good-natured quality had followed him into adulthood. But that was before his kingdom had come under war. That was before he'd been convicted of murdering Archbishop Lucas. At the time, it had been the most infamous crime in all the 5 Isles. It was said that Squirek's father, King Edmund Guy Van Hester, conquered ruler of Aidenwhite, Lord of St. Only, was so overcome with grief over his son's crimes that he moped about the halls of St. Only in rags and a broken crown, his throne abandoned to ruin, his lancer guard destroyed or scattered to the winds by Eros Rael's armies. So deranged with grief that it cast his family and advisers aside, and now supped with curs and swine, lounging in his own filth at the foot of his empty throne. Rumour was he'd professed that he'd rather have died at the hands of the Sorcevier fighters than live under the shame of Squire X's murderous betrayal. Tala's heart sank with the weight of knowing her family was fractured. Her older siblings hated each other. Jondrelin, increasingly full of honour and chivalry, tried to bridge the gap between them when she could, but Jovan trusted the Grand Vicar and the Quorum of Five more than his own kin. Tala wished her parents were still alive for a few reasons. First, to bring their family back together, and second, to keep their country from crumbling under Jovan's rule. She knew Jovan's unshakable, rigid faith gave his character its hard, unforgiving side. He could be narrow-minded, stubborn, and uncompromising where religious principles were concerned. And because of it, he was losing control of his court to the Grand Vicar. "Let's go," Laurie urged. "It's getting dark. Our path will not be as well lit." Tala noticed her cousin's shoulders were covered in dust. "You're filthy." She brushed the back of Laurie's tunic, then brushed herself too, and quickly realized something was missing. "I dropped my dagger." It was not at her belt. "Leave it." Laurie turned, heading back the way they had come. "It's too dark." "It was a gift from Roguemore." Tala dropped to her hands and knees, crawling back to where she had slid from the sloping wall, carefully feeling along the floor. It was carpeted with dead bugs and who knew what else under her searching fingers, but she didn't want to leave the dagger behind. Finding it, she stood quickly, relieved. The dagger, with its thin, jewelled hilt, felt snug and proper in her hand. "Here it is," she announced. But Laurie did not answer. "Laurie!" She called out for her cousin. Laurie was gone. A chill wind blew across Tala's face, and she felt the hairs prickling at the nape of her neck. Either her mind was playing tricks on her, or the shadows a few paces beyond where she stood now moved. "Is that you, Laurie?" Something rustled softly, a movement in the dark. "Laurie?" Tala kept her eyes fixed on the place where the shadow hovered, a clot of blackness, like a hole had been punched into the dark. "Answer me, Laurie!" Tala felt the menacing glare of unseen eyes, as if the darkness were taking solid form. Then next to her was a shapeless, shadowy blur. Tala twisted her slender body to avoid the phantom's clutch. Then it had her. Trembling in every limb, Tala tried to squirm away, but the shadow held her fast by the wrist. "The secret ways of the castle are my lair." A voice of low and subtle tone issued forth, the sound neither male nor female, but soft and hissing. Tala thought about stabbing at the apparition with the dagger, yet fear gripped her. She could hear her own heavy breath as she struggled to free herself. "Laurie!" she cried out. "Be still," whispered the shade, its tightening grip now painful. "My blade thirsts." The shadow pulled her close, as if reading her thoughts. "Alas, killing you now would serve us not. So get from these passages, girl. Never venture here again." Tala couldn't breathe. She could barely make out the outlines of the one who held her. The dark figure wore all black and a black hood. A wan beam of light crossed over the hood and brushed the figure's eyes, which glittered faintly like water shimmering under the moonlight. It seemed those two sullen slivers of light glinted with malice. "Heed what I say." The voice was silky from under the hood. "A warning, this, and you won't feel it for some time, but I just stabbed you." Tala felt leather armor scrape against her arm, and the shadow was gone like the wind through the leaves. She whirled and fled. She reached the stairs and careened down them, nearly falling, leaping 2 at a time, until she stumbled out into the spacious red room with the blood-stained altar and benches. The faint pink light of dusk spilled through the windows above, illuminating her cousin's golden hair at the opposite end of the room. "What kept you?" Laurie asked as Tala drew near. "I thought you were behind me." Her cousin's face turned ashen. "Blessed Mother, Tala, you're bleeding." Tala looked. Her tunic and shirt were blood-soaked, and thick redness welled from a small hole in her chest just above her heart. From The Way and Truth of Lejeune. For the time of the fiery demons was a dark time, full of strife and much peril. It is thus commanded that from this moment henceforth their true name shall never be uttered by the mouth of man, nor shall any likeness of them be painted or carved. They are to be forever known as the nameless beasts of the underworld, and any who bear the mark of the beast upon their flesh are especially cursed. Chapter 6. Tala Bronachel, 15th day of the shrouded moon, 999th year of Lejeune, Amadon, Gulkana. The man dropped. The rope snapped. Squirek van Hester, the Prince of St. Only, executed. Tala jolted awake to a profound sensation of horror and dread. She jerked up in bed, heart thundering, dark memories returning in a mad rush. It seemed all hope and happiness were now staunched by the vivid recollection of a dark-cloaked figure and the all-too-real wound in her chest. Blood and death everywhere. A haunting panic had rendered her all but helpless since she was stabbed in the secret ways. She searched with trembling fingers for the small scab newly formed above her breast. Her heart quickened at the discomfort she felt of being watched, always watched. She searched the darkness of her chamber. A space between the heavy curtains let in a slice of moonlight. She could just make out the familiar shapes of the room and the vague contours of her dresser, chairs, and chest, along with the form of her cousin, Laurie, curled on the divan near the door. A giant stone hearth was built into the far wall. Double doors, barred and latched securely, were at the near wall. 2 silver guards were always posted beyond those thick wooden barriers, but they were of little comfort. She kicked the covers from her bed and padded barefoot across the cold stone. She felt naked in her sleeping garment, a light, loose-fitting pullover shift of dyed silk. But she feared changing clothes. She might wake Laurie in the process. Carefully opening the chest near her desk, she pulled out a length of twine along with the thin dagger Roguemore had given her. She tied the twine around her waist and fitted the dagger snugly into it. She closed the lid of the chest and snatched the wooden stool from her desk, crossed the room quietly, and placed it directly into the cold stone hearth. The floor of the hearth was swept clean of soot. A fire hadn't been lit in the fireplace in her memory. Her quarters, so near the centre of the castle, stayed warm, even in the harshest winters. She stood atop the stool and felt inside the chimney with her hands, searching for the bottom rung of the ladder hidden there. Once firmly grasping the iron rung, Tala quietly pulled herself up. Hanging, she felt around with her toes until she located the underside of the stool's round seat. Once she felt the tops of her feet were secure enough under the wooden seat, she lifted the stool, bent her legs at the knees, swung back, and flipped the stool onto her bed. The stool was not heavy, and landed softly on the thick quilts. Flinging the stool to the bed with her feet was a move Tala had performed 100 times. It was a risk leaving the stool so obviously placed within the hearth. Anybody, in particular Dame Mairgrid, who came calling, might find the stool, which would lead to the ladder, which would lead to the discovery of the passageway that joined with the many secret warrens crisscrossing Amadon Castle. And Tala didn't want that. This passage through the hearth was her only escape from her chamber. As she climbed, Tala passed several dark openings in the wall behind her, one a flue, the others tunnels leading to more hidden passages. As she ventured farther, the sounds of mice scurrying about the dark holes sent shivers racing up her spine. She imagined a shadowy figure, wicked blade ready to strike, lurking in every alcove. When Tala reached the 32nd rung, she felt with her hand along the wall to her left. There was a wooden door, closed and securely latched. With a flick of her fingers, it was easily unlocked. The small door swung inward, and she slithered through, letting it swing shut behind her. Blackness surrounded her on every side now. Still, she crawled forward, counting the rough stone tiles beneath her. When she reached the 20th tile, she dug her fingers into the cracks, lifted up the tile, and slid it aside. Underneath was another trapdoor. Tala lifted it up and over, its rusty hinges faintly squealing. The dagger was still pressed tightly against her hip, and at the moment it felt of little use against whatever dangers lurked in these dark warrens. Tala could see nothing down the new hole, yet she could feel its yawning presence. But she knew, from years of experience, that this ladder would eventually empty her into the stone hearth located in the bedchamber of her older cousin, Lindolf, used when the Legravens came visiting. Fishing with her toes, she felt for the comforting cold iron rung. Finding it, she descended. Once at the bottom, she wiggled free of the fireplace and stepped into her cousin's room, silken nightgown a complete dirty ruin. "That was the loudest clatter I've ever heard." Lindhoff's face peered from under his bedcovers, lit candle on the wall behind him. Tala crossed the room and sat on the end of his bed. He slid his feet aside, making room for her. "Why are you sneaking around so late?" He wore a bright red sleeping gown and a red cap with a white tassel. "You look foolish," she giggled. "It's warm, for night time," he said, tossing the sleeping cap to the floor. "No one can see me anyhow, unless the Silver Guard step in, which they might, after hearing you knocking about so." He looked to the double doors of the bedchamber. "Let's hope they don't summon Dame Mairgrid. I'd be loath to answer to that old crone now." Lindolf had a way of always appearing worried. He only partially had the look of his twin sister. Laurie was pretty and graceful, Lindolf awkwardly thin and gangly. Even the other set of Legraven twins, 12-year-olds Lorhand and Lilith, were blossoming into unbearably cute teenagers. Not Lindolf, though. He had a head of short blonde curls and a terribly sunken, deformed face. The deformities were the result of severe burns he had suffered as a baby. The scarred flesh covered one cheek up to his forehead and down his neck, and had mangled both of his ears. Half the flesh on his face was stiff and dead, the skin cracked, flaking, mottled purple and yellow. "From now on, do not go into the secret ways," Tala whispered. "They are no longer safe. And do not let Glade talk you into any sneaking around when he gets here. I know you've planned many adventures for when he arrives, but I don't think it wise." "Why?" Tala pulled the neckline of her silken shift aside, revealing the tiny dark scab just above her breast. "I was stabbed." "Stabbed?" He reached out and touched the wound, worry in his voice, fingers cold against her skin. How so? I was in that passageway you told me about, near the western wall between the armoury and the abandoned rookery, just above the Queen's pantry. I met a cloaked stranger there, who ordered me to stay out of the passages, then stabbed me as a warning. I fear some sort of witchcraft was used. I never felt the blade. Your sister was with me. She saw nothing. I made up a story about falling on a nail. I don't think she believed me. Did you see his face, this person? No. Goosebumps tickled her flesh as she tried to recall anything of the dark stranger. I know nothing of the cloaked person or how to find him again. You should not have gone off a-wandering without me or Glade. Lindhoff was clearly shaken. We should tell Jovan. And have him question why I am sneaking about? Tala asked. He could have the day-night's hunt for this cloaked fellow. Tala shook her head. No, he'll just have the day-knights and Silver Guard watch me more closely, and that's the last thing I want. Probably so. There's something else I need to tell you. I heard John Drelin and Jovan speaking about Squirek van Hester. He's chosen the arena. Arena? Horror washed over Lindolf's face. Squirek has some training, but not the stomach to kill as the gladiators do. He's like me, but twice as tall and frail. I fear he will die horribly, begging in the end. I pray Jovan will put a stop to it, Tala said. She stood and moved toward the hearth, feeling the tears well in her eyes. I cannot bear the thought of watching him be stabbed or, worse, dismembered or beheaded. She hadn't seen Squirek van Hester since he had been imprisoned, but she wanted to go to him now and pray at his feet, pray that Lejeune spare him this fate. But he was being kept in the dungeons of purgatory. Just stay out of the secret ways, she said. I beg you. This is the last I'm using them. Ever. As she lay comfortably in bed, moonlight from the window fading, Tala felt at peace. Warning Lindolf of the danger in the secret ways had lifted a load from her mind. Relaxed now, she felt sleep overtake her. But just before she dozed into sweet oblivion, an awful thought struck her, and she shot up in bed. Her eyes flew open, sweeping the room. How could I have missed it? She'd come straight down the chimney and crawled right into bed, wrapping herself snug in her blankets, welcoming the comfort. Yet, in her haste to curl up under the warm covers, she had overlooked one gigantic detail. The stool! When her frantic eyes fell upon the stool, cold reality struck. Her blood froze, and everything in the room came into clear focus. Wide awake, heart-pounding, Tala could only stare at the wooden stool as it now sat smack in front of her desk. She hadn't put it there. And there was a small slip of white parchment pinned to the centre of the stool's round seat by a thin black dagger. Laurie! Tala sprang from her bed. Her older cousin was still on the divan, lying in the same position as when Tala had left her. Dread filled Tala's heart. "Wake up!" She shook her cousin. "What is it?" Laurie moaned sleepily, yawning and rubbing at her eyes as she sat up, her golden hair tousled. Tala breathed deeply, relieved that Laurie was alive. She crossed the room, lit a candle, and held it over the stool with the dagger sticking from it. "What's that?" Laurie asked, still not quite awake yet. Tala focused on the dagger. She dared not touch it, yet, as she leaned down to study the thin blade, she couldn't help but read what was written on the parchment. The ink was black as night, the writing small yet beautifully executed. I warned you once. Stay out of the secret ways. If I have to warn you again, you will surely die. I stabbed your cousin with this very knife. She will not feel the pain for some time, but feel it she will. This is your last warning." Tala whirled and stared at Laurie. A small spot of blood welled from under her cousin's nightshirt, just above her heart. Laurie followed Tala's gaze and clutched her hand to her own bloody chest, dark eyes wide with confusion and panic. Tala's eyes flew back to the note. The ink slowly faded, then was gone entirely. She flew to the doors and threw them open, startling the 2 silver guards posted outside. "Fetch Jondrelin immediately," she shouted. "This time of night?" one of the guards chuckled. "I think not. But I will get that old bat Mergrid. She'll set you straight." "Get Jondrelin!" Tala screamed, "or I'll have your head! I swear it!" "It's definitely bloodwood." A worried look was set into the deep creases of Rogue Moore's leathery face as he examined the dagger stuck in the stool. He ran short, thick fingers through his grizzled beard. "It's coated with some sort of numbing agent, most likely lavender daisy. A bloodwood never parts with his blades. I fear this dagger is a dire message indeed. Meant for who, though?" The dwarf pulled the blade from the stool and held it up to the candle flame. It looked to be one single-moulded piece of polished-hewn glass, black as the underworld and twice as scary. Candlelight didn't even flicker in its inky blade. Its very surface seemed to swallow all light. He set the blade on the stool again and looked at Jondrelin. Tala's older sister, even having just been woken in the middle of the night, with mussed-up hair, wearing naught but a maroon jacket over her night-clothes, looked radiant in the dim candlelight. Tala, always self-conscious around Jondrelin, straightened her own dirty night-shift, grabbed a comb, and nervously began brushing her own hair. "You were smart not to touch it, Tala," the dwarf said. With his beard, squat and stout stature, and sunken-eyed face, Rogue Moore always reminded Tala of an angry boar. Yet despite his rough and coarse look, the dwarf was one of the few ambassadors in Jovan's court who Tala even remotely liked. "Was also smart to call for your sister, and not Jovan." Rogue Moore turned and examined the wound above Laurie's heart. Tala's older cousin held the neckline of her nightshirt low enough for the dwarf to examine the wound. "What's a bloodwood?" Tala asked. "The most deadly of creatures," Rogue Moore answered gravely. "A trained assassin from Sorcevier. That we've one lurking about the castle amuses me not." "Someone from Sorcevier tried to assassinate me?" Laurie looked horrified. "Had a bloodwood wanted you dead, you would be dead. Your wound is meant as a message. This assassin wants us to know of his presence. Hawkwood could answer many questions for us. I will speak to him later about this." "What do we do?" Tala asked. "How do we get rid of this assassin?" "We can't," the dwarf answered. "I've only ever known one man who could kill a bloodwood." He reached for the slip of paper previously pinned to the stool by the assassin's dagger. The paper was blank now, useless, its writing completely faded. The dwarf pulled forth a small round tin from his pouch, opened it, dipped his fingers into the fine black powder within, then rubbed his fingers over the blank slip of paper. Soon the assassin's words were legible again through the smeared black powder. Rogmore read the note and looked up at Tala. "You've been skulking about the innards of the castle again, haven't you?" "What did you put on there to make the words appear again?" Tala asked, hoping to redirect the dwarf's hard gaze. "Ink from the squid of the Sorcerer Straits was used to write this note." The dwarf studied the writing, brow furrowed. "Rare and expensive. The ink fades quickly, but the writing remains intact." The dwarf paused, his eyes boring into Tala's. "Tell me what you're hiding from us, girl. What have you seen?" "Nothing," Tala answered. "Don't think me daft. I've the Silver Wolf's eye. You've been jittery since we arrived." "Laurie was just stabbed." Jondralin leaped to Tala's defence. "Someone snuck into her room. They could have both been killed." "You are right." Rogmore's face softened. "I can be gruff and oft-times insensitive." It seemed Jondralin's beauty bewitched even the dwarf as he gave his apology, but his eyes quickly fixed on Tala. "Still, John, your sister hides something." "Tala was stabbed too," Laurie blurted. "Remember, Tala, you said you fell into a nail, but I knew it was no puncture from a nail. What happened when I left you?" Jondralin's gaze shot to hers. "Did you see a bloodwood in the secret ways?" Tala shrank away from her sister's searing look. "We must know any information you have of this bloodwood," the dwarf said. Tala felt unseen eyes watching her. She dared not speak. This bloodwood assassin from Sorcerer could be peering in on their conversation now. "Prove you were not stabbed and I will drop the subject," Rogmore said. Tala had no choice. She pulled the collar of her own nightshirt down, revealing the still raw scab just over her heart. Jondralin gasped. The dwarf leaned in, examining the wound. His breath smelled of stale pipe smoke. "I dare say you never felt the blade either." He ran the tip of his calloused finger over the wound. It was true. Tala had not felt the knife slip in and out of her flesh, yet she shivered at the dwarf's cold touch. "Tell us what happened," Jondralin ordered. Tala described the encounter with the cloaked figure earlier that day in the passage above her father's old study, and how she had been stabbed. At the behest of Rogmore, she also recounted the conversation she'd heard between Jondralin and Jovan. "An innocent conversation, that," Jondralin said, worry etched in her voice. "Things my brother and I argue about all the time." "But who knows what other conversations might have been overheard, between who and about what?" The dwarf picked up the dagger and held it to the light again. "The next knife we see may not be a warning." "Did a beast of the underworld make that knife?" Laurie asked. "It scares me." "Better a demon had forged it." Rogmore set the blade into his satchel, but, alas, was Black Dougal who helped craft the blade. Forged from the sap of a bloodwood tree. "Bloodwood tree?" Tala asked. "They grow in the southern mountains of Sorcerer, between Rokenwalder and Cade. Like aspen or birch, only black as pitch. Take an axe and chop into the leathery black bark of a bloodwood tree, and its sap runs thick and red and sizzles to the touch. Black Dougal and his caste harvest the sap in a ritual called the Sacrament of Souls, then forged the daggers using a mixture of Sorcerer steel, bloodwood sap, and the souls of the condemned, pulled from the dungeons of Rokenwalder. This makes the blades light and hard and indestructible. Only a select few are chosen to wield them. You mean only a Bloodwood assassin can wield them? Tala was hoping for more information on her silent tormentor, shuddering at the thought of her brush with a Sorcevier assassin. Roguemore did not answer. He pulled a small glass jar and bandage from his satchel, dunked his fingers into the jar, and placed a yellow, pasty salve from the jar onto the bandage. He put the bandage over the small wound on Laurie's chest. "That's Sylvia root. It should help the wound heal. Bloodwood assassins are a dangerous lot. Resin from the lavender deje plant is boiled and then spread over the Bloodwood's blade to numb the flesh instantly upon the blade's entry. A flea lighting on your skin would cause more commotion than a Bloodwood dagger coated with lavender deje." He rubbed some of the salve onto Tala's wound, too. "How many Bloodwood assassins are there in Sorcevier?" she asked. "Nobody knows." Roguemore looked at Jondrelin. "Hawkwood could shed light on the subject, though it's been a while since he lived in Sorcevier. I'm curious to see what he knows of the dagger, and what this Bloodwood may be up to." Whenever Tala thought of Hawkwood, she also couldn't help but think of Jondrelin's previous betrothal to Squirek van Hester, when the two were youngsters, and Aidan White an unconquered land. As for Squirek, the Prince of St. Only had been imprisoned for a year now. Over the years, things had changed for Jondrelin. It was clear she was falling for Hawkwood, an ex-soldier from Sorcevier. He was tall, gorgeous, charismatic, and, as it turned out, one of the most graceful sword-fighters in all of Amadon. When Eros Rael had first attacked Aidan White, many from Sorcevier had disagreed with the crusade, and feeling betrayed by their homeland, they'd fled to Gulkana. Hawkwood was one such ex-soldier. Tala did not know everything about the man, but she had gleaned some information over time. Hawkwood, having successfully gained favour for his fighting skills, eventually worked his way into the graces of Jovan's court, and had become friends with Squirek, Jondrelin, the Day-Knight captain, Sir Sterling Prentice, and the dwarf ambassador Roguemore, all to the consternation of Jovan. As the dwarf rubbed more Sylvia root on her wound, a sudden and unpleasant thought dawned on her. "Was Hawkwood once a Bloodwood assassin?" she asked. Jondrelin looked up at the question. Roguemore met her eyes briefly, placed the tin of Sylvia root back into his satchel, and left the room. From The Way and Truth of Lejeune. There is scarce to write about the dwarves, other than that man is commanded to consider them naught but stupid farmers. Stubborn, yes, bold, indeed, but mostly stupid. And what can be said of the Ogles? Not eloquent like the Vale, nor hard-working like the dwarf, but slothful and slow of tongue. Man is commanded to consider these foul drinkers of blood naught but wild creatures, one step away from savagery. Chapter 7. Tala Bronichel. 17th day of the shrouded moon, 999th year of Lejeune. Amadon, Gulkana. "I don't feel well." Laurie's face was pale. The arena orchestra, just a few rows below the King's suite, played a soothing song during the break in the action. "Jovan will not allow any of us to leave," Tala said. "A contingent of Silver Guards would have to escort us back to the castle, and they would be most unhappy to miss the final match. I doubt Mairgrid desires to waddle back there with us in tow either." Dame Mairgrid whirled, an unhappy expression on her broad face. Tala's tutor sat in the row in front of them. She was a big woman with bulging eyes on a perfectly round head, topped with a nest of grey. "Quiet!" she ordered with a stern look. Below, slaves restored the arena floor to its original state, raking the blood-stained dirt from the previous bout into iron grates in the ground. More than 30 gladiator matches had already taken place today. The last bout of the afternoon was drawing nigh. A looming dread consumed Tala's soul. She did not want to see Squirek down there. During the fights, she had not only shut her eyes, but held Laurie's hand for reassurance. Dame Maregrid would turn and slap their hands with her sweaty palms, admonishing them to act like proper court ladies and watch. Even with her eyes clamped tight, Tala could still hear the agonies of the condemned, abandoned and alone in the dirt, fighting for their lives. Their horrid screams had a way of rising above the sound of the orchestra horns and drums and the roar of the crowd. Tala and Laurie sat in their uncomfortable dresses at the end of the row next to Tala's younger brother, 5-year-old Ansel. Next to Ansel sat Jondralyn. Tala's older sister wore calf-high black leather boots, woolen horse-riding pants, and a buckled leather vest over a billowy white silk shirt. Many in Javan's court did not approve of her unladylike attire, but were loath to voice their opinions. When asked why she'd not come in her gown like the other ladies of the court, Jondralyn had professed that she'd been out riding earlier and hadn't had time to change. Beyond Jondralyn sat Laurie's twin, Lindhof, the valet princess Seta, and 17-year-old Glade Chaparral of Rivermead. Tala found her eyes were continually seeking out those of Glade. He'd just arrived yestermorn with his family to participate in his royal ember-lighting rite in the cathedral. Javan had been hinting of a betrothal between Tala and Glade for moons now. The notion of an arranged marriage bothered Tala not at all, for Glade Chaparral had the dashing looks of his older brother, Leif, who at the moment was stationed in Lord's Point with a garrison of day-knights, watching for Sorcevier raiding ships. Glade, on the other hand, was here in Amadon, not 10 paces from Tala. Though they'd been friends since childhood, Glade had, over the years, developed a regal aura about his bearing that currently left Tala a trifle unbalanced in his company. His father, Lord Claybor, was a man of height and bulk, but rather than growing thick around the gut like Claybor, Glade was filling out in a more pleasing way. He had well-chiseled muscles, along with a square-jawed face and auburn curls atop his head that glistened in the sun. The scullery maids and court girls were hard-pressed not to notice Glade. Tala flushed, as red as a turnip, whenever she was in his presence. But today, Glade, in Amadon Silver Guard training attire, only had eyes for Seta. The valet princess pulled forth a curious small ball-and-chain weapon from some hidden place within her white cloak and began spinning it around her arms and shoulders deftly. It made a loud whirring noise. Both Glade and Lindhof seemed delighted by the weird weapon. Seta handed it to Glade, and he attempted to spin it, his efforts awkward. "My dear, you're doing it wrong," Seta giggled, placing her delicate hand atop his, helping him hold the chain correctly. "You must roll your hand like so." Her fingers interlaced with his, "to build up the muscles in your forearm." The valet princess leaned into Glade's shoulder, the two squeezing and twirling the chain together, slowly. Tala felt her entire body stiffen in jealousy. Seta was smooth of skin and bright of eye, with flowing blonde hair of such a white hue it was almost blinding. Today she wore a form-fitting light grey gown of valet make under a shimmering white cloak. After a 5-year absence, Seta had just returned to court in Amadon. She had an older sister, Breta. The two valet princesses were nearly identical. Breta had also been gone from court for 5 years, but she had not made the trip back. Seta was young, still older than Glade by at least a few years, and a good deal more experienced in courtly flirting than Tala. Along with their green eyes, upturned ears, needle-thin brows, and cat-like grace, the Vale were renowned for their silken tongues. In fact, Seta was just now complimenting both Glade and Lindolf on how much she was looking forward to their ember-lighting rites, and how handsome they would both look in their white robes whilst passing the ember-lighting flame. Lindolf Legraven handsome? Tala's cousin was anything but. Whenever she looked upon the scarred flesh that covered his neck, cheek, forehead, and ears, it was oft-times with pity. Though she loved him dearly, she couldn't help but wonder what unfortunate court girl would find herself one day so unluckily betrothed to him. Just beyond Seta was Hawkwood. The sore-severe man wore dark leather riding breeches and a billowy shirt like Jondralin. With a graceful gesture, he drew aside a strand of black hair from his face and threw a nod of greeting toward Tala, eyes lingering a moment. There was a mysteriousness within those eyes as they sliced through the air, piercing into hers. That Hawkwood was once from Sore-Severe, perhaps even a Bloodwood assassin, gave Tala a smidgen of a fright. She didn't mind admitting that to herself. Hawkwood smiled at her, and in that one look, apprehension faded away. Tala could see why Jondralin, now that her childhood betrothal to Squirek van Hester was long over, was falling in love with this captivating man. A breeze bit into Tala's skin, rippling the awning over the king's suite. The vastness of the arena surrounded her. Tall columns, crenulated balconies, grandstands, a warren of grates and tunnels under a dirty battlefield, and intricately carved stonework palisades that rose up in a glorious circle around the crowd of over 10,000 spectators. During the bloody bouts, the nobility and those in the king's suite did not but laugh and carry on, pretending to admire one another's clothing and acting like fools, all while condemned men hacked away at each other in the bloody battleground below. To Tala, the annual gladiator event was, in a word, wrong, lasting for 3 weeks until only one was left alive. Hundreds of criminals fighting for freedom. The last 4 invited to dine with the nobility in the Grand Sunbird Hall in Amadon Castle during the morning moon celebration. The citizenry of Gulkana rejoiced in the shed blood of the lawless who waged battle in the arena. After all, to die in the arena was a shameful death, for it proved one's guilt. Royalty from the breadth of Gulkana surrounded Tala, bloodlust in their eyes. On the road directly behind her, bearded and hefty, dressed in the white and silver marble colours of the crest of Avlonia, sat Lord Nolan Darkley. Next to him was Lord Kelvin Cronin of Lord's Point. Lord Kelvin was tall and angular, and dressed in leather leggings and a doublet of bright blue, representing the ocean near his homeland. His wife, Imogen, had remained at Lord's Point, pregnant with their first child. Next to Cronin was Glade's father, Lord Claybor Chaparral of Rivermead. Thick-chinned and stalwart, he wore the maroon raiment and silver wolf crest of Rivermead thrown over his shoulder. He sat with his wife, Lady Lesia. Laurie's father, Lot Legraven of Eskander, thin, pale, and freckle-faced, sat next to Claybor. Lord Legraven wore the yellow colours and lion crest of Eskander. Tala's aunt, Mona Legraven, looked truly splendorous next to her husband. She was draped in a richly brocaded gown, her neck and arms bejewelled in ruby and pearl. At 53, she appeared as radiant as her sister, Tala's mother, Alana, once had. Mona's youngest twins, Lorhand and Lilith, sat nearby, faces pale with shock at the arena events. Next to Mona, 2 spear-wielding Day Knights stood on either side of the king's chair, shielding Tala's older brother Jovan. Grand Vicar Denarius and the quorum of 5 archbishops of Amadon, Van Devore, Donalbain, Spencerville, Leaford, and Rhys Duncan were all seated behind the king, all in their most opulent finery. The holy vicar wore the burnt-orange cassock of his position, silken priesthood robes underneath. From neck to belly, Denarius's chest was hung with chains and necklaces of every shade of gold. He was bald on top, but had a strip of brown hair running around the back of his head. He also had a round red face, puffy jowls, and a large, paunchy stomach. The vicar had opened the arena matches with a blessing of peace, then spent the remainder of the day gorging himself at the banquet table, not 20 paces behind the king's suite, discussing trivialities and court gossip with the day-night captain, Sir Stirling Prentice, and 4 others, the commander of the Silver Guard, Sir Lars Castlegrail, the king's steward, Sir Thomas Vorkink, the king's chamberlain, Sir Landon Galloway, and the stable marshal of Amadon Castle, Sir Terrell Wickham. At the moment, the vicar whispered conspiratorially with the day-night captain. Stirling Prentice, tall and broad, was an imposing figure in the silver surcoat and black lacquered armour of his station. Saita's father, the Val Valle ambassador, Val Corin, stood near the vicar too. He respectfully bowed when he met Tala's gaze. He was ever watchful. With their delicately sculpted features, Val Corin and Saita stood out in the king's entourage like statues of polished ivory in a thicket of moss-covered boulders. All looked upon the Valle with a certain measure of reverence. The Silver Throne had a long-standing relationship with the neighbouring island of Val Valle. Val Corin was one of Jovan's most trusted counsellors. "I know Jovan will let us go back to the castle," Laurie said, pulling Tala's attention away from the Val Valle ambassador. "Must we stay even a minute longer? Ask him. I'd likely get yelled at for asking." There was a rattle of chains as the wrought iron gates on either end of the arena rose up, followed by a thunderous sound as all 10,000 spectators lurched to their feet. The immensity of the crowd's roar never failed to leave Tala shaken. The last 2 combatants of the day strode from under the gates and into the arena. Tala's heart was instantly in her throat. One of the fighters looked familiar, yet vastly different. Squirek Van Hester. He was twice the size she remembered. Still tall, 6.5 feet, but not lanky, not awkward. He was all might and muscles now. His blonde hair was long and rested in sweaty strands down his bare back. He wore leather greaves over his pants and a thick leather belt around his waist and little else. A sheathed longsword was strapped high on his shoulders, with leather straps crisscrossing his back. His chest was totally bare, but for the square gladiator brand showing red and raw upon the flesh of his shoulder. The herald above the king's suite approached the copper tubes that magnified his voice and bellowed, "The Red Demon of Windare versus the Prince of St. Only." His announcement was met with silence, for the Prince of St. Only was the most notorious and hated criminal of an age. To slake their thirst for justice, the crowd had come to see him die a painful death. Like a pack of baying dogs, they began to boo. Tala knew everyone in Amadon hated the Prince of St. Only, fallen son of a conquered king, the one accused of murdering one of their beloved 5 archbishops, Devon Lucas. She remembered herself at 5 years old, just before Sir Severe invaded Aden White, marvelling at the shiny trinkets from St. Only Squirek spoiled her with. But the Squirek Van Hester that Tala saw now had changed. At 28, and after over a year of imprisonment, the Prince of St. Ongley had grown in stature. Great muscles in his arms coiled and bunched as he pulled 2 long daggers from his belt. He held the daggers by their blades, testing their weight in his hands. That Squirek had chosen to wear so little armour made Tala even more afraid for him. The fighter from Windare prepared himself too, swinging a curved sword above his head in wide, sweeping arcs. He wore red armour, shined and polished, and the sharpened spikes jutting from his helmet and arm guards made him appear more ogle than man. His armour gleamed like molten stone, his black shield twirling in his hand for show. When the shield stopped twirling, the Windare fighter screamed and shouted. He swung his great sword up and then down, swinging it so low it dug into the ground, throwing a spray of dirt high into the crowd. The crowd loved him instantly and chanted, "Demon! Demon! Demon!" The orchestra struck up a big bass sound like thunder set to the rhythm, da-da, da-da, da-da. A little girl leaned over the railing just above the Windare gladiator. She was grabbing handfuls of bright flowers from the copper ewer and tossing them gaily into the air, where they fluttered down about the fighter's feet. Rogamore came waddling up the aisle toward Jondralin, panting as his short legs churned. "I'm sorry, John," he said upon arrival, his rough voice barely heard over the crowd's roar. "I've been working to put a stop to this. The Quorum of 5 has matched him against this Windare brawler, a murderer of women and children, and several of King Torrance Raybon's personal guard. The Grand Vicar and Quorum are not going to make it easy on Squirek for killing one of their own. Thing is, I don't rightly know who to blame, Jovan, Denarius himself, or Squirek's own father." The crowd erupted. A wave of sound washed over them, drowning out the dwarf's voice. The red-armoured gladiator charged across the arena toward Squirek with a shout, arousing "da, da, da, da" crescendo from the orchestra, spurring him on. The Prince of St. Ongley stood his ground, aimed one of his daggers, pulled back his arm and let throw. The silver blade cleaved the air with a snap and bounced from the charging fighter's helm. Still the devil ran, his shield up and his sword poised for the killing stroke. Instantly Squirek aimed the second dagger. The raging demon closed in and swung, his great sword whistling downward in a crushing path toward Squirek's neck. But the sword never reached its target. Instead, it spun from the demon's hands to land in the dirt as the Windare man staggered, the hilt of Squirek's second dagger jutting from under the face guard of his spiked helm. The man in red stumbled on wobbly legs, triumphant no more. The rising tide of music silenced. In one smooth motion, Squirek pulled his own longsword from its sheath and swung downward, burying the blade into his opponent's neck and shoulder. The red helm flopped from the gladiator's head as a great gush of blood spewed upward from the wound, obliterating the Windare man's face and chest in a thick crimson spray. As he toppled to the ground, there was a smattering of cheers. Then silence. Only a handful of flowers rained to the arena floor at the herald's cry, "The victorious Prince of St. Ongley!" Then, in a brutal display, Squirek swung his sword as if chopping at a fallen tree and cleaved the head from the Windare fighter's body. Jondralin gasped and turned away. Tala could barely contain the sense of horror rising within her. Horror of a sort that blocked everything else out. Laurie Legraven was vomiting in the seat beside her. "May the wraiths take us," Rogamore said, as Squirek snatched up the severed head by a bloody mat of hair and flung it in the direction of the king's suite. "A gift for Denarius and the quorum of 5, Squire X shouted, as the head sailed over the throng. The king's suite was too far above the orchestra box, and the head landed among the cellists and bagpipes below. Musicians scattered as it bounced down the aisle. A crowd of gawkers circled around the head, stopping its path. "His blood be upon the Grand Vicar and quorum of 5. Squire X spun slowly on the arena floor, both arms held aloft, sword still gripped in his right hand. "His blood be not upon me. Legion is on my side. His blood be not upon me. I am innocent." And there was no blood on Squire X. His skin glistened with naught but beads of sweat as he began stripping the red armour from the headless gladiator at his feet. Muttering amongst themselves, the quorum of 5 archbishops of Amadon looked to their leader. The Grand Vicar remained stoic, face unrevealing. "A flower to throw to the victor." There was a small, dirty-faced boy standing there in the aisle, holding a yellow flower out to Tala. "No," she answered, wondering how the boy had slipped through the silver guard and into the king's suite unseen. "No, please, go away." "Take it, my lady." The urchin grinned and held forth the yellow rose. "It's a special flower, meant just for you." Before she knew it, the flower was thrust into her hand, and the boy was gone, running up the aisle. "Who was that?" Dame Margaret asked with a disapproving frown. The sour smell of Laurie's puke wafted up from under their feet. "Just a boy." Tala examined the flower, a chill crawling up her spine. It was no flower, but a thin sheet of yellow parchment folded into the shape of a flower. There was something written on it. She turned her back to Margaret, unfolded the flower, and read, "Tell no one of this note, or your cousin Laurie will die within a heartbeat, pierced by a poisoned dart from my own hand. Bear in mind, the knife I stabbed Laurie with was not the same knife I left on your stool last night. The knife I stabbed Laurie with was coated with a slow-working poison. She will die from this poison in the turning of a moon if you do not do exactly as I wish. Only I know where the antidote can be found. It will be hidden somewhere within Amadon. I will give you clues to its location from time to time. Laurie will grow more ill by the day, delusional, in a few weeks completely mad, bedridden. Within a few weeks of that she will be dead unless you follow my every instruction and complete every task I set upon you, tasks that are important not only to Laurie's survival, but also the very survival of Gulkana. Think of it as a game. With each task you complete, the closer you will get to the antidote and saving Laurie, and the closer you are to fulfilling your destiny as the Princess of Prophecy. Your first clue is this. Retrieve the red helm of the dead demon and read what is inscribed therein." "The red helm of the dead demon?" Tala's eyes flew to the dead gladiator. The note couldn't possibly refer to the spiked helmet worn by the Windare gladiator. On the arena floor, Squire X was tearing the red armour from his vanquished foe. Once done, he gathered up the decapitated man's sword and shield, placed the dead man's red spiked helm on his own head, and walked through the northern gate. Another man strode forth from the southern gate with a hot iron and branded the flesh of the corpse with the mark of Legion, the 4-pointed cross. Tala knew the branding served a threefold purpose. First, the cross of Legion brand was meant as a heavenly seal, representing the criminal's blood penitence for his crimes. Second, It served as a conduit through which his soul could be escorted into the afterlife. And third, the hot iron was a means by which those faking death would be sufficiently roused back into battle. Yet, in this instance, the severed head lying in the orchestra pit was proof enough that this particular gladiator was sufficiently dead. A horseman rode out from the southern gate, his sorrel charger long of mane, a thick rope and meat-hook tied to the saddle-horn. The rider dismounted, uncoiling the rope. He sank the hook into the flesh of the headless gladiator, climbed back upon his sorrel, and dragged the body away. With that, the crowd began to disperse in ferocious high spirits. But to Thaler, it now seemed the world had somehow gone temporarily mad. Squirek a gladiator, Laurie poisoned, retrieve the helm of a dead man. A brisk wind blew. The black and silver banners of Amadon snapped to attention, and the petals of 1,000 flowers kicked up and drifted about the arena like snow. From the Moon Scrolls of Mir. We journey most naturally in the state of deceit. O gentle and naive reader, so trusting and kind, I, your blessed Mother Mir, beg of you, do not put faith in the writings of the last warrior angels, for they set out to deceive the hearts of men after Lejean's death, like unto the mad illuminations of my son Rael. The way and truth of Lejean, that whoredom of perverted history and falsehood the last warrior angels have penned, is rife with lies. Chapter 8. Jondralin Bronachel. 17th day of the shrouded moon, 999th year of Lejean. Amadon Gulkana. Jondralin immediately loved the place. Despite the confines of the hood she kept pulled over her head, she saw enough. The first thing she noticed about the filthy horse saloon was its sour stench and the wretchedness of its patrons. It was a dusky, smoke-filled place, with low-slung beams complete with a motley collection of sailing decor, wheels, flags, oars, nets, planks, harpoons, hooks, anchors, and the like. It reminded her of being inside the bulwarks of a heavy-timbered sailing vessel. Hawkwood had chosen a table in the back corner of the tavern, with a clear view of the entrance. He placed his hand in the small of her back and guided her to a seat opposite the dwarf. She was both irritated and thrilled at his touch. He sat to her left, eyes on hers. Sometimes she found she could not meet Hawkwood's dark, devouring orbs. As if the very moment her eyes met his, he would somehow gain the upper hand. She wanted the control in the relationship, and she feared she'd been slowly losing that advantage over the last year with his every mysterious look. What are you thinking? She wondered if she could ever plumb his depths. Who exactly are you? She knew there were many types of suitors, and Hawkwood seemed the wrong type for her in every way. You have a way of locating only the finest establishments. Her comment was directed toward Roguemore, who was sitting at the table opposite her. And it stings. It's a trifle unfair to single out this locale, Roguemore said with a smile, when this entire city stinks of rubbish. Besides, I didn't choose it. The dwarf had drawn unfriendly stares as they'd entered the tavern. Perhaps it was the heavy mace bristling with sharp spikes strapped to his back. They were all well armed. Jondralin bore a short sword under her cloak. Hawkwood had 2 cutlasses slung over his back, the hilt guards of each sprouting a profusion of serrated spikes. Several burly sailors, looking none too sober, beards as woolly as unshorn sheep, crouched around a stew-pot hanging over a fire-pit in the centre of the tavern. They eyed Roguemore still. The unkempt men were roasting strips of salmon on sticks, the crackling light of the fire dancing over their crude tattoos and body piercings. Indeed, at a glance, the filthy horse was certainly a sight. What with its food-stained bar, unswept floors, nasty spittoons, vulgar sailors, plump and ugly serving wenches, and underlying smell of tar and graken oil. This establishment would never suit the king's counsellors, or, more importantly, Jovan. Nobody of the court was liable to recognize them here, and just to be safe, Jondrelin, the most recognizable of the 3, kept herself covered under cloak and hood. After all, her likeness was on every copper in Golconda. "I have the uneasy feeling we were followed," the dwarf said. "Someone was indeed skulking behind us," Hawkwood said, "for a time." That surprised Jondrelin. She'd been unaware of anyone lurking about. Still, she wanted to add something to the conversation. "Perhaps it was the Bloodwood who attacked Tala and Laurie who now stalks us." Hawkwood shrugged, and in his casual shrug she glimpsed what he might have looked like as a young man. Jovan had once snidely called Hawkwood beautiful, and he was. There was something both manly and lovely about his face, the angles, the shadows, the way his long dark hair framed his cheekbones. And the tone in his voice when he said her name would set wing to her heart. Hawkwood was a distraction for her. Sometimes it was enough just to be near him and hear him speak. It didn't matter about what, be it danger or assassins following them. Anything he said could arouse her interest. "Much of what a Bloodwood does is mere deception," Hawkwood said. "Every move is calculated. Leaving that dagger in Tala's room was just a ruse in a bigger game. I can't make sense of it. If indeed a Bloodwood followed us here, it could mean nothing, or more than nothing." "That's reassuring," Roguemore said. As the 3 had journeyed to the docks, the air had been brisk, with only a few torches lighting the dark streets. The cobblestone lanes of Amadon proper had turned to mud the nearer they got to the bay. Ramshackle buildings closed in, hovering one atop the other. If someone had lurked in the shadows, Jondrelin hadn't sensed it. She was in a good mood. Hawkwood wasn't the only one on her mind tonight. Squire's victory in the arena had put her in jocular high spirits. His victory had stirred something deep within her. Could I still love him too? She'd thought she loved him when they were first betrothed as teens. He'd been in prison for over a year. To see him again after so long, to see how large and powerful he'd made himself, to see him fight, had changed her. She was conflicted. She had always prided herself on her strong sense of fairness, of knowing right from wrong. Her mother, Alana, had instilled that in her, compassion and empathy to always go with fairness. But Jondrelin wanted to be like Squirek, strong, in control. Her beauty gave her control to a point, but what she desired most in life was real control. Power. So she could see the injustices in the world around her set right. Another thing that had put her in a good frame of mind was that this would be her first secret council as a member of the Brethren of Mere. It was Squirek who had first mentioned the Brethren to her, hinting at the Brethren's interest in the moon scrolls of Mere, hinting that her mother and father had been studying them. That had been more than 5 years ago. She'd asked her father about the brethren, and he'd confirmed his involvement, though reluctantly, offering little detail. Then he'd gone off to war and died. To be involved in the Moonscroll histories that had so consumed her parents, the histories that her older brother Jovan had shunned as heresy, was exciting. In fact, to be a part of anything not involving Jovan was part of her quest for control, part of her quest to see both her family and the 5 Isles at peace, to see the wrongness of Eros Rael's brutal crusade put to an end. But lately she harboured a seething dislike for her older brother. Sure, as a youngster she had idolised Jovan, but when they'd reached their teens, he turned surly, cynical, bitter, abusive. She recalled a time when she was 13, Jovan 16. She'd memorized a certain prayer from the Way and Truth of Lejeune quicker than he. It had spun him into a rage unlike any she'd seen before. To escape his abuse, she'd hid. Alone, she'd cowered behind a tapestry at the top of the stairs of Sunbird Hall. He found her and tore the tapestry down, then stripped her naked. She had struggled, especially when he tore at her clothes, but he was too strong. She was mortified he'd seen her nude. Her breasts were just starting to form, and she was embarrassed enough. But he made it worse when he hesitated and stared right at them before dragging her onto the fallen tapestry. She would always remember that look of both rage and twisted lust on his face as he rolled her up into the tapestry and pushed it down the stairs, with her trapped inside. The tumble down the stairs of Sunbird Hall wasn't the worst of it. As she lay rolled up tight in the stiff fabric, she struggled for breath, struggled to find light. But the tapestry was too heavy, too constricting around her body, neck, and head. He'd left her there, naked, fighting for air. She eventually slithered free of his cruel trap, but she began to hate him from that day on, and the bullying and abuse only continued. Now she was learning swordcraft from Hawkwood, and becoming quite good. It bolstered her confidence in many ways. Plus, he was sharing history books with her, secret books that were opening up her mind about a great many hidden things. She was glad to finally be a part of the Brethren of Mere, a group led by a dwarf who she loved like a father. She wanted to prove herself to Roguemore and Hawkwood in any way she could, but she wanted to prove her mettle to Jovan more than anything. She shrank behind the hood of her cloak as a tavern girl, a surprisingly fetching young thing in a low-cut corset with a close-fitting jacket that revealed an ample portion of pale flesh, brought 3 mugs of mead. The deep cleft of her cleavage bubbled above the fabric of her corset as she bent in front of Jondralyn and set the mugs upon the table. "Get an eyeful, lassie," the tavern wench said. "Perhaps you'd prefer I just pulled down my top and smacked you about the face with them, huh?" "Are you always so crude?" Jondralyn was embarrassed at the girl's forwardness. "I'd gladly smoosh my titties in that warm spot betwixt your legs, then lick you head to toe, if that's what you mean by crude, or if that's what your men want to see." "It's quite all right," Roguemore smiled. "Just 3 plates of salmon, please, and perhaps your name, so we can inform the proprietor how helpful you've been." "Name's Delia, and I'll get you all the salmon you want." She looked closely at Jondralyn. "You're a familiar face under that hood. Do I know you?" Jondralyn lowered her head. "Just the salmon, please," Hawkwood said, diverting the girl's gaze. The serving wench winked confidently at Hawkwood, twirled, and sauntered away. Jondralyn felt her cheeks flush. That another woman would flirt with Hawkwood in front of her rankled, yet it seemed he hadn't even noticed the girl. But that wasn't so surprising. Hawkwood was a man who carried himself like he was comfortable around any type of woman, from the fairest princess to the crudest dockside whore. In fact, he carries himself like the type of man who might one day make love to me, rough and proper. Not like Squirek as a teen, full of doting duty and awkward formal watchfulness, never daring to overstep the bounds of their betrothal, always chivalrous. She knew Squirek had loved her back then, and she'd grown to love him. But Squirek's young love was a possessive love, all gushing emotion and timidity. It won his heart and jealousy out in the open. But wasn't all young love full of awkward insecurity? They were all grown-ups now, and Hawkwood treated her in a way that made her feel confident and free. He was quiet, calm, as if there were some hidden part of him she would never know, no matter how close they became. She'd never wanted a forced marriage, a betrothal at 15 for political advantage. It went against all things fair and right. Even her mother had voiced her displeasure at the arranged marriage, but her father had insisted. Jondralyn wanted to be caught off guard by love, caught unawares by her feelings, swept away in a moment. And Hawkwood's timing had been perfect. He'd entered her life right as Aiden White was being conquered by the White Prince, and Squirek's kingdom was being destroyed, their betrothal crumbling to ashes. And then, after Squirek had been accused of murdering Archbishop Lucas, right when she'd been forced into the part of the bereaved princess, Hawkwood's strength had comforted her in just the right doses, never overbearing, and with no judgment. Yes, his timing had been perfect. Yet, seeing Squirek again today, all solid muscle and force, had stirred something deep within her again. Can a woman love two men at once? This friend from Val Valley were to meet. Hawkwood leaned in, voice scarcely above a whisper, as he addressed the dwarf. You say you've never met him before. Might not even be a him, Roguemore answered, but others in the Brethren I trust vouch for this valley. Our dear departed king and queen vouched for this valley. This valley is the truest of friends, they say. I admit I am nervous about this. Hawkwood nervous? The dwarf chortled. For a valet to belong to the Brethren of Mere is strange indeed, and for a valet, be they male or female, to show their face in a sailor's tavern like this is stranger still. Well, this tavern was of the valet's choosing. The note was specific. Trust no one. Hawkwood turned to Jondralyn. That is the Brethren's creed. Roguemore looked grave. Hawkwood's too cautious. Sometimes we must trust. In fact, there is one we have trusted, one in whom we've all confided, one who is not with us today, yet plays his part. Let us not forget about Squirek. I had not thought him capable of killing, Jondralyn said, her mind in instant turmoil. Squirek had changed. He had definitely shown something to her today. How do I explain my sudden feelings for him again? How did he get so strong, imprisoned so? The dungeons under the arena can be a complex place, Roguemore answered. Alone, in a cell, with naught but time, one can fill water skins as weights for strength training, and for the right price one can even purchase Ogul fighters to escort you to the prison yards and train you in the more brutal forms of sword fighting, whilst the turnkeys you've purchased look the other way. Squirek has been preparing to win his freedom. Her heart was hurting. I worry he's going to die, and I'll be forced to watch his slaughter. She did have feelings for him, and those feelings had caught her unawares.
Everything serves a purpose, the dwarf said. Another of the brethren's creeds. Squirek is where he is meant to be. He's prepared for this. All we can do now is pray for him. My only fear is that the Quorum and Grand Vicar have the games rigged against him. From what I've seen, Hawkwood said, Squirek seems quite capable of surviving whatever the Quorum has planned. He's become a strong warrior. We must trust in fate, Rogmore added. Yet he looked worried. But I must admit, I do fear for his safety. He is like a son to me. Jondralin's eyes sharpened as her gaze travelled to the front of the tavern, where the double doors swung open. A cloaked figure stepped in. Her back stiffened at the sight. A whisper of dread billowed through the room toward Jondralin as the doors swung shut and the figure moved toward the bar, face and hands concealed within the hood and sleeves of the black cloak. "Is that our friend?" she asked in a hushed tone. "Our valet friend we're to meet?" "I know not," the dwarf answered, taking a swig of his mead. "Watch him, John," Hawkwood whispered. "Every third sailor he brushes against, he picks their pocket. It's subtle, but notice how the sleeves of his cloak ripple." If the cloaked figure was pickpocketing his way through the room, Jondralin could not detect it. The person almost floated through the crowd, effortless. "He is brazen indeed," Hawkwood said, as the newcomer reached an open spot at the bar near an old man whittling a graken bone. Once seated, the newcomer threw back his hood, revealing the unmistakable green eyes and sharp face of a valet. A face that seemed like any ordinary man, but for the upturned ears visible through the strands of inky black hair, and facial features appearing to have been stretched back a bit beyond human shape to form something more unblemished and refined. The sailors around him looked brutish and coarse by comparison. The tavern wench nearest the valet gasped when she realized what had sat next to her. Sailors backed away, glaring darkly. The valet untied his cloak, revealing supple black leathers studded with fine layers of ringmail about the neckline. No weapons were visible. The newcomer's gaze swept the tavern, yet never focused on one thing, though a shudder swept through Jondralin when the valet's eyes fell upon their table momentarily. "Is it him?" she asked. "Or is it the Bloodwood?" Rogmore whispered. "The one who's followed us here. The one who stabbed Tala and Lori." "A Bloodwood wouldn't bother pickpocketing a room full of sailors," Hawkwood answered softly. "Unless it's a ruse to throw us off? A valet trained as a Bloodwood would be rare. No one knows who Black Dougal recruits or why. Anyone could be a Bloodwood, one of these sailors, our server. We may be being played in some grand scheme." "Once again, reassuring to the last," Rogmore said. "The valet has seen us sitting here, yet hasn't approached." Hawkwood sat forward on his chair, elbows on the table. "This worries me." It wasn't long before everyone in the tavern was staring at the newcomer. For a valet to enter a dockside tavern in Amadon so casually was tantamount to starting a riot. Jondralin gripped her chair for what she knew was to come, figuring this particular valet would not last long here, Bloodwood or not. The unfairness of the way the valet were oft-times treated in Amadon made her seethe. Sure, Jondralin was used to the valet. The Val-Valet ambassador, Valcorin, and his daughters, Breta and Seta, had lived in Amadon Castle on and off for many years. The valet bore much more of a resemblance to humans than did dwarves or ogles, but with an added flawless, otherworldly, cat-like grace.
Jondrelin had never been around Valcorin or his daughters without being reminded by their large, perfectly formed eyes, elegant pointed ears, and almost see-through skin that it was a Vale she was near, not an ordinary person. As a race, they possessed an acute, almost wolf-like sense of hearing, along with an uncanny, clairvoyant nature. Vale were so perceptive, it was as if they could read one's mind. Like the dwarves and the ogles, according to the way and truth of Lejeune, the Vale had roamed the 5 Isles long before humans arrived from the first lands. As the humans slowly conquered the 5 Isles, the dwarves were pushed into the Iron Hills on the Isle of Windare. The ogles were beaten back into the Jute Peninsula north of Crucible, and the Vale fled to the most eastern, most barren of the 5 Isles. Now the Vale were the sole inhabitants of that isle, Val Vale. On a clear day, their island was visible from the top of Amadon Castle, just across Memory Bay. Few humans ventured there. Most folk in Amadon were not used to mingling with such creatures. So rare were the Vale, so sublime their aspect, so disconcerting their air of superiority, that no human in Golconda was likely to welcome one with open arms, but rather with abhorrence and anger, unless it was King Jovan, who bore an unwarranted affection for his Val Vale ambassador, Valcorin. True, a lot of this distrust was brought on by their own arrogance, but this radical hatred of the Vale, among the commoners, was wrong, and Jondrelin did not like it. Sailors in particular hated the Vale. In fact, a handful of grinning sailors approached the black-haired Vale now. The tavern was silent. "Pointy-eared foreigners are not welcome here," the largest sailor sneered. He had a ragged mass of red hair jutting from his head, and a wild beard covered his jowls like a shrub afire. "Best you swim back across the bay from whence you came." "And if I don't?" The Vale's tone was casual. "I'll chop off your head and toss it into Memory Bay myself." "I'd think a scab like you would find it hard to locate Memory Bay." "Do you wish for a quick death?" the man snarled. "As much as I'd like to bandy insults about, I should probably just order a drink." "As I said, you'll find we don't serve your kind here. Are you deaf as well as pointy-eared?" Many in the tavern laughed at the pirate's witticism. Rage at the sailor's ignorance and prejudice was simmering within Jondrelin. These were issues her mother, Alana, had fought against her entire life. Issues her mother had warned her to never tolerate. Shunning anyone was not the way a daughter of Alana Bronachel was ever to behave. "I have come here unarmed." The Vale removed his cloak and set it over a stool. Indeed, the lithe Vale looked unthreatening among the burly seamen. "The sailors of Golconda will forever hate the Vale," someone yelled from the crowd. "What with the tolls you make us pay to pass through the Valea Channel?" A channel the Vale dug for Golconda's purposes. The Vale appeared to be growing bored with the conversation. "The treaties and fees were set in place ages ago. However, I dare say you all know nothing of true sailing. The sailors of Golconda are more like a bunch of bloated children mucking about in boats." With 2 hands, the red-haired sailor shoved the Vale against the bar and drew his sword. "I'll be chopping your head off now, child." The Vale moved with astonishing speed. He lunged forward, spinning in mid-air, kicking out. There was a meaty thump, and his leather shoes slammed into the sailor's crotch. The man instantly vomited a smear of half-digested stew and salmon onto the floor. The Vale landed firmly on 2 feet, a dagger in his hand. Another sailor scuttled toward him, raising a long serrated knife, strips of salmon clinging to it as he swung. The Vale's blade slashed out as he stepped back, slicing through the sailor's neck, opening a great streaming gash beneath his jaw. The room was plunged into shadow as the man fell into the fire pit with a hiss. Grasping at his frothing neck, the man thrashed in the middle of the glowing coals, and billowing smoke like a beetle on its back. Jondralin's heart pounded with anger as every sailor in the room boiled toward the Valet, their curved cutlasses ringing from their sheaths. The wenches and old men remaining at the bar scattered out of the way. The Valet withstood the first few blows, then took a wicked slice to the upper arm. He did not cry out, but effortlessly leaped onto the bar, feet dancing, as swords cracked and clattered around his legs. He bled from the gash in his shoulder now as he kicked back at the massive sword swirling under him. With naught but his kicking feet, the nimble Valet managed to disarm most of the attacking sailors. "We can't just let him die." Jondralin stood, incensed at the lawlessness. Hawkwood already had his 2 cutlasses in hand. In a flash, he sprang over their table and plunged into the fray. Jondralin's stomach leaped into her throat. But with a few deft sword strokes, Hawkwood knocked sailors aside and soon stood between the mob and the Valet atop the bar. A thrill ran through Jondralin as she watched him, all deadly confidence and calm, standing up for justice. "Out of my way!" The sailor who had started the fight snarled, glaring at Hawkwood, chunks of vomit still dripping from his tangled red beard. "Would you like me to kick you in the balls, too?" Hawkwood swung his boot up, then instantly pulled back, the move a mere feint. But the sailor covered his groin with burly hands. Hawkwood grinned, a cocky grin in the face of overwhelming odds that made Jondralin's heart race with excitement and desire, not just for him, but for the just cause he fought for. The rush was more intoxicating than mead. She pulled her short sword from under her cloak, Hawkwood's training fresh in her mind. She wanted part of this fight against inequality. She wanted to feel power, too. With confidence, she strode through the bar toward the fight. The fire flared up as someone pulled away the body of the dead man. The tavern was aglow again, but silent. The air was rank with the odour of burnt flesh. "Let's kill this Valet lover too," the red-haired man growled, and lunged barehanded toward Hawkwood. Hawkwood thumped the sailor on the head with the flat of his blade, and the man staggered. Bloodlust swelled up in the tavern, death firmly planted in the eyes of the rest of the mob. As one, they rushed Hawkwood. Jondralin leaped to his defence. The man nearest Hawkwood fell dead, face pulverized by Roguemore's spiked mace, his drawn sword clanking against the floor. "Stop this madness!" the dwarf roared. "I refuse to have my dinner interrupted by the squabbles of the degenerate!" His mace came back up fast, bloody, and poised for another blow. Jondralin pulled up, stunned at the brutality of the sailor's death. So close. She'd seen men slaughtered in the arena, and not so much as blinked, but this fellow had just been standing right next to her. Her hooded cloak was splattered with his blood. The room was silent, save for the wretched gurgles coming from the faceless man who now twitched on the wood-plank floor under the dwarf. Roguemore's attack had been blunt and fierce, and far less intoxicating than Hawkwood's smooth fighting. Jondralin's heart thundered. "Now a dwarf fights us," the red-haired sailor growled. "I suppose our blood-sucking ogle will come a-traipsing in here next." He still looked convinced that the remaining sailors could rout these interlopers who had ventured unwelcome into their tavern. Hawkwood, Roguemore, and the injured Valet held their weapons up, ready. Jondralin felt the blood roar up within herself as she moved toward the bar and joined her companions and the injured Valet, her sword wavering before the sailors, too. Now they were 4. Roguemore grabbed her by the arm and pulled her roughly behind him. The hood fell from her face. A murmur ran through the crowd as someone muttered, "It's her." Someone else stated loudly, "Princess Jondralin." A sombre mood struck the room as all came to realize who she was. The red-haired sailor looked green as he bowed.
"Pardon, my lady."
"No pardons will be granted tonight," Jondrelin said. Mustering her courage, she shrugged the dwarf's hand away and stepped forward, feeling every eye upon her. There was real danger here. There was a man with a brutally smashed face lying right in front of her. But her mother had taught her, face all challenges, never run away from them, especially if you are in the right. "Seems this varlet was accosted for no reason within my brother's city," she said. The injured fellow atop the bar held his hand over his right arm, blood welling from the wound. "Come down." She sheathed her weapon and held forth her hand. "The way is safe now." She helped him down. "Thank you." The valet bent his knee to her and sat gingerly on a stool. There appeared to be a hint of mockery floating behind his luminous green eyes. Hawkwood handed him a rag, which he used to staunch the flow of blood from his wound. Jondrelin turned. Her eyes were now trained on the sailor. "Foreigners, even varlet, are welcome in Amadon. They are free to go about their business unmolested." The red-haired sailor quivered in anger. "Two of my friends lay dead, one from the valet's dagger and one from the dwarf's mace. Blood price must be paid. Even kin to royalty are not immune to blood price. Murder was committed here tonight." "Blood price?" She stepped dangerously within reach of the sailor, but on purpose. "I think not." She was used to most men cowering in her presence, intimidated by her looks alone. It was the one distinct advantage of being beautiful and tall. Her height and looks served her well, but more importantly, she wanted to intimidate this man with her station, confound him with the validity and virtue of her words, threaten him, and show him she was not afraid. She had trained with Hawkwood for a year. She knew if it came to a sword fight she could take him with ease. Plus, Hawkwood, Roguemore, and the valet fellow were behind her. The question was, could the four of them take on an entire tavern of angry sailors? She stared down the man before her. "You will treat all who enter this tavern as if they were royalty, be they valet, dwarf, or ogle. Understood? Or do you dare question my authority?" Her gaze met that of Hawkwood. She could see the pride in his eyes at her words. She faced the rough patrons of the saloon a little taller now. The sailor looked for help amongst his friends. There were a few nods between the sailors. When the red-haired man turned back to her, a wide grin lit his face. "I challenge the valet to a pirate's duel. Blood price to make amends for the death of my comrades. That is how fairness is meted out." A buzz of agreement travelled through the tavern. Pirate's duel? Jondrelin had never heard of such a thing. She fought down a gust of anger at the sailor's brashness. "Explain this pirate's duel," she demanded. The sailor only smiled at her, a rust-coloured, toothy grin that rankled. She couldn't fight her anger. "The valet is too injured for any duel." She drew her sword a second time. The moment had come upon her so suddenly she was not quite aware of what she herself was even saying. "I shall fight you in his stead." "Fight a woman?" The sailor sneered. There were guffaws and hoots from the onlookers. "I dare not kill the king's sister. I will be a hunted man." Roguemore grabbed her arm again. "You do not know how to fight as they do." The valet stood, pulling his dagger from the folds of his black leather armour, eyes trained on Jondrelin. "With all due respect, I can fight my own battles, thank you very much." The entire room was staring at her now, waiting. She was shocked to her core by the look of cold anger now on the valet's face. "It was kind of you to procure a duel on my behalf," he said, But now that you have, please stand aside. I fight my own battles, my lady." His words had a sharp, dangerous edge. His brow narrowed, and he stared at her, eyes unwavering. The valet smiled, but it was an angry smile, dark green gaze fixed on her. The look the valet gave was startling, really, as though she had been playing with a harmless kitten that swiftly revealed it was a full-grown, saber-toothed lion.
"He's right," the red-haired sailor said. "The valet can fight his own battles." "It's settled, then."
Roguemore shoved himself between Jondrelin, the sailor, and the dark-haired valet, separating all three.
"A pirate's duel it is. Blood price."
Jondrelin was swallowed up into the background as the crowd formed a circle and the two combatants prepared to fight. She couldn't help but feel that something important had just happened here, and she had missed it. Just moments ago, she had felt so sure of herself, felt the anger and the readiness for a fight burning within her, the power, and firmly believed in the justice behind it and her skill. Now she felt she'd just suffered a swift and humiliating defeat in the eyes of Roguemore, and perhaps even Hawkwood. She'd made a mistake in letting the hood fall from her face, and compounded it by acting a fool. Roguemore tied a bar rag around the valet's wounded arm and cinched it tight. The red-haired sailor removed a rope belt from around his waist and handed one end to the valet, who placed it in his mouth, clenching it between his teeth. The sailor placed the other end of the belt into his own mouth and stepped back until the rope was pulled taut between them. Roguemore stepped away from the combatants and said to Jondrelin, "Witness the pirates' duel, and be glad you are not part of it."
"Ready!"
the sailor growled between tightly clenched teeth, flipping his dagger from hand to hand, a gleam in his eyes. The valet nodded, but from shoulder to fingertip his right arm was slick with blood and dangled near useless at his side. Still, he held his dagger low in that hand. As they fight, Roguemore leaned toward her. If one of them fails to keep the belt in his mouth, the other wins and gets free rein to finish the fight however he sees fit. The dwarf drew his hand across his own throat. Quick and easy. Otherwise they hack away at each other with that belt stretched between them and nowhere to retreat. If the valet's got any fight left in him, they'll both be hacked to ribbons. And that's a bloody long and painful way to die. Be glad this fellow likes to fight his own battles." Jondrelin could feel her face flush. She'd never admitted, but indeed this pirate's duel was beyond anything Hawkwood had taught her. She could see no honor in it. It started quickly. The sailor lunged, his dagger looping out in a wild arc. The valet danced aside. The crowd urged the sailor on. He swung again. The valet ducked, and the blade whistled over his head. The valet swung, wincing visibly in pain. The sailor laughed through clenched teeth, jerking away from the valet with force, thrashing his head around, yanking violently on the belt. The much bigger sailor effortlessly whipped the valet about, yet the lithe fellow managed to keep his feet, managed to hold fast to the belt with his teeth, his neck straining with the effort. Seeing he couldn't shake his foe from the belt, the sailor stabbed out again. The valet leaped aside, swinging his own weapon, but to no avail. His swing fell woefully wide. The injured right arm was clearly hampering the valet's fight. He was panting for breath, all limbs dragging. As the two fighters circled each other, rope belt taut between them, Jondrelin could see triumph in the sailor's eyes and weariness in the valet's. Another lunge by the sailor caught the valet by surprise. The dagger slammed into his already wounded shoulder with a meaty smack just above the bloody rag, and he folded to his knees. The sailor waggled the blade in the wound before jerking it free and striking again, aiming for the valet's throat this time. But the valet jerked back, and the blade ploughed a shallow furrow into the black leather armour covering his chest. The sailor stabbed out again, nicking the valet's armour a second time. The valet, still on his knees, swung in response, his blade scarcely rising above waist level. The valet's attack was so slow and awkward, the sailor easily clubbed the dagger from the valet's hand. The weapon spun to the floor with a twang and skittered under a nearby table. "Pick it up and fight!" the red-haired man snarled, rope still clenched in his teeth. He kicked the dagger toward the valet, who scooped it up. As he slowly stood, the valet now gripped the blade firmly in his left, uninjured hand. Then the valet grinned, eyes now icy and sharp with a killer's keenness. Any trace of weariness had instantly vanished. With a flick of his left arm, he lashed out, and a ribbon of blood opened up along the sailor's forehead. A startled gasp rippled through the crowd. The valet no longer moved like one injured, sluggish and slow. There was now a bounce in his step, and his eyes burned with bright vigour. His left hand, holding the knife, flitted around in a blur, shaving a swatch from the sailor's beard clear to the skin. With another flicker of his blade, a second chunk of hair was gone, and another, and another. Soon the sailor stood stock still, not even trying to duck the blows, blinking wild and nervous. He went quite pale, realizing his death was nigh. The valet planted the dagger straight into the sailor's ear-hole, burying it to the hilt. When he yanked the blade free, blood spurted from the sailor's head and nostrils, splattering a nearby serving wench. An expression of astonished horror was on the man's face as he crumpled to the floor, dead. "It's over!" Rogamore leaped to the valet's side, his mace at the ready. "He won the duel fairly. We all saw. Blood price is paid." The dwarf led the valet through the tavern, shoving his way through the crowd and out the door into the dark street. Jondrelin followed, Hawkwood retrieving the valet's cloak. Soon they were all hustling from the filthy horse through the cool night. Amadon Bay, a choppy glitter just a stone's throw away, could be seen between the filthy horse and its neighbouring staggered buildings. The masts of many ships rose up just beyond. The valet stumbled and leaned into Hawkwood for help. "We must make haste," Rogamore said. "Just because it was a fair fight doesn't mean they don't still wish to thrash us. We've got to get him to the castle and properly dress these wounds before he bleeds to death." "Do you think it's a good idea to haul him to the castle?" Jondrelin asked. "He hasn't even told us who he is." She looked at Hawkwood. "Trust no one, right?" Then she recognized her own hypocrisy. Now she was being the suspicious one. "Good idea or not, we take him to the castle," Rogamore said. "We owe him at least that. Of all of us, you owe him the most, John." Despite all the abuses Jovan had heaped upon her over the years, there were few times in her life when Jondrelin had felt less significant and more foolish than now. She hurried her pace and stepped in front of the injured valet. "Who are you?" she demanded. "You are welcome in my family's castle, but I must know who you are." The valet hung his head. Blood flowed freely from his injuries, and his large eyes were fogging over. "I fear I fouled up my own plans and become fatally wounded here. I do admit I need help with these injuries." "What is your name?" When the valet answered, his eyes never wavered from her. "I hail from the Val-Vale village of Vitali. I have come to Amadon to find Valcorin's daughter, Breta. We were to be betrothed, yet I have not seen her in 5 years. My name is Valdraken." "An inauspicious name." Rogamore's thick brows furrowed. Then he let out a big, hearty guffaw. Breita, huh? Foolish behavior becomes the heart. But you will be sorry to hear, lad, that Breita did not return with her sister Seta. She is not at court. The valet smiled weakly. That is what I feared. Perhaps Valcoran can tell me where she went, where she's been. I am most desirous to know. Perhaps you're telling the truth. But what if we had not come to your rescue? Had you not come to my rescue, dwarf, many questions would have been answered for me. Valdraken met the dwarf's gaze, unflinching. And then I would have been forced to kill every sailor in there, I suppose. And then you'd have been thrown into the dungeons under the Hall of the Day Knights for the effort. Most likely. Not even purgatory can hold me long. Rogmore laughed. I'm beginning to like you. You remind me of Hawkwood. Life's a game to the likes of you two. But the laughter quickly drained from his face, as if he could mask his irritation no longer. No, all is a ruse with the likes of you two. You misunderstand my motives, dwarf, the valet said. I realize I've caused much trouble for you tonight. I promise to repay your kindness. It's more like those sailors from the tavern will repay us, the dwarf said, shaking the valet's cloak. The pockets jangled with coin. Now, what is your real purpose in coming to Amadon? The valet gingerly reached into the folds of his cloak and pulled forth a gold coin, handing it to Rogmore. This should assure you of my true purpose, dwarf. The dwarf looked the coin over, and fixed his cold eyes upon the valet. Ordin was wise when he chose you. Lejean save us. Be it ill fate or misfortune that has brought you to us, Valdraken. Lejean save us. Frustrated, not understanding much of what the two were going on about, Jondrelin pulled the hood of her cloak over her head and cinched it tight around her neck. Her hands came away slick with blood, splattered blood from the sailor's head Rogmore had earlier smashed. She unhooked the cloak and tossed it away into the gutter, and followed Hawkwood, Valdraken, and the dwarf back to the castle. From The Way and Truth of Lejean. As with the fairy and fey creatures of the First Lands, man is commanded to consider the Valet of the Five Isles an indolent race full of mischief and guile. Some claim the Valet are like unto witches that can pull at a man's will and read a man's mind. Some say a Valet maiden of royal blood can foretell signs and prophesy the future. But who would dare believe such foolishness? Chapter 9. 17th day of the shrouded moon, 999th year of Lejean. Gallows Haven, Gulkana. Come. Shawcroft beckoned. There's something you need to see. His face disappeared as he let the cabin doors swing shut. Nail rose from his bed of straw in the loft, grabbed his sword from under his pillow, and descended the ladder to the bare stone floor. There was one window to the left of the door, and another window in the loft, where Nail slept under a deer-hide blanket. Both windows were covered in oilcloth. A brazier filled with coal, its smoke drifting to the thatched roof above, sat by the cupboards near the door. Shawcroft's bed was under the loft and framed in logs, upon which lay blankets of silverwool fur and elk hide. The first thing Nail noticed when he stepped out of the cabin was the bonfire raging in a clearing just beyond the corral. Its glow illuminated the yard in an orange haze. He'd heard his master hacking away at deadfall in the woods earlier that evening. The man had since piled the wood and set it ablaze. Despite the nearby fire, it was a cool evening. Nail was glad for his shirt and woolen breeches. Their one-room log cabin sat in the foothills above Gallows Haven, in a small meadow between rolling mounds of grass and aspen, and was made of pine logs and covered with shingles of cut cedar. Outside were 2 small sheds filled with mining tools. An apple orchard and a garden were situated on either side of the cabin. A corral, where Shawcroft kept Lily and Bedford Boy, was behind the cabin. In the trees above the corral was a small wood-and-wire-framed cage, where Shawcroft kept 2 carrier falcons. Nail's master held one of the falcons atop his arm gauntlet of black polished leather. Shawcroft opened a satchel slung at his hip. Made of dark umber leather, the satchel had a flap that wrapped over the top and buckled on the side. The curving scroll-work inlays stamped into the leather were of a strange design. Many a time Nail had run across Shawcroft hunkered under a tree or lazing near a stream, studying the books and scrolls he kept in the satchel. Now Shawcroft sprinkled some gold dust in a tiny pouch, then tied it, along with a tube in which a rolled note had just been inserted, to the leg of the falcon. The bird, flecks of yellow and ebony in its plumage, fixed amber eyes on Nail. "She knows what lies at our feet," Shawcroft said. "She's spooked." It was then that Nail noticed the rolled-up elk hide on the ground. It was tied with rope on either end, and looked larger and heftier than any hide Nail had seen before. Something moved within it. He took a step back, gripping his sword. His eyes flew to Shawcroft questioningly. The man whistled, and the falcon took flight and soared away eastward. The sun was going down, and the falcon disappeared into the last streaks of sunlight carving through the jagged peaks of the autumn range. Nail marched forward and kicked the elk hide, then prodded it with the tip of his sword. "Don't do that," Shawcroft said sternly, pulling him away. "Something in there moved. What is it?" But the sound of a heavy horse clomping hollowly up the path behind them stole their attention. Shawcroft bade Nail follow as he made for the approaching steed. Nail was half expecting to see a horse with red glowing eyes appear out of the dusky night air. He gripped his sword, feeling the cold reassurance of the blade. But the mount was a familiar dapple-grey draught mare, its mane braided with ribbons of white. Its broad chest and powerful hindquarters glistened in the firelight. Baron Jubal Brooke sat tall upon it. He wore his sword with the black opal-inlaid pommel at his side. Nail's heart thumped with anticipation, the sword in his right hand forgotten, left hand nervously caressing Ava's turtle carving, which lay under his shirt against his thudding chest. "I've come to ask permission to employ your ward." The Baron's voice cut through the stillness of the night as he reined his stout mare up before them. "Nail stays with me." Shawcroft's answer was quick in coming. At his master's casual dismissal of the Baron's offer, rage blossomed in Nail's heart. "Do I get any say in this?" He looked at Shawcroft accusingly. "You do not," the man answered. Jubal looked at Shawcroft. "Nail deserves more than the pointless toil you offer. Even so, he stays with me." The Baron sat up straighter in his saddle. "There's been talk of a dark-cloaked stranger on a curious-looking charger seen about town." Shawcroft met the other man's gaze without speaking. Jubal Brooke leaned and spat on the ground. "Curse you, Shawcroft. Have you brought danger to Gallows Haven? Don't think I cannot tell who your ward resembles. Nail bears their look about him. Don't forget, I fought in Windare at Bordenside. I know what I saw there, who I saw there." "I look like who?" Nail felt his whole body shiver, as if he'd just crawled out of an icy river. "I look like Who?
You fought at Borden's side, Shawcroft said coldly, or did you run like Jovan and Leaf Chaparral? Unlike you, Shawcroft, I've seen war. I haven't been wasting my days away digging for treasures that don't exist. Need I remind you of your duties, and you know naught of my duties. Shawcroft cut him off. The dwarf has seduced your brain with goddess worship and relic digging, as he's done with Squire Van Hester, and he now does with Princess Jondra Lynn, as he did with your brother. Roguemore is the only one with a reasonable plan for fighting off the Sorcerer invasion, while King Jovan does nothing. Nonsense! The Baron shouted. His horse skittered to the side. He gained control of the dapple grey and reined around. What would help against the Sorcerer invasion is if Sir Roderick Rayborn was to cease his treasure-seeking and teach these Gallows-Haven conscripts what swordcraft he knows.
Sir Roderick Rayborn?
Nail looked at his master. That's right, Nail. How much do you really know of Shawcroft? Baron Brooke snarled Shawcroft's name this time, as if he loathed hearing it even pass through his lips. Nail was startled at the venom in the Baron's next words. To think Borden Brunachel trusted so much to a traitor like you! I should behead you myself here and now! The Baron threw back his hood and drew his sword. The weapon threw shards of orange from the light of the nearby bonfire. His dapple grey neighed and took a few steps back. Our disagreement need not come to blows. Shawcroft's voice commanded the knight as he stepped toward the Baron's horse. He grabbed the reins near the mare's jaw and pulled the animal's head straight to the ground. As Baron Brooke tumbled forward, Shawcroft snatched the sword from the man's grasp. The Baron hit the ground with a clatter. Shawcroft calmed the dapple grey with a soft word in its ear. The draught mare knelt there, head pressed to the turf for just a moment before Shawcroft let go its reins. The horse jerked upright and galloped down the path. Nail found it hard to believe, but in one fluid motion his master had brought the thick-necked mare to her knees and disarmed the Baron. How well do I really know him? Sputtering, the Baron scrambled to his feet. Perhaps you forgot, Sir Roderick. I was once a Day-Knight too. I am not impressed by your tricks. A good Day-Knight would have been ready for my tricks. Shawcroft threw the sword down at Jubal's feet. And you are hardly a good Day-Knight, Jubal. At least I was discharged with honour. The Baron's voice had lost its edge and was bordering on a whimper now. Still, he snatched his sword and held it out, steady, poised to strike at Shawcroft, who was unarmed. At least I was given lands and title and a ship, and with those lands, orders to spy on me. Jovan knows of the Brethren of Mere. He knows of your heretical beliefs. This is a battle you cannot win, Shawcroft said, seemingly unconcerned with Baron Brooke's weapon. If you swing that sword, I will kill you. And what purpose would that serve the village? They need your training. Don't waste your life because of our differing views. Don't find so much offence in Roguemore and his followers. The dwarf made many promises to Borden, as did we all. The vagaries of the way and truth of Lejeune have always been a problem between some. We and the Brethren of Mere, what we do, what we seek, are none of your concern. He turned away and dusted his hands. Baron Brooke pointed his sword at Shawcroft's back. I only want you to fulfill your duties as a former Day-Knight and help these boys learn to fight. Eros Rael is aiming for Gulkana. These young men are under my charge. I must train all of them, including Nail. That alone should make you see things as I do. Nail is no longer your concern. Shawcroft turned toward the Baron.
I will train him myself."
"Will you, Sir Roderick?" Baron Brooks snarled. "You treat Nail with an indifference bordering on contempt. You're not half the man your brother was. A real warrior was King Torrance. He would have raised Nail proper."
The Baron sheathed his sword.
"Do what you want, Shawcroft. But as a sworn Day Knight, it's my duty to help train these young men, Nail included. I will expect him on my training field with every other boy in Gallows Haven."
With that, Baron Brooke trudged down the path toward his horse, and with him went Nail's chance to join the Graken hunting crew. "Fellows had a bug up his arse ever since we arrived in Gallows Haven," Shawcroft muttered. "He is hot-blooded and far too quick to anger. He is no leader of men." Resentment and confusion grew within Nail.
"He called you Sir Roderick. What did he mean? He talked of King Borden Bronichel. Isn't he dead? Who are you?"
"We've more important issues at hand," Shawcroft said. "I've something you need to see." He led Nail back to the cabin, stopping short of the bonfire near the rolled-up elk hide. "Help me untie it," Shawcroft ordered.
"He'll never answer any question I ask."
Nail, not in the mood to do anything his master wanted, scowled. Still, he jammed his sword into the dirt and reluctantly knelt before the tanned hide. It took some work, but he loosened the rope, pulling it free. Shawcroft threw back the flaps of the stiff hide. Hidden within was a person. Nail scrambled back in fear. It was the shadow from his nightmares. The Varley rider on the trail. He could tell it was her from the black leather armor, pale young face, and astonishing silken hair. Her eyes opened, almond-shaped green pupils darting between Shawcroft and Nail. There was not a hint of fear in those cold jade orbs. Her mouth was bound and gagged with a bloody grey rag. A thick twined rope was spiraled tight around her body from head to toe, keeping her secure. There was an arrow jutting from the top of her shoulder, most of its shaft buried straight down deep in her leather-clad body, the side of her head almost resting against its blue-feathered top. Another arrow was lodged in her chest, its shaft bloodied and broken off a few inches above her black leather armor. Even injured, there was a serene beauty to this creature that left Nail breathless. "Where's her demon-eyed steed?" Nail looked around frantically. "A Varley bloodwood," Shawcroft hissed. "Black Dougal's cast is long-reaching if he's trained a Varley. Some prophecies are coming to fruition, Nail. There are things you may see and hear tonight you best keep to yourself." Nail stepped up to the elk hide. In the light of the nearby bonfire he could detect a hint of pointed ears under the silvery nest of the Varley woman's hair. He recalled her words to him on the trail. "You are not of my blood, still they will be coming for you." "Her daggers," Shawcroft said. "Her cloak, all of it, I left with her horse, dead and rotting at the bottom of that old elk trap we dug years ago." A hint of pain filled the Varley woman's eyes as Shawcroft touched the broken shaft of the arrow lodged in her chest. "Luck and fortune that I was able to capture her at all. One does not simply catch a bloodwood. Foul demon-spawned filth." Anger flared in her pain-drenched countenance. Still, a bloodwood can be killed. Shawcroft pulled the small boning knife he used on salmon and muskrat from his belt and knelt at the Varley woman's side. "They are not invincible." He cut through the grey rag tied over her mouth. "I've killed them before." "Killed them before?" Nail's heart was beating a little faster now. "I doubt I can get her to talk." Shawcroft pushed the hair away from the valet woman's face and placed the blade of the knife to one of her ears. "But I aim to try." The valet woman's eyes changed from angry to fearful, and with that fear, Nail realized how young she was. Perhaps not much older than he. "Ears are the one thing that makes a valet a valet." Shawcroft pressed the edge of the boning knife against her flesh, pushing. "Tell me your name, and you can keep yours." The valet woman said nothing as Shawcroft pressed down with the knife. Dark redness welled from under the blade and soaked downward into her white hair as she struggled against her bonds, trying to pull away from the pain. From the rapid rise and fall of the leather armor, Nail could see she was panicking now. "Stop!" he shouted, never imagining Shawcroft capable of such cruelness. In a lifetime spent with the man, he'd never seen such brutality. "Leave her alone!" Nail lunged for the knife, but in a flash Shawcroft tossed the blade aside. Nail felt his arms instantly pinned to his chest as his master picked him up in a barrel hug and then dashed him straight to the ground. Air whooshed from his lungs as he hit hard. Dazed, he tried to stand. The old man was stronger than he would have ever imagined. "We must see this through, boy!" Shawcroft roared, eyes ablaze. "This creature before us is pure evil, a bloodwood, deadly and fierce. She must not be allowed to live." Nail lunged at Shawcroft's legs, and they both hit the ground. As they wrestled in the dirt, the rage against the world's many injustices boiled within Nail's heart, feeding him. Shawcroft had denied him his due on Baron Brooke's ship. Now the man was going to mutilate a valet woman for no reason. Nail drew strength from his anger and pinned the man to the ground underneath him. But Shawcroft threw him off and stood. Nail rose to engage him again, only to be met by a sharp slap to the face that sent him reeling against the cabin, head throbbing as he slid to the ground, vision blurred. "Bloodwood assassins have hunted us your entire life, boy." Shawcroft hauled him to his feet and forced him to his knees beside the valet woman. His hand on the back of Nail's head, he made his ward look. Her eyes were wide as she stared back at him. Blood swelled from the cut under her ear and pooled under her hair. Dazed, Nail could feel his own warm blood trickle from the lip his master had split. Shawcroft had never struck him before. That was shocking enough, but it was the man's words that had their effect. "Bloodwood assassins have hunted us your entire life, boy." His head pounded. It felt as if the back of his skull had been caved in. His chest felt on fire, the same feeling, he imagined, as when Doki Little had been struck by lightning. An agony coursed through his body, and his lungs felt raw, mouth parched. As Shawcroft's words churned over and over in his head, the inside of his skull began spinning with unholy images he'd thought long forgotten, fiery forms of the nameless beasts of the underworld, mermaids in the deep, red eyes and red glowing symbols, a pale-haired girl on a white stallion, her hand a metal claw. There was danger here. Is this valet Bloodwood evil? Nail felt his entire body grow slack in Shawcroft's hands. He slumped against his master in exhaustion, head swooning, aching. "Has the fight gone out of you yet?" Shawcroft released his grip on the back of Nail's neck. "Why torture her?" Nail breathed heavily, face beading with sweat as he fell forward to the ground, struggling to rise and giving up. "You are right." Shawcroft's voice was strained, growing hazy and seemingly distant. "She will never divulge her secrets, and we must set off for the Abbey and Bishop Godwin soon. It's only by chance this Bloodwood lies at our feet. Who knows what information she's gathered? There are some who wish this farce to be over." Deep breaths filled his lungs. I, too, wish this farce to be over. It has cost me dearly, and has gone on too long. There are some who still wish you dead." Face pressed sideways in the dirt, Nail felt his heart plunge to the depths of his gut. It was all hazy, though. Shawcroft was speaking of him, and people who wanted him dead. He couldn't move. The slap from Shawcroft, the blow he'd taken to the back of the head while he'd struck the cabin, both had rendered him immobile, nauseous. He couldn't even sit up and ask the questions he wanted to ask. "Ne'er bears their look about him," Baron Brooke had said earlier. As he rose up and looked at the Valet woman next to him, Nail realized much had been opened up to him now. Yet, at the same time, more questions arose. "We must set off for the Abbey and Bishop Godwin soon." Bishop Godwin was the old hermit who tended to the Swithin Wells Trail Abbey, high in the autumn range. Feeling hollow, sick, Nail knew he should pose more questions to Shawcroft, but it would likely get him nowhere, and then the man's lips would become even more tightly sealed. Why was Shawcroft doing this? Why was he taking care of me at all? Or is he taking care of me? Perhaps he is keeping me from the family I never knew. Or perhaps it is the Valet woman wrapped in the elk hide who knows my true parentage. I dare say I've lost more to Black Dougal and his cast of bloodwoods than any man alive. Shawcroft jerked the white arrow lodged in the Valet woman's shoulder straight out. Her mouth opened in silent agony as the arrow's barbed tip pulled strands of muscle and sinew from her wound. Dark blood blossomed and gushed. The barbed arrow had severed an artery in its removal. Shawcroft left the broken arrow in her leather-armoured chest. He then folded the stiff elk hide back over the Valet woman's bound body, lifted her up, and carried her straight to the bonfire and tossed her in. Nail sat there on the ground and watched him do it. Watched her burn. Before he passed out completely and remembered no more, he heard the Valet woman's screams above the crackling of the flames. From the Chivalric Illuminations of Rael. For the sword of Rael is bathed in heaven. There are some sins unforgivable in the eyes of Rael. Grace is not sufficient. Only by the shedding of one's own blood can forgiveness be attained. 'Tis only by the chivalric rule of blood penance that one's station can be restored at the side of Rael. Chapter 10. Galt Albrecht. 17th day of the shrouded moon, 999th year of Lejeune, Aletheia Plains, Windari. The storm was one of those quiet hammerings, the snow so thick it felt as if the cloudy sky might cave in under the burden. But the heavy squall had mostly passed over them now. Galt and Beau Stabler lingered near the fire, awaiting their turn at watch. Galt's destrier, Spirit, tied in the birches behind them, nickered in the cold. Shine, Slaughter, and Battle-Axe, the white archaic stallions belonging to Stabler, Spades, and Hammerfist, respectively, stared out into the snowy darkness beyond the camp. 50 paces to the north, near the southernmost Lejeune Tower, was Eros's tent, large as a good-sized cottage, complete with partitioned rooms, a bath, closets, cabinets, bookshelves, and a 4-post mahogany bed. Hammerfist and the Bloodwood stood just outside the tent's entry. Enna Spades was inside with Eros. The flicker of candles lit up the tent's far end. The rest of the army encampment, some 15,000 hound guards, rowdies, and knights of the Blue Sword, and more than 5,000 archers and squires, were sprawled out to the northwest. Their fires, twinkling clusters in Galt's periphery, receded away into the cold distance. An air of exhaustion still encompassed the army, but their victory over Windare nearly 2 days ago certainly lightened the fatigue. They were itching to fight again. 10 miles to the west, King Torrance Rayborn and the last of the Windare army lay as they had fallen, rotting. Snow covered them now. Their bodies would be left to freeze, then rot, freeze again, thaw, rot, bake in the sun, until naught remained, never to be given religious rites or a proper burial, fated to become food for the nameless beasts of the underworld. 100 paces to the east, beyond the Legion Tower, lay the Aletheia Cliffs and a sheer drop to the morning sea below. The Legion Tower itself was 500 feet of quarried granite soaring above them. The circumference at its base was impressive, the size of 4 to 5 horse stables clustered together. Vines of ivy, brown from the late winter chill, grew up the tower's base in a twisty maze. Its northern side was thick with moss. The 4 other Legion towers rose up into the darkness to the north, 10 miles separating each. Hammerfist walked up to the fire. "There are good ways to die and bad ways to die," he said. His skin was coloured with anger beneath the blue scarred clan tattoos spanning his face. The small fetishes tied in the tangled mass of his red hair and beard seemed to quiver with anger too. His battle armour thunked heavily as he plopped down on a birch stump directly across the fire pit from Galt and Stabler. The bark of the stump splintered under his girth. "That's exactly what that sneaky little bastard over there said. Good ways to die and bad ways. Quoting the illuminations right to my own face." Galt shrugged, drawing his cloak tighter around himself. "Best leave that man be." Bo Stabler pulled the hood of his own blue cloak away from his face, revealing a dark mane of hair and an eye patch over his right eye. A legion of battle scars crisscrossed Stabler's face, but most were hidden under his beard, a scraggly, unkempt bushiness, rarely trimmed. The only hair on Galt's head was a finely carved goatee. He kept the hood of his cloak pulled tight over his bald head. "Gives me the creeps, he does," Hammerfist said. "What do you make of the Bloodwood assassins, Galt?" Galt looked toward the Bloodwood, Eris's newest member of the Knights Archaic, who was now writing in a small book and reclining against the base of the Legion Tower. His gaunt, blood-eye stallion stood watch over him. The horse's ribs gleamed with the oils rubbed into its velvety black hide, and the beast's eyes glowed red. The demon-like steed, different in both colour and temperament from the other 4 steeds belonging to the 5 Knights Archaic, was named Scowl. Enna Spades had the first 2 hours' watch over the Angel Prince tonight. Normally she would be standing watch at the door of the tent, but Eros had earlier ordered her inside. The Bloodwood would soon take second watch, Galt third. "True, I suppose," Galt answered. "There are good ways and bad ways to die." Hammerfist chuckled, fetishes jangling in his beard. "Aye, nothing but nonsense that, and after spouting such foolishness he went and claimed to have just stabbed me." "He claimed to have stabbed you?" "Aye, the wicked sneak." "You'd think a stabbing would be something you'd notice." "Indeed." Galt looked back toward the Bloodwood again. Everything about the man seemed dark, treacherous. Wrapped in tight-fitting black leathers, no weaponry visible, the Bloodwood looked, as Hammerfist would say, wicked sneaky. The entire camp knew of the dozen or more daggers hidden within the assassin's boiled leather armour, and how rapidly those thin blades, black as smoke, could slice and fly at a moment's notice. Galt and Stabler, once finding themselves surrounded by Windare knights at the Battle of Crag Keep, watched amazed when the Bloodwood swooped into their midst, knives seeming to scarcely graze everything they came near. Before Galt or Stabler could even draw their swords, there was naught but corpses. The air was a mist of blood, every throat severed and every assailant dead before they hit the ground. Yes, the Bloodwood was deadly. Spiderwood was the name given him by Black Dougal, leader of the caste of Bloodwood assassins. Spiderwood's real name and age no one would ever know. Most in camp avoided him. Most, but for Hammerfist, who felt the need to incessantly prod at the Angel Prince's newest Knight Archaic. Most in camp just called him the Spider. Quite a trick to stab a man clean through his armour without him even noticing it, Galt said with a grin. Quite a trick indeed. Hammerfist smiled at that, a big, yellow, toothy smile which, in spite of his tattooed and wildly bearded ruggedness, made him look a trifle childlike. Like you said, mate, I'd likely notice something like that. Well, Stabler pointed, you do have a bit of blood about to drip from under that armoured plate. Despite having but one eye, Bo Stabler was Eris's best tracker. He possessed an uncanny ability to see things normally unnoticed. Sure enough, a tiny dot of red had seeped from under the big man's chestplate armour and now dripped to the ground. Hammerfist looked down and ran his hand under the armour. His fingers came up bloody. "Lady Death, take me!" He jerked to his feet, unbuckling his plate cuirass, stripping off his leather tunic and undershirt. Both tunic and shirt sported a small hole and fresh bloodstains. Under the armour, Hammerfist wore a peculiar-looking necklace of thin, pointed mermaid teeth adorned with jewels. The necklace looked right at home, set against the wild red curls and muscular grandeur of his bare chest. He quickly parted the mat of hair above his heart, locating the pea-sized wound just under his collarbone, probing it with his meaty forefinger. "The wicked, sneaky bastard!" "A bad way to die, that there," Stabler said. "I hear his knives are poisoned." "Forged of some foul witchcraft they are," Galt added. Hammerfist looked up from the wound, genuine fear set into his eyes. "He was King Everett's favourite torturer for a time, you know," Stabler pointed out. "Probably practised that trick on some poor sod pulled from the dungeons of Rokenwalder. Perhaps you're next in line for Dougal's Sacrament of Souls." "I'll show him a thing or two about torture." Hammerfist turned toward the Bloodwood and yelled, "Hey, you, sneak thief! Come over here and answer for this!" Spiderwood scribbled in his book a moment, then sheathed both book and pen and rose. He casually brushed snow from his cloak and walked toward them, his steps soundless. Galt stood, as did Stabler, who rested his hand on the hilt of his sword. The Bloodwood dipped his head in greeting as he stepped into their midst. He looked at them through cold, narrow eyes bloodshot with red. He had a chiselled set to his jaw and cheekbones. Brows were sharp. Hair was cropped short and glistened with the same bluish-black hue of a raven's wing. A quiet, icy confidence clung to him like a vapour. Still, at 7 feet, Hammerfist towered over him. With thick-set, immensely powerful shoulders above a barrel chest, massive arms and stout legs, Hammerfist had the look of a man who could uproot trees with his bare hands. "If you value your life and want my respect, you'll have to earn it in some other way," he said, chest puffed out, bright blue eyes looking down on the Bloodwood as he pointed to the wound on his own flesh.
Respect you earn on the field of battle with hard steel. You can't cheat your way into it with black daggers and your sneaky assassin ways."
"No." Spiderwood's eyes strayed toward Eris's tent. "As I see it, there are a great many ways in which one can earn respect. I kill how I please. As do you. Clumsily, I might add, with scant style or grace. But you are Hammerfist." He bowed. "I am Bloodwood."
"Clumsily!"
A flush of rage spread over Hammerfist's face like a rash.
"You tread on dangerous territory."
"Oft-times your great bulk crowds me." Spiderwood motioned to the wound in Hammerfist's chest and shrugged. "A mere warning, that. Next time you venture clumsily within my reach, I make it painful."
"If it weren't for Eros's misplaced affection for you, I'd flog you right now."
"I think not." The Bloodwood took a step back. With a flick of his arm, a dagger appeared in his hand. "My blade first. If you made such an attempt, you would be dead between heartbeats." Galt slipped between Hammerfist and the Bloodwood. Stabler drew his sword, saying, "I like not the tone of this conversation." Hammerfist grinned at Spiderwood, pushed Galt aside, and stepped easily within the Bloodwood's reach. "I see your true heart now, full of weakness, lacking in courage. That's why you rely on your sneakiness, your devilry, and your childish acrobatics. It's all a ruse with you. The truth is, you'd like to fight me now that I stand mostly naked before you, my gear scattered at my feet. Do not mock my ways," the Bloodwood said. "No, do not mock ours. What have you and your black-hearted Bloodwoods done to help this war effort? Where were you when Felisar Gannon yanked a dozen Windare arrows from his own chest and then flung himself back into the Battle of Agonmore?" "I've heard the tale a dozen times. Wasn't Felisar crushed by his white Destria moments later, his death opening up a vacancy in the Knight's Archaic for Stabler?"
"Where were you when Wulfmere Lord, still impaled by a spear, staggered into camp after the Battle of Oksana and tossed the severed heads of his foes into the fire pit?"
"Then he keeled over dead, right? Now I have replaced him at Eros's side."
"He died proper," Hammerfist said, voice rising. "A glorious death, with honour."
"Perhaps," Spiderwood drawled. "But I see nothing before me but a brutish idiot practised only in the fine art of clumsily swinging an unwieldy spiked ball about. True, you've won battles, smashed the heads of the blindly unaware. You recount the same barbaric stories to your fellows here every night."
"I've helped conquer an entire kingdom. The Illuminations record my deeds."
"Oh, yes," the Bloodwood said. "Bloody violence will save you."
"Don't quote the Illuminations to me. I was reading them before you were born."
"Did your Illuminations record Hollis Burns' death? Is it written how this fool charged straight into the fray along the River Seine, leading a cavalry of 100 knights of the Blue Sword behind him? Does it tell of how Sir Severe lost many good men that day, most sinking like stones, while the rest, floundering in the river, were crushed to death when 500 Windare foot soldiers fell upon them? Do your Illuminations tell how Hollis's compressed corpse was dug from under the mass of dead and returned to his homeland in shame, accompanied by the severed head of his Destria? Does it tell why he was not burned as a hero? Does it tell why his soul was not allowed to take wing with the smoke of a holy pyre and rise into heaven to dwell in service of your precious Rael, but was instead banished to the underworld and the dreadful abyss of the dishonoured? Your illuminations are selective in who they speak of. Stabler jumped in. Victory is a gift from our Lord Eros, a lord who communes with both Lejon the father and Rael the son. Our success is not carved by the skill of our weaponry and bravado alone. Slay all is our creed. Rael will know his own. Again, you quote the illuminations, the Bloodwood said. Better to read the illuminations than those black words of a non-believer you must scribble in that secret little book, Stabler said, his anger now matching that of Hammerfist. Why are you even here? My reasons I keep secret, Spiderwood said, in my little book. Again you continue to think us idiots, Stabler said. With respect, you know that we Bloodwoods pay scant homage to Rael or Lejon, or even Mother Mia. Still, Black Dougal and my fellow assassins have much business in Gulkana. All has been sanctioned by our blessed King Everett. This last statement brought with it a moment of silence. Galt knew that Black Dougal, his caste of assassins, and their relationship to King Everett were all hard to define. It had been a mystery to the other 4 Knights Archaic why this particular Bloodwood was counted among them. So you hunt your brother? Stabler asked. You hunt Hawkwood? You will not speak his name around me. There was challenge in Spiderwood's eyes as they raked over Stabler. There are many I hunt in Gulkana. Enough! Enna Spades yelled. They all turned. Spades let the flap of Eris's tent fall shut behind her. The tune of your blathering disturbs the prince. Snow crunched beneath the red-haired woman's boots as she strode toward them, purpose in her gait. The 4 men, Galt, Stabler, Hammerfist, and the Bloodwood, parted as she stood among them. They lapsed into an uncomfortable silence. Spades appraised Hammerfist first. He was still naked from the waist up, a trail of blood running down his chest from the small hole. She eyed the Bloodwood. His dagger had vanished. "Idiots!" she said, glaring at them all. More silence followed her withering stare. "Eros's wishes are known," she began. "We strike at Gulkana. We aim for the small fishing village of Gallows Haven." She turned to Spiderwood. "Your fellow Bloodwood has gathered evidence that one of the brethren of Mia, Sir Roderick Rayburn, King Torrance's younger brother, resides there under a false name." Spades paused, her gaze roaming toward the Aletheia cliff and its 300-foot drop to the morning sea below. "With Sir Roderick may be the one thing Eros desires most, the boy who was stolen." It was faint, but Galt saw it. Spiderwood had narrowed his eyes just slightly at the mention of Sir Roderick, tightening them into something fierce and cold. Galt, Stabler, and Hammerfist slumped back down in front of the fire, the quibble between the Bloodwood and Hammerfist forgotten, anxiety building within each as they thought upon the upcoming siege of Gulkana. The Bloodwood was standing watch before Eros's tent. In the silence, Galt's mind wandered back to his childhood and the famine that had left him an orphan. Home, Stone Loring. Those words held scant meaning for him now. Starvation, squalor, and assassination, the ways in which his family had all died, were not honourable deaths. According to the chivalric illuminations of Rael, the ideal death was in war. The ideal death was not a tame one. A peaceful death in bed, lovingly embraced by family, was a humiliation to any true warrior of Rael. An ideal death needed to satisfy the illuminations' code. Bloody violence will save you, awaiting survival won't. In death, a warrior's soul was taken up into heaven to serve the one and only son of the first warrior angel, Lejon, in the court of Rael. The Chivalric Illuminations of Rael, a 10-volume and growing manuscript housed in the Rokenwalder Castle Library, was a detailed history of Sorcevier warfare to be read as holy script. Warfare was Sorsevier's heritage, and Galt knew war. Almost his whole existence had been honed in violence. It was simply a way of life. He knew no other. 5 years after conquering Aidan White, and then 5 more raiding and pillaging across the island of Windare, had led the armies of the Angel Prince to this point, under the southernmost of the 5 Lejon towers. In their wake, the armies of Sorcevier had left behind a mournful collection of burned cities, smoking ruins, deserted hamlets, scarred fields, empty churches, and penniless marketplaces. The once fruitful and mighty Windare was now no more than a wasteland of scattered rubbish, a people a simpering, beaten-down lot. Just like Aidan White before, Windare was now full of naught but criminals, poverty everywhere. The plague had sprung up from the squalor and was spreading. Roads were unsafe. Murder was rampant. Robbers and thieves now ruled with scant regard for life. All was now exactly as it should be, exactly as both Aidan White and Windare had deserved. The decades and centuries of savage attacks on Sorcevier shores were finally avenged. Slay all. Rael will know his own, was the Illumination's creed. Yet the truth was, in battle, most men, some even fully knighted, were a disgrace. They pissed themselves, shat themselves, then found themselves stuck to the pointy end of a better man's sword. Some warriors, the green ones usually, the Hound Guard and rowdies, cried for their mothers in the end. 17-year-old Connor Riddle, lying face down in the mud of Pensio fields, encased in 50 pounds of armour, blood spurting from 2 severed legs, had cried for help before Galt's merciful killing stroke took his head. Then there was young Salasan Lusk. As the surgeon pulled chunks of chainmail from the gruesome wound done to his groin, Salasan had squalled like a babe. He begged Galt to deliver a copper trinket to his girlfriend in case of his passing. Salasan did die. Galt pitched the trinket into the River Seine. Both he and Spirit had watched it sink. 10 years of war. Now here they sat, the Angel Prince and his 5 knights archaic, Galt Albrecht, Beau Stabler, Hammerfis, Enna Spades, and the Bloodwood, camped smack under one of the 5 Lejon towers, its ever-burning fire put to sleep forever, smothered with the bodies of the enemy knights guarding it, and left to dwindle down to naught but smouldering coals and fetid smoke. Their crusade to retake the 5 Isles had now reached this point, the easternmost edge of Windare, atop the Aletheia cliffs, the morning sea the only thing now separating them from their ultimate goal, the island of Gulkana. Gulkana, the Illuminations claimed, was a rich and fertile land, infested with nothing more than gluttonous wretches who worshipped Lejon in blasphemous, gaudy cathedrals and temples, a place where the people would wail and flagellate themselves before an enormous sculpted statue of Lejon, hailing it as an effigy of the great one and only. The chivalric Illuminations of Rael spoke of Gulkana and the ghastly harvest of carnage and bloodshed Church of Lejon zealots had reaped in the name of their perverted view of Lejon, when they had taken and lost and retaken time and again both Windare and Aidan White from the heirs of Rael over the centuries. Eros Rael would take Gulkana as he had retaken Aidan White and Windare. He would give Gulkana its fiery absolution. For that which was taken in blood can only be regained in blood, spoke the illuminations. As the prophets foretold, on that day of absolution, the angel Prince of Rael would reign as the true one and only returned. King Avrit Rael had raised his only son, Eros, for just this purpose, and Eros had fought these last 10 years for just this goal. To the armies of Sor-Severe, Eros Rael was not only their fellow warrior, but their prince, their lord, even their one and only returned. In Sor-Severe, to be saved, one must only proclaim Lejon as the true one and only, and swear fealty to Eros Rael as Lejon's living heir. There was no vicar or quorum of 5 archbishops in Amadon to pay homage and tithes to. There were no temple prayers, lists of good works, flagellations before holy statues, or ceremonies of ember and ash to earn your way into heaven. In Sor-Severe, belief was simple. Study the illuminations and believe in Rael, Lejon's only son, and Eros, his living heir and warrior for the faith. And Eros had more than proved himself in battle these last 10 years. He was a keen and brave fighter, at the forefront always, seemingly indestructible, glorying in the savagery of battle. Never injured once. He'd been trained by the best warriors and killers King Avrit could offer. Eros was Avrit's prize, his pride, his joy, and both were driven by this one goal of ushering in absolution. All of which brought Galt's mind around to something else. Thoughts of the brilliant green stone Eros had found on the battlefield had lately consumed him. To see it one more time is all I'd need. He looked to the soaring height of the Lejon Tower. Its witch-born flame had been extinguished nearly a moon ago, doused forever, as was prophesied. But Galt took little solace in that final act of triumph. Years ago, the very thought that he himself might be an integral part of fulfilling that ancient illuminations prophecy would have thrilled him no end. But now, after so much war and death, he scarcely cared. Now all he could think of was a small green stone, and that frightened him. Was it really an angel stone? That was the question he'd been mulling for the last few days now. He wondered if his mind hadn't played some trick on him, wishful thinking combined with the stories of his mother. He pulled his cloak tighter over his shoulders like a mantle. It would soon be his turn at watch. The snowy, wind-dark night would soon grow bone-chilling. The flap of Enna Spade's tent folded aside. She stood there, still wearing most of her armor, tossing a copper coin in her hand, her special coin, a trinket that had a history. Spiderwood, still standing watch, looked at her briefly, then turned away. Spades showed no emotion. Galt knew her well. She'd described her childhood to him once, traumatic, full of pain and betrayal, horrific things he himself would rather not think of. She'd never felt much power in her life, but in the hideousness of war, she'd discovered a way in which she could gain it. She'd joined Eros's army in her late teens and, through sheer skill and ruthlessness, had risen through the ranks. Squire, Hound Guard, Rowdy, Knight of the Blue Sword, and she'd rightly earned her spot at Eros's side as Knight Archaic. She faced Galt with a curious tilt to her chin. He knew that look and wanted to turn his eyes away. In matters like this, she had nurtured her icy lack of facial expression to an art. He could read nothing in her, but knew what she wanted. He purposely looked away. She pocketed her coin and retreated into her tent. Both Hammerfist and Stabler chuckled. As much as Enna Spades tempted him still, Galt knew nothing good would come of their coupling. Let the bloodwood pleasure her, if he so desired. They'd been together as of late. After all, the two shared a common bond. Spades and Spiderwood both hunted the same man, the former bloodwood assassin known as Hawkwood. Hawkwood had betrayed his homeland for the love of a woman, Jondralyn Bronachel, sister of Sorcevere's greatest enemy, King Jovan Bronachel of Gulkana, and daughter of the woman he had been sent to assassinate, Queen Alana Bronachel. Most believed Alana had died in childbirth, but there were some, like Galt, who knew the truth. Alana Bronachel had died at the hands of a Sorcevere bloodwood assassin, and that assassin had been Hawkwood, and that assassin had fallen in love with the woman's eldest daughter, Jondralyn, the fairest woman, it was said, in all the 5 Isles. So fair, her face was minted on every copper coin in Gulkana. Now Hawkwood was known in Sorcevere as a betrayer, a turncoat. Many wanted him dead, for he was to have killed Jondralyn too, but had not. Hawkwood was not only a former bloodwood assassin, but also Spiderwood's brother, and Spade's former lover. A bloodwood was not allowed to fail in his duties, and one did not just leave Black Dougal's cast of assassins for a woman, and one certainly did not leave Enna Spades for anything. And now Spades kept a Gulkana copper with Jondralyn Bronachel's image emblazoned on it with her always. She kept it so she would know the face of the woman she most desired to kill. From the Moon Scrolls of Mir. In this embattled world, man held faith in invisible forces and hostile spirits, oft-times doing the bidding of the wraiths that fed in his soul. To appease the winged demons who ruled with fiery death, man erected altars of sacrifice. It was a time of selective loyalties, a time of great betrayal, a time of celestial divinations that one holy and pure and strong of mind would be born by the sea, blessed with the mark of the cross. Chapter 11. Jondralyn Bronachel. 18th day of the shrouded moon, 999th year of Lejon, Amadon, Gulkana. Squire Ek Van Hester circled his foe, a stick-thin man in rusted chainmail, wooden breastplate, and dented helm, bearing an unwieldy-looking longsword. The orchestra bell gonged a deep boom, 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 whenever the Prince of St. Only stepped onto the arena floor. The crowd booed to the cadence, the bells heralding the inevitable. The air was ripe with the stench of death. But that was the way of the arena, ancient, grey, pitted, rancid, and stained. Today the King's suite was crammed with the entirety of Jovan's court. Only Lord Kelvin Cronin was absent. He had taken leave of the festivities yestermorn, and journeyed back to Lord's Point to attend to his wife, Imogen, and their newborn daughter. Tala held hands with Laurie Legraven, both with heads bowed and eyes clenched shut. Occasionally, Dame Mergred would reach back and slap the top of their hands with one of her own beefy palms. Jondralyn knew her sister and cousin merely wished to have their delicate sensibilities unsullied by the arena horrors. But Jondralyn saw things differently. She figured a princess must look unflinchingly at the world, soak it all in without abhorrence. Those were things her mother Alana had instilled in her. Though her mother had hated the arena as much as Tala seemed to now, she'd taught Jondralyn to see it for what it was. She worried for her younger sister. Tala hadn't spent as much time under the tutelage of their mother as she had. Now it seemed Tala wandered about the castle full of naught but idle mischief. But soon Jovan would have her marry Glade Chaparral, and her standing in the court would be firmer, and she could avoid the arena if she so desired. Jondralin elbowed her, but Tala refused to look. Jondralin turned her own attention to the arena floor. She would look. Though she still feared for Squireck's life, watching his brute power in action was magnificent. To her, there was a quiet accuracy in Squireck's movements, a clean efficiency. He swung his longsword only once. It flashed fiercely in the sun, and his foe fell dead at his feet, chainmail and wooden breastplate torn asunder, chest split open, and weeping sheets of scarlet over the dirt. Boom, boom, boom went the bells, and a great chorus of boos rained down upon the Prince of St. Only. Squireck held his bloody sword aloft. He stood there, below the king's suite, in naught but his leather breeches, frozen in place, bare-chested. Wearing no armour, beads of sweat glistened on his tanned, rippling torso. He was fearsome, eyes wide and inflamed. Golden hair just a wild tangle down his neck and back. Except for the quivering of his forearm held high, Squireck was quite still, elegant even, as if forged of marble. Jondralin knew her feelings for her once-betrothed were deepening. Sitting here next to Hawkwood, watching Squireck kill in the arena, she had never felt more vibrantly alive. The Prince of St. Only had scarcely taken his eyes off the king's suite. Even in the midst of slaying his latest challenger, Squireck's eyes almost never wavered from the spot where Grand Vicar Denarius and the Quorum of Five sat. Archbishop Spencerville, squat and round, seemed especially to squirm in his seat. "The victorious Prince of St. Only!" The herald's voice swelled through the arena once the ravenous boos of the crowd and thunderous booming of the bells ceased. "Blessed Mother," Frogmore said. He sat near Jondralin with Hawkwood. "What a specimen. I dare say his arms have grown 2 sizes bigger since his last fight." What the dwarf said was true. Squireck's body was as chiselled as the sculpture of Lejeune that graced the rotunda of the temple. Down on that arena floor was a true fighter, a true warrior, a real man, all sculpted muscle and confidence. A feeling of complete and utter inadequacy filled Jondralin then. A desire to build up her own physique to match that of Squireck's instantly consumed her. She, too, wanted a warrior's body. But as a woman in Golconda, what chance was there of that? "I will find a way." Hawkwood was looking at her curiously. She wondered if he knew what she was thinking. On the floor of the arena, Squireck swung his sword and chopped the head from the dead gladiator, then picked it up by the hair and flung it high into the air. It sailed over the bulk of the orchestra, landing among the drum section just below the king's suite. The musicians gasped and scrambled away. "This man's blood be upon the Grand Vicar and Quorum of Five!" Squireck yelled, holding his arms wide in supplication. "His blood is not upon me!" He turned and stalked away. The arena crowd booed with more vigour and flame. Once again, Squireck Van Hester exited the arena, his body free of blood. This had been his 4th win without suffering so much as a scratch. The headless corpse was branded with the cross of Lejeune, and the body dragged away. As the dirt of the arena floor was raked, the orchestra struck up a soothing melody, and the crowd patiently awaited the next match. A Silver Guard pikeman leaped down into the orchestra pit and snatched up the head of the gladiator. He flung it back onto the arena floor, where it landed in a spray of dirt for the sandrakers to gather. "Someday," Rogamore said, loud enough for all in the king's suite to hear. "One of those heads is bound to reach the lap of one of our beloved archbishops." There was a defiant challenge in the dwarf's stance, and a dangerous rising of his bushy brows. "Best watch your mouth, dwarf," Grand Vicar Denarius chortled, staying seated. His thick hands were folded over the lump of his stomach. He took a deep breath that sounded more like the grunt of a boar. His eyes, prickly and wandering, appeared to miss nothing as he continued, "Yes, best watch your mouth, or you'll soon be down with Squirek, running about in that arena on your stumpy little legs, begging for your life." "Is that a threat, Denarius?" The dwarf faced the quorum of 5. Archbishops Leaford and Donalbain stood as if to protect their leader, the latter tall and stick-like, always reminding Jondrelin of an old scarecrow she'd once seen. Vandervoort, Spencerville, and Rhys Duncan stayed seated, but they were the more heavy set of the 5, Spencerville particularly round of gut. The Grand Vicar's scrutiny of the dwarf was unwaveringly long. It seemed as if the dwarf was momentarily taken aback by the intimacy of the unending look from Denarius. "Fools!" Jovan snarled, leaning forward in his chair. "Can't you see the Prince of St. Only makes us all look like simpletons?" He looked to the day-night captain, Sir Sterling Prentice. "See to it that Squirek is imprisoned separately from the other fighters." With strained impatience etching his face, he stood and addressed the entire suite. "The Prince of St. Only's training is at an end. He is to be given naught but bread and water by the guards. On pain of death, nobody is to visit the arena prison without my leave, or perhaps I will just have him moved back to purgatory." "That is unfair!" Jondrelin shot to her feet. "I won't have my sister questioning me in public." The king snapped his fingers and pointed to the exit. "Have her removed, Prentice." Since Jovan had grown up and become king, his childlike bullying had only become worse, but in a different, sinister, more official kind of way. Now he had other men, like Sterling Prentice, do the dirty work. Prentice motioned to the 4 day-knights standing guard behind the king. They moved toward her with purpose. Hawkwood stood, hand on the hilt of his sword. Each of the 4 day-knights drew his weapon. Everyone froze. The tension was thick. Jondrelin was at once flattered that Hawkwood would risk so much for her, and irritated that he just assumed she could not take care of herself. "Please, Jovan, Your Excellency," Jondrelin's aunt, Mona Legraven, stood and bowed deeply. "Don't quarrel. Grant us leave to just sit and enjoy—" "Do you wish to be removed too?" The king's face was lit with rage. Mona slunk back into her seat next to her husband, Lord Lot Legraven, who now looked ill. Jovan shot an icy stare at Hawkwood. "Remove your hand from the hilt of that weapon, or else my day-knights will cut you down where you stand." Hawkwood kept his hand where it was, cool gaze unwavering. "Do not do this, lad," Sterling Prentice said to the Sorcerer man. "You've been a great help in training my men. That I appreciate, but I must do as my king commands. My men will slice you to ribbons on my orders. Make no mistake." Everyone looked between Hawkwood to Jovan. The king stood tall and sure, rage on his face. As a young girl, Jondrelin had always been reassured by the breadth and firmness of her older brother's shoulders, the rigidness of his posture, the squareness of his young jaw. But when they'd reached their teens, those attributes turned Jovan into a more formidable tormentor to her. That rage everyone now saw in his face, she'd seen before. Again she recalled when she was only 12, and he 15. Jovan, having become enraged over some triviality between them, cornered her in a dark corner of Tin Man Square. He ordered her Silver Guard watchman away, then threw her to the ground and stomped her arm and leg muscles beneath his heavy boots as she lay helpless on the ground. He made her promise to never tell their father, or he would scar her face until she was so ugly no man would want her. Jondrelin, fearing he would follow through on his threat, obeyed. She had seen the determination for cruelty in his face. Yes, today he stood tall and sure, but now those attributes just added to the crazed look of him. Everything he ever did was full of brute unfairness and spite. Where had he learned such unkindness? Their father had never been like that. Alana Bronichel had not been totally blind to her son's meanness as a child, and had tried her best to correct that in him, but she would hate who he had become, as Jondrelin did now. In fact, Jondrelin hated him more than ever before, as he motioned to the captain of the Danites. "Remove her from my sight. Kill anyone who tries to stop you." Jondrelin shoved away the first Danite who attempted to grab her. "If I'm to leave the arena, it will be under my own power." The captain of the Danites appraised Jondrelin with a heavy-lidded gaze. "The order was given to me. I aim to fulfill it. I will escort you from the arena whether you like it or not." There was purpose behind his words. He had once been Borden Bronichel's most trusted knight, but since her father's death, the Danite captain had been a bulky threat looming at not only Jovan's but the Grand Vicar's side. When she was a child, the grim look of Sterling Prentice could send Jondrelin scurrying away in fear. He was looking down on her now with those squinty, steely eyes of his. She wondered if the man sat up at night, practicing intimidating looks in front of a mirror. The thought made her giggle. This earned an even darker look from Jovan. Sterling's thick hand went to the black opal on the pommel of his sword. The man followed her brother's orders to a fault. Grand Vicar Denarius spoke. "You should take little offence at your sister's words, my king." He was puffed up like a toad in his seat. "Though she is one most beautiful, she is only a woman, barely more than a silly court girl, really. They never grow out of it, the court girls. It is why you don't see them in the bishopric, or as lords or nobles or kings. They know not what they do, and Jondrelin knows not what she says. It's the dwarf who fills her head with such folly, having her believe she is more than she is, and that sore severe turncoat who teaches her swordcraft does her no favours either. Just look at how she dresses. She thinks she is a real warrior, thinks it unfair that Squirek go without training and food. But what does a woman know of the arena and its workings?" "I know exactly of what I speak," Jondrelin snarled. The vicar sat back in his chair, chubby and self-contained. "I agree with our holy vicar," the Val Valais ambassador Valcorin said in his very peculiar, taut voice, just above a whisper. Everyone had to strain to hear what he said next, his words directed at Roguemore and Hawkwood. "Ever since the Dwarf Council in Ankar sent you to Borden's court, you've stirred up nothing but trouble for the Silver Throne, Sir Dwarf. And you, Hawkwood, are naught but a dirty, sore-severe turncoat and assassin." "I'm no assassin." Hawkwood's retort was dismissively casual, eyes narrowing at the Valais ambassador. "Nor am I a traitor." "You're both a traitor and an assassin," Valcorin said. "You know it. I know it." Jondrelin looked closely at the long-eared Valais. There was a certainty in the way he spoke that brooked no argument. His eyes were a light green, and in that moment she was able to see the flecks of gold dusted through them. His daughter, Seta, sitting next to the injured Valdraken, appeared amused by the entire conversation. That angered her. "Remove my sister, The dwarf and Hawkwood from my sight, Prentice," Jovan ordered with impatience, his eyes fierce and commanding. "Now!" Sterling Prentice and his 4 Danites moved forward, wary. Hawkwood spoke calmly. "I dare say it will take more than just you and 4 Danites to escort me anywhere, Prentice." His sword rang the rest of the way from its sheath. Jondralin's heart leaped straight into her throat as 2 of the Danites advanced to defend their captain. But Sterling stayed them with an upraised hand. The Val Valle ambassador was smiling now too. To Jondralin, it felt as if the entire episode had been orchestrated by Sterling and Valcorin for just this purpose, to catch Hawkwood, and possibly even her, in this very position. She took a step toward her brother, but was immediately blocked by the bulk of Sterling Prentice, who grabbed her roughly by the arm. Hawkwood raised his blade. "Take your hand off her." "Are you calling me out?" Prentice growled. "Are you issuing challenge to a Daynite?" Hawkwood's eyes lanced into those of the Daynite captain. His sword did not waver. "I've a proposition to make." Valcorin weaved his way between everyone, commanding the attention of all. He looked at Jovan. "Sterling Prentice has stumbled upon a grand idea. If Hawkwood is so insistent upon defending Jondralin's honour, Your Excellency, I say we let him. We are nearing the morning moon celebrations, after all. What better way to celebrate than a duel to settle a point of honour?" "Yes," Jovan clapped. "I like the way you think, Valcorin." A smile played at the corners of his mouth. "The 4 Daynights against Hawkwood. A week from now, Black Glass Courtyard. A duel to the death to settle this." "No, please, brother," Jondralin said, weary, truly expecting nothing to come of this save more suffering. "Is there no other way? This is all a misunderstanding." "Hawkwood and the dwarf have poisoned you against me long enough," Jovan snarled, rage etched on his face. "Even turned you against our holy vicar, against Lejeune. It is a father's job to raise his children in the truth of Lejeune or be damned. But our father is dead. It's now my duty to keep you in step with the Church and its teachings. I merely do the will of Lejeune, ridding you of those who turn you against me." In the background, Grand Vicar Denarius nodded his approval. Jondralin knew Jovan was set in his ways. There was no arguing with him, especially in the vicar's and Quorum's presence. When her mother was pregnant with Ansel, she had spoken to Jondralin of her fear that if Borden was killed in war, and Jovan took over as king, her son would fall prey to the political machinations of both the Grand Vicar and the Val Valle ambassador, Valcorin. And she'd been right. Jovan was beholden to both to an alarming degree, and Jondralin found her brother's constant piety and bullying in the name of Lejeune ultimately dangerous for Golconda. Ever since hearing some of the Brethren of Mia's interpretations on Lejeune, the Blessed Mother Mia, and the baby Rael, Jondralin wasn't sure she believed in the Church of Lejeune's infallibility any more. She hadn't prayed of her own accord in moons. There were tiny effigies of Lejeune throughout Amadon Castle, but she no longer paused to kneel before them as she once had. "You 4 Daynights," Jovan pointed to the 4 surrounding Hawkwood, "make yourselves ready for the duel. I will bestow treasure and holdings near Nightley upon the one who strikes the head from the villain before you." "4 against 1, Jondralin shouted. "It's not fair." "And when I win?" Hawkwood asked, sheathing his sword, as if in acquiescence to the coming fight, eyes on Jovan. "What holdings and treasure do I get?" "When you win?" Jovan laughed. "What could you possibly want besides your feeble right to live a short time longer than you normally would have?" The arena herald's voice sang out through the stadium, announcing the next match. The orchestra struck up a wild chord as the next fighters strode onto the field. One was Shkil-Gar, the killer ogle from Jute, a 7-foot-tall, leathery beast of a fighter in rusted mail armour who lumbered into the arena to the beat of the orchestral drums. He slowly swung his heavy warhammer to and fro above his head. The crowd booed the ogle voraciously. He answered with a smile, baring teeth like yellow-rusted knives. "When I win," Hawkwood demanded over the roar of the crowd. Jovan scrutinized the other man with a scowl. "The matter is settled. You win your right to live but a moment more by my leave." Jondrelin pleaded. "That means next to nothing." "Shut up!" Jovan bellowed. "I don't wish to miss watching this blood-sucking ogle crush his opponent." He then clapped loudly. "This foul beast is my favourite." Below, Shkil-Gar pulverized his foe beneath the weight of his massive warhammer. His victorious roar was so loud it drowned out the chorus of boos from the crowd and swallowed up the sound of the orchestral horns and drums. "I fucking Satan, you all!" he bellowed in his thick oghul accent, booming voice deep and jarring. "I fucking I am mothers!" The ogle's thunderous shouting brought the entire arena to silence. Shkil-Gar tossed aside his warhammer and grabbed the fallen gladiator under both arms. The ogle lifted the limp corpse so he was face to face with the dead man. He bared his teeth, lips curling back, drool running from the corners of his mouth. He bit into the mutilated flesh of the dead man's pulverized neck and sucked the still warm blood from lifeless veins. That was the last thing Jondrelin saw as the day-night captain escorted her, Roguemore, and Hawkwood from the arena. An iron-grey sky, heavy with clouds, boiled above Jondrelin and Roguemore as they stood upon the battlements. The arena matches had ended earlier that afternoon. Below, Tala and Laurie, along with Lindolf, Legraven, and Glade Chaparral, watched Valcorin's daughter spar with Valdraken in the centre of Greengrass Courtyard. Valdraken's injured arm was in a splint and heavily bandaged. Still, he fought off Sator's flurry of attacks with ease. "Look how fluidly the valet fights," Jondrelin said. "Even with one arm in a sling, Valdraken can beat back any threat Sator poses." "Indeed, the valet are a different breed in many ways," Roguemore followed. Jondrelin could hear the valet princess's lilting laugh even from her perch overlooking the yard. Greengrass Courtyard was a private royal garden, roughly 300 paces long by 100 wide. It was located about 3/4 of the way up Mount Albion, near the centre of Amadon Castle, directly below the King's Gallery and the great Sunbird Hall. There were perhaps 24 such courtyards scattered about the many levels of Amadon Castle. The largest, Tin Man Square, was nestled between the 2 towers of Thessoa, just below the great gatehouse, about halfway up Mount Albion. The sight of Valdraken's skill with a blade left a sombre residue of bitterness in Jondrelin. She'd blundered miserably in the filthy horse saloon. It made her feel inadequate in every way. To me, it seems Valdraken let those sailors in the saloon injure him intentionally. Someone with the valet's skill could have beaten them back. She turned to the dwarf. "Have you met with him since he came to the castle last night?" "He is saddened that Breitha is not at court with Sator, but he's brought news from his homeland. He claims Valcorin has fallen out of favour with the Val Valle royal family. I will leave it at that for now." With 2 flicks of his wooden blade, the injured valet disarmed Sator. Her wooden sword spun off into the grass, but cat-quick she dove and caught it before it touched the ground. Tumbling, she sprang to her feet and launched her own wave of blows. Valdraken was soon retreating under her onslaught. The two valets looked like dancers as they sparred, yet there was something almost barbaric about them too, some savage quality that was both lethal and serene. As they fought, Valdraken's face remained beautiful, yet devoid of passion. Satyr always appeared at ease with the world. Indeed, pleasant laughter lived within her eyes and voice. She disarmed Valdraken. His wooden sword arced away, and he nearly dove for it, then pulled up short, motioning to his injured arm. Valet flesh healed thrice as fast as a human's. Injuries like Valdraken had suffered in the Filthy Horse Saloon would normally take a man 6 moons to recover from fully. It would take the valet about 2. Still, even injured and in defeat, Valdraken moved with a languid grace few possessed and many envied. Jondrelin knew she would have been slain in that pirate's duel had Valdraken not fought in her stead. "Don't feel so sorry for yourself," Rogomor said. "Don't think I can't tell what you are thinking." "How do you know what I think?" she snapped, then realized the dwarf did not deserve her wrath. Still, many things had upset her today. "True, I am unhappy. Hawkwood is now under guard of the Day-Knights, awaiting the duel." "Everything has a purpose," Rogomor said, "another of the Brethren's creeds. I know you worry for both Hawkwood and Squirek, but everything has a purpose." "Everything has a purpose?" She was beginning to think the dwarf was not telling her all he knew about Hawkwood, Valdraken, the Brethren of Mere, and their plans. She saw the honour in Hawkwood's defence of her at the arena, but the whole episode seemed entirely pointless. It felt almost staged by her brother to catch Hawkwood in just such a dilemma, defending her. She wondered why Jovan hated Hawkwood so. "I see no purpose in the duel. Surely Jovan knows Hawkwood will kill the Day-Knights." "Don't be so sure he will, John." "You doubt his skills?" she asked harshly. "You remind me of your mother, headstrong and foolish, the both of you. Your brashness at the Filthy Horse bears that out. You want to challenge and threaten and fight and out-argue everyone, including your brother. Everything to you is a crusade for fairness. In a great many ways you remind me of Elana. She acted as such with your father. She challenged him as you challenged Jovan, but she was far more cautious than you." "Me challenge and threaten and fight and argue? It was you who mocked the Grand Vicar, you who initiated the entire argument that led up to this pointless duel." "Jovan's court is much like the arena. You have the quorum, the Grand Vicar, the Valet Ambassador, countless other lords and barons, all vying for Jovan's attention and favour. Jovan senses you are smarter than them all. He fears you." "Fears me?" She felt herself swell with pride. "Hawkwood says you have potential as a fighter, but you attack too quickly, with too much attention spent on cutting and slashing, with no attempt to defend. You could do well in the arena fighting in such a brash way against untrained criminals. Perhaps you could have taken that old sailor in the Filthy Horse had the fight not been a pirate's duel. But in reality, you haven't the patience to find your opponent's weaknesses. You shoot your mouth off in the same way. Think before you speak or threaten or challenge. Unlike your mother, you wear your emotions too visibly, John." "You advise me to think before I threaten or challenge?" Rogomor looked directly at her, eyes unyielding. "Ask yourself this. Why was your father in Oksana when the White Prince first attacked Windare?" "I don't know," she answered, feeling the dwarf was just running her around in circles. "It was nearly 5 years ago when he died." "Is he dead?" The abruptness of the question stunned her. Sir Jubal Brooke saw him die, as did Jovan and Leif Chaparral and a host of other survivors of the battle. Jubal Brooke claimed he saw your father fall, and from a distance of several hundred yards, mind you. And I doubt Jovan or Leif saw a thing. But more importantly, why was Borden on the far side of Windare at that particular moment in time? Under Father's rule, Golconda always lent what aid it could against Sorcevir's crusade. He was there in Oksana to stop the White Prince's invasion in Windare before it reached Golconda. Yes and no. She looked at the dwarf, expecting more, but she could read nothing in his gaze. There are such things as prisoners of war, Rogmar stated, turning away. Sorcevir would have bragged they'd captured Borden, held him for ransom. Not if they wanted us to keep Golconda's armies out of Windare. A dead king is easier to reconcile than a captured king. A captured king needs rescuing, and Sorcevir did not want Jovan rushing to the aid of Windare. Their spies and influence run deep. Sorcevir knew that Borden's councillors would pull Golconda's armies out of Windare at his death. If what you say is true, and Sorcevir influences our court, and if the White Prince indeed captured my father, then, in all likelihood, he killed him soon thereafter. Not if he wanted to bring him out later for some other purpose. You are like Jovan. You see a conspiracy in everything, dwarf. At her words, she detected a measure of hurt behind those dark, unrevealing eyes of his. The 5 Isles are thick with conspiracy, John. I just told you. Trust no one. Your father was a clear thinker. He would have marched the entire might of our armies into Windare and fought off Sorcevir on foreign soil had his councillors and lords allowed it and backed him in his plan. He was not enamoured of the idea, but he knew that if an enemy comes, you fight. For if they keep coming, they may destroy you. He knew that the only way to utterly conquer an enemy is to go to his kingdom and burn his lands, kill him, kill his wife, his children. He believed one does not negotiate with a butcher. With a butcher, the only way peace is achieved is with the honed edge of a blade and the spilling of blood. And the White Prince is a butcher, as, I fear, Golconda will soon learn. Rogmar paused before continuing. Your father believed a Sorcevir assassin was responsible for your mother's death when Ansel was born. Most chalked Alana's death up to the complications of childbirth, not your father. His desire to strike against the White Prince was spurred not only by practicality, but by his emotions too. He fought Sorcevir despite what others thought. There were barons, lords, archbishops, and even a grand vicar along with scores of others in Golconda who did not approve. Their case was that Windare's problems are not Golconda's. Let Windare fight its own battles. After all, Sorcevir is no direct threat. The entirety of the king's court thinks the prophecies in The Way and Truth of Lejeune are about to be fulfilled, and fiery absolution is inevitable. So why send good men to fight against prophecy and destiny? These notions, in part, were planted in their heads by conspirators, emissaries of Sorcevir. But your parents and others in the Brethren of Mia swore many oaths together, promising to never allow absolution to happen. That is our focus, the prevention of fiery absolution. Now that fighting the White Prince on Windare soil is no longer an option, we must proceed by other means. The Brethren have been preparing for near 2 decades. We've a way to defeat Eros and his armies that does not involve the deaths of tens of thousands of Golconda soldiers. What are you getting at?
Trust no one, John. Not the vicar or the quorum. Certainly not Valcorin or his daughters. And as I see it, perhaps not even Valdraken. I have not made up my mind yet, though your father spoke highly of him.
His words only added to her confusion. Indeed, you are like my brother. Jondrelin was growing tired of the vagueness in parts of their conversation. Everything is a conspiracy with you two. Why is Valdraken here?
We must keep him close. The information he carries is important to the many oaths I swore to your father so long ago. Valdraken has the potential to become either one of our greatest allies or our worst enemy. It depends upon how we treat him. No, how you treat him, John. You are tied to him in a way. He is important to the plans of the Brethren of Mir, more so than your father initially believed. If something should happen to Hawkwood during the duel with the Day Knights, do not lose sight of Valdraken.
The dwarf had earlier hinted that he did not expect Hawkwood would kill the Day Knights, when she knew he was more than capable. Her brother was setting Hawkwood up for something worse, she feared. It is clear Jovan wants the Brethren of Mir eliminated. You should escape the city, Roguemore, now, while you can, before my brother sets you up too. Flee from this place if you value your life. There is something about this duel that doesn't seem right. We fell right into Jovan's trap.
Indeed.
The dwarf smiled, and his deep-set eyes now sparkled.
Sometimes it is best if you make them believe the trap is theirs.
With an icy rattle along the nape of her neck, Jondrelin had the sudden stark sensation of falling into a brisk rolling river, of being hurled about by unseen currents. Around Roguemore she often felt she was an unwilling participant in a very large game, a game so far beyond her she was helpless in it. Yet, still, within the midst of this spinning battle, she was both frightened and thrilled. Like her father and mother before her, Jondrelin wanted to be part of the Brethren of Mir. But who were her allies? Hawkwood? Squireg? Roguemore? She had made her bonds with each of them for sure. But had she chosen them, or had they chosen her? And what was the Brethren's true purpose that Roguemore had just spoken of? We've a way to defeat Eros and his armies that does not involve the deaths of hundreds of thousands of Gulkana's soldiers. How? This question ran around her head like a rat trapped in a cage. Roguemore's grey eyes met hers.
Hawkwood and I both agree. Valdraken was not the only one who followed us into the Filthy Horse Saloon. There are others, many in fact, who are watching us from every angle.
With those parting words, Roguemore turned and strode away along the battlements of Amadon Castle. Jondrelin looked toward Satyr and Valdraken in the courtyard below, confused, uneasy, and afraid. But something the dwarf said earlier had given her an idea.
Jovan senses you are smarter than them all, John. He fears you.
From the Way and Truth of Lejean. But worst of all creatures found in the 5 Isles are the merfolk, beautiful and shocking to behold, dangerous beyond measure. They will rape you, and they will eat you, for they are the most vile of all living things. Chapter 12. Tala Brunachel, 18th day of the shrouded moon, 999th year of Lejean, Amadon, Gulkana. Glade Chaparral's eyes were dark and bold. Whenever he removed his helm, His golden-brown hair was a careless but glorious tangle. His armour glistened in the sun like shards of lightning that pierced Tala's heart, and when he looked her way, she felt an invisible cloud of warm air, luxurious and heavenly. Yet today, in Greengrass Courtyard, Glade only had eyes for the Vale princess. Glade and Lindholf gave Seta and Valdraken their full attention as the two demonstrated how to block and parry with wooden swords. To most in Gulkana, the very notion that a woman would want to sword fight was heresy. But Tala secretly desired that someone would teach her such things, as Hawkwood taught Jondralin. She wished to be acknowledged in just the way Glade acknowledged Seta. She longed to be treated with fondness or even respect. It was because the Vale girl could fight as well as a man that she was treated so. But Tala lacked patience. That is, she lacked the patience to wait contentedly, or patience to practice her knitting, or memorize her ember-gathering prayers, or patience to learn the craft of sword-fighting. Everyone knew Jondralin practiced with Hawkwood against Jovan's wishes. But Tala had nobody to champion her cause, to defend her honour. She'd like Glade to take that role. She felt her impatience with everything was always there, simmering beneath her graceful poise and polite veneer. Ah, yes, poise and grace, the quality and high breeding of a princess. Tala had never before seen a couple of boys eye a woman as attentively as Glade and Lindholf eyed Seta. Vale women had a way of turning men into slobbering, blathering fools, mostly because it was well known that a human male could have as much sex with a Vale female as he wanted and never get her pregnant. And what human woman in her right mind wanted to contend with that? As Seta leaned into Glade and helped him with the grip on his wooden sword, Tala imagined bitterly that the two were not talking of weapons, but pledging eternal affection or sharing little lovers' jokes. It made her stomach churn to see Glade so near such an exquisite beauty. It further sickened her that she felt such jealousy over a boy who until just recently had paid her scant romantic attention. They had been friends since childhood, but things were slowly changing between them since Jovan had hinted of their betrothal. There was a strained awkwardness now. Tala stood with Laurie near the inner wall. Atop the battlements were a dozen silver guards keeping watch over the courtyard and the safety of the king's sister and cousins. Normally, Tala would be thrilled to be spending time with Glade and her twin cousins, but today was different. It had been almost an entire week, and still she'd done nothing about the assassin's note. Retrieve the red helm of the dead demon, and read what is inscribed therein. She refused to believe the Bloodwood's intent to poison Laurie was real. After all, her cousin did not appear the slightest bit ill. She still radiated beauty. "Milady Tala, would you care to join us?" Seta bowed toward her. "It would do me great honour. I wish to show you and Laurie something." As Tala made her way toward Seta, she crinkled her nose. The smell of Glade and Lindholf in their battle gear was that of damp leather and old mildewed stockings. "You seem troubled today, milady," Seta said. The statement came out pleasant, yet, in a way, there lurked a cold indifference in Seta's congenial concern. "It's nothing," Tala responded. The Vale princess wore form-fitting leather breeches laced up the sides, a black belt and a tan tunic. Her lithe legs fit perfectly in the pants, and her silvery hair was the colour of fine-spun silk, sleek and clean and hanging a little loosely over the sides of her face and ears. She might be 18 years old, Tala figured, or perhaps 20. Over the years, all in Amadon had been charmed by Seta and her sister Breta. However, Breta had not returned to court with Seta, which, Tala supposed, was a good thing. She had a hard enough time competing with just one valet princess. Tala considered her own yellow dress and frilly shawl, wishing she'd worn something more befitting the courtyard. Every time Glade and her cousins visited Amadon, the visits would start as dress-wearing formal affairs, with all the pageantry of royals of the opposite sex getting together. But after a few days, the formality would wear off. They would soon relax and begin conversing as real people, as real friends. Seta pulled forth a thin dagger from her belt and held it hilt first toward Tala. "I would teach you something Breta and I learned when we were your age." She motioned for Tala to grab the dagger. She took it by the hilt. Seta continued, "Hold it firmly, threateningly, and look me in the eyes as if you truly mean to slay me." Tala did as instructed. Seta clapped, and the blade went flying from Tala's hand, landing in the grass at Laurie's feet. Laurie picked it up. The back of Tala's hand stung, as did her inner wrist. She rubbed the tender flesh. Seta took the dagger from Laurie and handed it back to Tala, saying, "Hold it out again. Grip it as tight as you can this time." Tala clenched the dagger's hilt and glared at the valet. This close, she could see that Seta's face was indeed narrow and sharp, with a flawless beauty of porcelain, and green, frosty eyes, but gorgeously exquisite. Oh, yes, if I could slay her now. Seta clapped. The dagger spun from Tala's hand. Skin blossomed red along the underside of her wrist. She looked at Seta, quickly realizing that the valet princess standing before her was not only a beautiful creature, but a dangerous one as well. She found herself shrinking back from Seta's quiet gaze. She was also worried that this princess was purposely making her look a fool in front of Glade. Part of the trick is speed. Seta retrieved the dagger from the grass herself this time and handed it to Lindolf. It's a simple trick, really. Most who attack with a knife are not usually looking at their own hands, but into the eyes of the one they are attacking. So look me in the eyes and attack me with the blade, Lindolf. Tala's cousin removed his helm with one hand and held the dagger out before him in the other. Lindolf's hair was a matted, corncob-coloured mess. His every attempt to look manly took on a certain magnitude of foolishness, and his misplaced attempt to grow facial hair did little to help his cause. A mere wisp of a goatee clung to his burn-scarred face. Lindolf crouched, planting his boots in the turf and bracing his legs. He clenched the blade so tightly his face strained with the effort, and his protruding brow furrowed, making his freckled forehead bulge unnaturally like a deformed potato. He lunged. Seta clapped. "Holy Mother Mia!" Lindolf exclaimed as the dagger spun away. He waggled his hand as if injured. "May the Blessed Mother show mercy on me." He made the three-fingered sign of the Legion cross over his breast. Seta picked up the dagger and handed it back to Tala. "I'll show you where to strike, and why it works." Tala held the dagger out, and Seta touched the inner part of her wrist. "If you strike hard on the inside of the wrist, here, just below the palm, at the same time striking the back of the hand..." Seta put pressure on both spots against Tala's hand and pushed. Involuntarily, Tala's fingers slowly folded open and the dagger slid free, dropping to the ground. The hand has no choice but to release the blade. Tala picked up the dagger and held it out again with a bit more enthusiasm. Seta clapped, not as hard as before, but still the blade was forced from Tala's grip. She looked at Seta with new admiration. The fact that anyone was taking the time to teach her something, especially of weaponry, meant a great deal. "Your turn." Seta held the dagger out tightly in her own hand. With a well-placed clap, Tala disarmed the valet princess. "You're good at it, Tala," Lindolf added with a pleasant smile. "We should all thank her for teaching us her elfin tricks." "What did you say, boy?" Seta's eyes darkened. A gravelly, strange tone was now set in her normally silken voice. Her posture was tense, limbs seeming on the verge of uncoiling in fury. The sheer coarseness of her question evoked an awkward silence. Lindolf appeared stunned at the stark look in Seta's eyes. "I merely wish to express to you my thanks for teaching us your elf trick." "Elf trick?" Seta snapped. "Have you learned nothing from your history studies? Do you think Valdraken and I are naught but fairies, tossing magical trickery about as if we have nothing better to do than prance about in some sort of fairy tale?" "I merely meant—" "Fairies are stupid," Seta said forcefully. "To call a valet an elf or fairy is an insult. It only reveals your own ignorance. Just because we have ears unlike your own and clearer skin does not mean we are mere elves. We are just like humans. Well, I suppose we can run faster and perhaps jump higher. After all, can a fairy do this?" Seta whirled, throwing a dagger across the courtyard where it stuck point first into the stone wall. Lindolf took 2 steps back from her, averting his eyes, clearly frightened. "For centuries, the very word fairy denoted weakness to you humans," Seta continued. "It recalls the ancient tales of fey devil worshippers who talk to animals and breed with dragons and other such nonsense. Let me tell you something. There are no such things as talking animals. It's a stupid notion, so mind your tongue, boy. We are no dragon breeders. We leave that filthy practice to the ogles." A fearsome silence fell upon the group. Seta had just dared speak the forbidden word, dragon, the most damning of all curse words. That she had uttered such foulness in front of royalty belied the seriousness of Lindolf's insult. Valdraken held a dagger under Lindolf's chin, forcing his head upward so the boy had to look him directly in the eyes. Tala was instantly gripped with lightheadedness. She looked toward the battlements. The complacent guardsmen seemed oblivious to the goings-on below. Beyond the guardsmen, dark clouds roiled, cresting the battlements, blocking out the sun, setting a chill into the air that cut straight through the thin fabric of her dress. Tala shivered as Valdraken, jade eyes smouldering, made a shallow nod before lifting a knowing eyebrow and saying, "She's only joking, you know." Realization dawned in Lindolf's eyes first, and he backed away from the knife, caressing his throat, and clapped. The dagger spun from Valdraken's hand. "Nicely done," Seta smiled, "but I must say the look in your eyes was precious." "Bloody rotted mother," Glade said, as if expelling a lifetime's worth of pent-up air from his lungs. "I seriously thought I was going to have to take up my wooden sword and wade in between you three." "Well, I should have kept up the ruse a while longer." Seta sounded dryly amused. "You doubt my skills, my lady?" Glade puffed his chest out, his tone quite jovial. "I dare say you and your one-armed valet friend would be hardly a match for me." "Perhaps," Seta said, then addressed Lindolf. "If you can pull your dagger from the stone wall, I'll personally give you 300 gold valet medallions." All eyes turned to the dagger Seta had thrown, the dagger that was now protruding from the solid stone wall of Greengrass Courtyard. "My dagger?" Lindolf, confused, reached behind his own waist. "My dagger's right here at my belt. Wait. How?" Glade laughed. "She lifted it right off you, man." "Aye," Baldraken handed Glade the dagger that he had previously held up to Lindolf's throat. "And here's your knife back, too." Glade took the dagger, brow furrowing, one hand feeling for his own sheath behind his back, and when he found it empty, a smile spread over Valdraken's face. "Even one-armed, a valet is dangerous." "Elf tricks indeed." Glade bent his knee before Seta, smiling. "However, my good friend Lindolf le Graven offended the daughter of the ambassador, inferring she was naught but a fairy." He brandished his wooden sword. "Must I defend her honour?" "Defend my honour?" Seta tossed back her head and laughed. "Don't bother." Tala found Seta's light-hearted laugh quite pleasing. Overall, she was enjoying her time spent under the tutelage of the two Vali. "My honour will never need defending," Seta said, a distant tone in her voice. "But I fear the arena changes every man in Amadon. The whole city has gone gladiator mad. Every man wants to defend honour. Every man wants to prove the rightness of his cause by throwing a challenge. They have more regard for a bit of honour than any 100 lives. To place personal honour or the defence against insult above the safety of those around you is the behaviour of an Oghul raider. Or worse yet, the behaviour of kings, princes, councillors and archbishops. As if Lejeune truly cares who wins." Glade countered. "The way and truth of Lejeune deems duelling to be sanctioned by Lejeune. The gladiator pit is full of glory, a way to prove one's innocence before Lejeune, and a way for the guilty to suffer pain. It's the most honourable event in all Gulkana." "You're being a bit hypocritical, Seta," a familiar voice interjected. "Wasn't it your own father, Valcorin, who first suggested that Hawk would duel the 4 day knights?" Jondralin looked both wild and beautiful as she approached. She wore a long coat of silver chainmail, an old Amadon silver guard short sword strapped to her back, silver shield and helm in hand. When Seta did not answer, Jondralin carried on. "Even the knights of Sor Severe follow their own rule of blood penance. A fight to the death to defend one's honour. We all must learn to fight. Even me. Even you." Jondralin met Tala's gaze, then both Glade's and Lindolf's too. The boys looked at her like they couldn't believe she was dressed like a man, in actual armour. Jondralin's eyes turned back to Seta. "Unlike our vigilant guards, I was watching Seta teach you those tricks with the dagger. Impressive for one so set against duelling." "Though I am trained with a blade," Seta said, "I see no honour in duelling." "Our histories are rife with the glory of duelling," Glade interjected, eyes still trained on Jondralin's garb. "Some of the most worthy combatants who've risen gloriously from the arena matches have gone on to become some of Gulkana's most worshipped men. The gladiator matches are a religious occasion to celebrate Lejeune's great sacrifice. The arena is a way in which criminals can atone for their own sins in combat, and when the guilty die, their spilt blood mixes with the soil of the arena floor and is considered sufficient sacrifice." "As you've said," Seta nodded. "If I may speak, Sir Glade." Valdraken stepped forward. "There are plenty of unbelievers who have won duels. How is this reconciled in Lejeune's plan?" Glade nodded in acknowledgement. "In such cases, the way and truth of Lejeune says that we must pray for the wisdom to know what holy lesson can be learned by the victory of an unbeliever. Perhaps the supposed righteous loser of the duel was not true in his faith, or perhaps he was an unrepentant sinner. Or more simply, perhaps Lejeune's divine plan was for him to lose. Lejeune's ways are not our ways." Glade looked skyward as the first few sprinkles of rain pinged off his armour. Jondralin again took up the debate. Even nobility has joined in the arena matches for sport. And won, mind you. King Laban Bronichel, in the year 324, renounced the kingship and fought in the arena, claiming he would take up the crown again only if he could prove his mettle. He slaughtered every foe and became one of Golconna's most revered kings. There were even women gladiators for a time. One became queen, who ruled. You seem to have been thinking on these matters quite carefully. Valdraken bowed before Jondrelin. Does your interest in the history of the arena have something to do with the pirates' duel? Jondrelin shot the valet an angry look. That matter seemed to resolve itself just fine. My pardon. Valdraken bowed one final time, truly seeming contrite. I only bring the subject to your attention again in the hopes that perhaps you might allow me to teach you how to fight such a duel, and never lose. Tala had no idea what a pirate's duel was, but her older sister's countenance softened for a moment, only a moment, and then her brow sharpened darkly. The sudden rumble of heavy steel-toed boots and the clamour of armour sounded above. Silver guards were running across the battlements, taking positions, surrounding the courtyard, crossbows drawn and cocked. The ponderous bronze doors under the battlements creaked open, and Jovan stepped from the inner bailey into the courtyard. The king, dressed in the silver surcoat and black lacquered armour of the Day Knights, walked toward them. Sterling Prentice was by his side, carrying a black shield with the silver-painted Lejeune tree centrepiece, and a long Day Knight sword with black opal-inlaid pommel. It looked freshly sharpened. Everyone bent their knee as Tala's brothers strode into their midst. Jovan took the sword and shield from Sterling. He thrust one arm through the strap of his shield and hefted the sword, feeling its weight. He met Tala's eyes for but a moment, and she saw something she hadn't noticed in Jovan before. Her brother's face looked tired, older, drained. The once boyish cast to his features had faded. He stared at Jondrelin in her armour for a moment, then turned from her. "You shouldn't worship Hawkwood so," he said casually to Glade and Lindolf, who now stood at attention before him. "I have been watching you from above, dueling, using Hawkwood's Sorcerer tricks. The techniques of that Sorcerer bastard are no longer a part of your training." "With all due respect," Seta bowed before the king, "those were varlet tricks I was teaching, with just a sprinkling of Sorcerer bladework intermingled." "And Hawkwood's the best fighter in Amadon," Lindolf said. "We've learned so much from him already." Laurie let out a sharp gasp. A Sterling Prentice slapped her twin brother's face hard with the back of his gauntlets. "Don't argue with your king, boy." Lindolf's head snapped back. Cuts from the gauntlet welled red along his cheek, and his nose was bloodied. The rain had picked up. It quickly washed the blood away. For some reason, Lindolf glanced at Tala. It seemed he was more embarrassed that she, of all people, had seen him get slapped. Tala took pity on her cousin and sent him what she thought was a warm look. It didn't seem to help matters, though. When Lindolf looked back at the captain, both hurt and rage glinted in his eyes. "Yes, be mad at me, you snivelling arsewipe," Sterling said. "But mind your manners, too. I will remember this day and your ill-advised words." He turned and addressed all the soldiers gathered around. "The king is right. We should be wary that a scoundrel such as Hawkwood has been allowed to live and train among us for so long. You are henceforth forbidden to practice any swordcraft he has taught you." Jondrelin stepped in front of the Day Knight captain, anger on her face. "Hawkwood is my friend." Tala was stunned when Jovan swung his sword. Jondrelin pulled her own short blade, barely in time to block the blow aimed at her head. Tala's ears rang with the sounds of steel on steel. The sharp twang and clank of Javan's naked blade striking against that of Jondralin carried with it a certain foreboding and reminded Tala of the real sounds of death and battles in the arena. "What's the meaning of this?" Jondralin stammered, backing away from her brother, sword at the ready. Tala sensed that every crossbow bolt in the battlements above was raised and aimed straight at her sister. Rain fell harder now, the drops dampening Tala's dress and streaming across her cheeks. She was assaulted by a gloom that settled into her heart. The courtyard had now become a joyless place. "The folly of Borden's eldest daughter is at an end," Javan said. "I am your older brother, and I am your king." He thrust his shield out and readied his blade for another strike at Jondralin. "If you love Hawkwood so much, then let us fight, sister. It is what you want, after all, to prove your manhood. Disarm me, and I call off the duel between your friend and the Dayknights. You lose, the duel goes on as planned. 1 week from now." Jondralin's answer was quick in coming. With surprising speed, her sword lashed out in a wide swing aimed beneath the king's shield, meant to sweep his feet away. Javan jumped backward and thrust his shield to the ground. Jondralin's sword clacked against the shield. They backed away from each other, swords poised. As her older siblings circled each other, Tala found it hard to believe they were actually fighting with bare steel. Neither wore a helm, and rain plastered their hair around their heads and ran in rivulets from their faces. Tala shivered from the biting squall that poured down. How had it so quickly come to this, a duel between siblings to settle other people's problems? Seta was right about the folly of dueling. Something had definitely changed in Javan since the kingship had been thrust upon him. The older brother Tala had once admired was becoming more distrustful of everyone, including his own sister. Tala wanted to shout at them to stop, but as the younger royal sibling, she knew she must act normal, appear unconcerned, remain stoic, as if a duel between brother and sister were a mere diversion from her normally uneventful, solitary, routine-dominated life. It soon looked as if the early blow Jondralin had delivered would be her only one. Javan blocked the rest with his upraised shield. At the same time, he was attacking repeatedly with his own sword, beating Jondralin about the arms and shoulders, quickly wearing her down. Jondralin's chainmail was the only thing saving her from serious injury. The weight of her sword was becoming a disadvantage now. Even though she wielded a short sword, her every swing was more laboured than the last. Javan was thrusting his shield up under her guard, pushing her backward. Jondralin had no choice but to retreat, winded. Once they were separated by a few yards of turf, Jondralin bent and sucked in air, but Javan allowed her no respite and lunged. Jondralin raised her sword to block, but it was knocked from her hand. She fell to her knees from the impact. "Done!" Javan placed his booted foot against Jondralin's chest and shoved her backward onto the muddy grass. "It appears Hawkwood will duel the Dayknights as planned." He handed Sterling Prentice his shield and sword. Both men walked from the courtyard in silence, and the crossbowmen along the battlements retreated from sight. "Well," Seta said, as Javan and Sterling disappeared through the far tunnel, "I see the pecking order has clearly been established. As if we didn't already know." Jondralin gathered up her fallen sword. Still kneeling, she dropped back to her haunches, the short sword now gripped in both hands, resting on her legs. Her head hung low. Matted strands of hair partially obscured her face. Rainwater ran from the chainmail in sheets. Tala took 2 steps toward her sister but stopped as Laurie Legraven slowly folded to the ground directly in front of her. "She's fainted!" Lindolf rushed to his sister's side. Seta and Valdraken knelt over Laurie. "We must get her out of the rain." Seta felt Laurie's neck for a pulse, shielding Laurie's body from the rain with her own. Tala's heart was pounding. She tried to take hold of her deeply rooted emotions. A breath, another, yet there remained a puddling warmth sinking within her chest, a faint swirl of dread growing in her gut. Could it be the assassin's poison was truly eating at Laurie? "We should carry her to the infirmary." Lindolf cradled his sister's head. "Help me lift her, Glade. She's been hiding some terrible bouts of sickness lately, looking pretty for the court but puking her guts out in her chamber in secret." Seta pulled a small wooden box from the pouch at her waist, stuck 2 of her fingers into it, and rubbed her fingers under Laurie's nose. Laurie's eyes darted open as she shot to a sitting position, sneezing and coughing. "What was that you wiped under her nose?" Lindolf asked. "Just a little fairy dust," Seta answered, smiling. "A magical elf concoction my pet mouse taught me how to make." But her attempt at humour was lost on Lindolf as he put one arm around his sister's shoulders, whilst his other hand held wet hair out of her face. Laurie sneezed. With Glade, Lindolf helped his sister to her feet. "I'm taking her in," he said, as Laurie's sneezing turned to a hacking cough. Then she vomited. "Rotted angels," Lindolf muttered, looking up at Seta. "Bloody Mother Mia, what did you rub under her nose? It's made her spew." "Its purpose was to make her spew," Seta said. "It all has a purpose, Lindolf. Everything I do." Tala felt a tug at her arm and turned. It was Jondralyn. Her older sister was sodden with mud from the field. As Tala looked upon Jondralyn, a vague weight of unease was burrowing into her heart. The cause of her consternation was in the look that her sister gave her, an almost pleading look. Jondralyn's eyes travelled slowly, deliberately, from Tala to Laurie and back. "I'm going to need your help," she said, moving closer. There was a splattering of rain across her shoulders, and she smelled of wet leather and cold armour. She whispered in Tala's ear, "Yes, Tala, I think you're the only one who can help me now." From the Way and Truth of Lejeune. Whoso believeth that hostile spirits dwell in the totems, let them be accursed. Whoso believeth the standing stones guard buried treasures and the holy weapons of Lejeune, let them be accursed. For we, the prophets of old, say unto you now, the weapons of the 5 warrior angels were taken up into heaven. Chapter 13. Nail. 2nd day of the morning moon, 999th year of Lejeune, Gallows Haven, Gulkana. "There are those in Gallows Haven who expect me to be perfect," Ava Shea said with a touch of sadness, her face a golden silhouette against the starlight twinkling off the ocean waves beyond her. "I fear I may never be able to live up to their expectations. Living alone, raising my brothers and sisters, takes its toll." "I think you're perfect," Nail said simply. "You're so nice." They sat in the sand, gazing at the ocean. Nail's sword and armour rested nearby. All the day's morning moon feast competitions were now over. Nail wore a rough spun shirt, pants, and leather greaves. Smoke from Jubal Brook's black cauldrons billowed up into the darkness to the north, the boiling of Graken blubber still ongoing. A few scabby chickens pecked in the dirt just to the south. The sound of dogs barking in the distance and the natter of the village women preparing food for the revellers of the morning moon feast were a blur of noise near the keep far behind them. So conscious was he of the nearness of Ava Shea, Nell was only dimly aware of any of it. The turtle necklace she'd made for him was still around his neck, its presence a burning reminder of his want for her. "The future can be frightening," she continued. "Some prospects seem exciting, overwhelming even. Things may open up for me and my siblings soon. I mean, my parents have been dead a while now. I'm so conflicted most times." Ava trailed off into silence. Nell studied her golden-hued face, lit from the distant bonfires of the morning moon feast. There was an ivory peach tint to her skin. Her full lips glistened. "I've made plans." He thought of his own uncertain future. "Perhaps I can design stained-glass windows for chapels, maybe a cathedral." Though he wondered if he would ever be able to do anything without Shawcroft's permission. "You are a splendid artist, Nell. The best in the village. Never change. I like you just the way you are." Her statement moved him profoundly. Nobody had ever said such a thing to him, certainly not his master. Her words sharpened his desire for her. He leaned in and kissed her. Her lips were soft and tasted of cinnamon. She pulled away a little quicker than he would have wanted and rested her hand in his. "You're so nice, so strong, handsome too. You will make some lucky girl very happy one day." Nell didn't know quite what to make of her last comment. But in the moonlight, her soft, glowing eyes sparkled like pools of cool water. There was a scent of flowers about her. He ached to kiss her again. "That odd woman we saw on the mountain," she continued, looking nervous. "That cloaked woman on the red-eyed horse who spoke to you. Did you know her?" Nell shuddered, imagining the valet woman's terrified face as Shawcroft put the knife to her ear, the screams as she'd burned. "She was just a lost traveller or something." "There's been talk of a sore severe spy in town. Was it her?" There was real worry in Ava's eyes. "Will the White Prince attack here?" "Why would he attack here? Gallowshaven is so small." His mind was whirling. "You are not of my blood. Still they will be coming for you," the valet woman had said. Shawcroft had called her a bloodwood. "Bloodwood assassins have haunted us your entire life, boy." Stephen Wayland had drawn his bow on the woman that day. Nell had done nothing, stood dumbfounded as she'd muttered nonsense at him. Some days he wondered if he truly had anything to offer anyone. Stephen was the best bowman in Gallowshaven. Earlier tonight, just outside the keep's courtyard, he'd won the morning moon feast archery competition. His prize, a finely carved, solidly weighted Amadon silver guard bow from Baron Brook. Gisela Barnwell, maiden blue of the morning moon feast, had kissed Stephen right then and there. Even Doki Little had attended the competition, his face showing scarcely any signs of his lightning burns. With an enthusiastic shout, Doki had assured everyone that Stephen would win the archery competition against Tompkins Tie and Peddler's Point conscripts when they held their annual tournament between towns. "Do you believe in the way and truth of Lejeune?" Ava asked, resting her head on Nell's shoulder. "Do you believe in Lejeune?" "I reckon I believe," he muttered. Shawcroft certainly took issue with much that was taught within the Holy Book, and some of those doubts had been instilled in him. But his master rarely explained himself when it came to matters of faith. "It's just, sometimes, the writings of the way and truth of Lejeune seem awfully hard to decipher." Ava giggled. "At least you are honest, Nell. You say what comes to your mind, even if it is nonsense. You just might be the most honest young man in all of Gallows Haven. It is admirable, to be sure. My mother, when she lived, was devoted to Lejeune, almost to the point of distraction. She carried the cross about her neck and rubbed the ember-gathering beads in her hands. When I am given my cross and beads, I will do the same. The way and truth of Lejeune has commanded us to shrug away the cloak of unrighteous doubt. I have prayed often and felt Lejeune's Holy Spirit warm within my body, within my own heart. His spirit has frightened away the wraiths that might steal my soul. He answers the prayers of the worthy. Nail admired her devotion, wishing he could find the warmth of Lejeune's spirit within his own heart too. It seemed some were blessed with a gift of faith, a type of faith that he longed for. That he couldn't summon it within himself was frustrating. Ava lifted her head from his shoulder, took his arm, and pulled him down. They lay in the sand, gazing heavenward. When you look at the stars, what do you see? Nail studied the southern Gulkana sky. Pin-pricks of frosty light twinkled from horizon to horizon. Seem so big. Makes my life seem so insignificant. I wonder what the sky is. Ava spoke softly. The way and truth of Lejeune speaks of heaven being in the sky, but why can I not see it up there? Nobody had talked to him about the sky since he was a child. He recalled the fellow, Culpa Bara, who had lived with him and Shawcroft for a time in Deadwood Gate. Culpa had read to him from old scrolls, taught him secrets of the stars and the lights of the Borealis, ideas and concepts he only half remembered. There was a man, a friend of Shawcroft's, who once told me of heaven, he said, his voice reverent in tone. He spoke of Lejeune and the other warrior angels. He spoke of those fighters who have died in the service of Lejeune, being raised into heaven to live among the stars. How horrid! Ava said, leaning on one elbow, looking at him now with revulsion. And did you believe such blasphemous ideas? Nail was taken aback. He spoke of stars without end, he said hastily, thinking if he explained himself further she would understand. It was one of his fondest memories, Culpa Bara taking him aside and teaching him of the stars. All created by Lejeune, numberless and without end. Ava sat up, folding her knees against her chest, wrapping her arms around them. He seems full of Mia-worshipping witchcraft, this man. Heaven is a glorious place of spirits, not warrior angels living among the stars. The stars are too small. A warrior would crush a star between the tips of his fingers. I don't recall Bishop Tolbert reading anything like that out of the way and truth of Lejeune. The Holy Book says the Blessed Mother is to be revered, never worshipped. It is taught that she was a great woman, but we are not to worship her in place of Lejeune. Goddess worship is wrong. Old man Leddingham heard tell, long ago, that before Baron Brooke came to Gallows Haven, he burned a raggedy Mia-worshipping witch who preached such wretchedness in Amadon. Leddingham said this woman was unclean before Lejeune and deserved to die by fiery absolution. The entire conversation was not at all going the way Nail had hoped. Now it looked as if he had offended the only person he wished not to offend. Both of them being parentless, he'd always felt a shared bond with Ava. But that now seemed to be unravelling. Perhaps I misheard, he stammered. Ava was looking south down the beach. Two figures were making their way up the waterline. They veered off and began climbing the grassy knoll toward Gallows Keep. When the firelight from the morning moon feast struck the two figures, Nail could see it was Jenko and Jubal Brooke. We should get back to the feast. Ava stood and hurried up the beach. Nail grabbed his armour and sword and followed. There's one too many boys here." The bishop strolled up from behind, brown cassock brushing the ground beneath him, prayer book in hand. "I've not enough ember-lighting robes for you all. There's one here who will not be fitted tonight." Every boy in front of the chapel hung his head, none in the group daring to make eye contact with Nail. Even Stefan, Zane, and Doki looked away. The silence lasted a while. Nail's eyes crawled up the steep face of the chapel, gazing toward the stained-glassed windows high above. Somehow, he knew what was coming. The disappointment seemed almost too unfathomable to grasp, especially in the state he was in, slightly drunk. He felt the sword at his hip and looked down at his pile of armor, stacked against the chapel's outer wall with the armor of the other 17-year-old boys. "Nail's been studying for moons." Stefan's face blanched, a dark shade of red. "He knows the ember-lighting prayers better than all of us. I've only so many robes to go around." Tolbert reached out and pulled Nail away from the group as if tearing a thistle from the garden. Nail looked toward the others, pleadingly, yet he knew no help lay there. In fact, at the moment, he just wanted to find a spot in the trees behind the chapel and relieve himself. He had to piss something fierce. "Too much drink at the feast." Stefan spoke again. "I will sit out the ember lighting this season. I'm not feeling up to the task anyway. There's always next year. I shall allow Nail to administer the fire in my stead and wear my robes." "Nail sits out," Bishop Tolbert spoke emphatically. Stefan shook his head. "I don't mind. Just reserve a robe for me next year." "Listen, boy, lest I smack you," the bishop growled. "Nail will not put on an ember-lighting robe today, nor will he ever, as long as I live." He riffled through the pages of his holy book, quickly finding what he sought. "The way and truth of Lejeune clearly states, and I quote from the Acts of the Second Warrior Angel, 'A bastard shall not enter into the smoke and fire. Even to the 10th generation shall a bastard not enter into any ember-lighting or ember-gathering of Lejeune.'" Tolbert closed the book. Nail's heart plunged in humiliation as he looked at the pile of armor through the locks of blonde hair that veiled his face. He felt the lightning burn on the back of his hand flare in pain. It wasn't the words of "the way and truth of Lejeune" themselves that angered him. It was the venom within Tolbert's voice as he read those words that stung. In that one moment, Nail came to a sudden realization of what Bishop Tolbert truly thought of him. It was sobering. He realized it wasn't just what Tolbert thought of him, but it was what everyone in Gallows Haven had always thought of him. A bastard shall not enter into the smoke and fire. In this world, a bastard was truly nothing. Even in a world created by the great and merciful Lejeune, a bastard was nothing. He kept his gaze trained on the cold ground. "At least Ava Shea sees the good in me." He felt Stefan's arm on his. "It's all right now." But Nail knew nothing had ever, nor would ever, be just all right. This little episode was final proof of his one and only place in this world. No one needed a bastard, not even Master Shawcroft. "I will run away from this place with Ava. We don't need anyone but each other." When Nail looked up and brushed the hair from his face, he saw something. Behind their bashful, solemn eyes, it was written on every boy's face. Deep down, Nail could see they were all clearly relieved. It wasn't they who would be excluded from the ember-lighting robe fitting tonight, or the ember-lighting rites coming up. And when Bishop Tolbert opened the chapel door and beckoned them in, they leaned their swords against the entryway, near their armor, and went. Doki, Zane, all the other 17-year-olds in Gallows Haven, all save Nail. Stefan lingered at the door, sword still at his side. "Just go," Nail said, fighting the pain in his bladder, wanting to just run off into the woods and piss. Stefan drifted soundlessly into the chapel, leaving Nail alone with the bishop, shuffling from foot to foot, the stinging pain in his bladder almost too much to bear. There was no kindness or mercy in Tolbert's stare. "Unless Shawcroft makes your true parentage known, all future ember-lighting dealings, along with the ceremony itself, will proceed without you." Nail returned the man's gaze, defiant. Here, too, was Bishop Tolbert, the very man who had taught him and every other boy in Gallows Haven reading and writing, along with the importance of the ember-lighting rites, betraying him once again. He recalled how, on the Graken hunt, after their harrowing adventure in the bloody ocean, Tolbert had placed his hands on Zane's head and given a blessing, but when Nail had knelt, the bishop had refused him. "Trust no one." "There's one more passage I will read you." Tolbert flipped through the pages of his holy book again, quickly finding what he sought. And I quote again from the Acts of the Second Warrior Angel. "A bastard shall not be taken in marriage within the church, nor should a bastard perform any ritual therein. It is written for now and forever that a bastard's place is not within the church of Lejeune, nor will it ever be." He slammed the book shut and looked at Nail. "I am here to remind you of your place, boy. How does it feel to know you are not but a bastard, unwanted, even by Lejeune?" With those words, Nail couldn't fight it any more. The anger, the bitterness, the searing pain on the back of his hand, but mostly, he couldn't fight the need to piss. He slapped the Way and Truth of Lejeune from Bishop Tolbert's hand. The book hit the ground with a dull thud. The bishop, face lit with rage, bent to snatch it up, but Nail had already pulled down his leather greaves and the front of his breeches, just low enough, and released a raging, warm stream of piss on the book. "To the bloody underworld with you!" Bishop Tolbert snarled, jerking his hand away. The two stared at each other a moment as Nail finished, then pulled up his greaves. "I ought to order Baron Brooke to hang you!" The bishop stormed into the chapel, leaving his Way and Truth of Lejeune reeking and wet on the ground. Nail stood there stunned at what he'd done, almost in tears. But he would not cry. Not over this. He would never cry. Not over anything. Not the wisest thing, pissing on Talbot's book. Shawcroft came up from behind. Nail turned, disappointed, ashamed, drunk, surprised to see the man here tonight. He didn't care at all. Music struck up in the centre of the keep's courtyard. Leaving his armour, Nail made his way toward the keep, Shawcroft following, Nail scarcely noticing. Villagers had started dancing under the canopy of evergreen boughs near the keep. A row of boys played bagpipes under the Gallows Haven banner that hung from the wall of the crumbled inner courtyard. Several women shook deer-horn rattles as a row of old sailors banged on drums stretched with elk hide. The clatter of their thin, graken-bone drumsticks striking the taut skins sent up a rhythmic beat. Even the village elders, who typically sat about the feast smoking their spirit pipes, rose to dance. Ava Shea was in the middle of it all. She had 2 white feathers tied in her hair. In the torchlight, the feathers glowed like a flicker of flame against her flowing blonde locks. She danced with her eyes focused on the ground, swaying, her arms over her head. Her frayed woolen skirt rode low on her hips. Nail noticed a hint of white flesh and the curve of her buttocks peeking above the skirt line when she moved a certain way. As she danced with her arms held aloft, twirling, her faded tan shirt lifted just enough, exposing her belly button and the tantalizing curves of her midriff to the torrid glow of the bonfires. "We must talk," Shawcroft said, still following him, voice barely above a whisper now. "We must talk of what I found in the mines." He grabbed Nail, turning him. Nail only noted what the man was doing and saying with a certain detachment, his eyes on Ava as she twirled slowly, her waist swaying like a slender fall of water. "You must understand," Shawcroft continued. "I had good reason for killing that valet Bloodwood." Nail pulled his gaze from Ava. He had not expected the man to mention the valet woman again. He thought he detected a small measure of sadness creeping into the man's eyes. Then he realized it was not necessarily sadness growing there, but fear. "I wanted you to know that dark creatures such as her can be killed." Shawcroft spoke in a frank tone. "I fear we will run into more of them in the coming days, and I do not want you to be scared. That woman's motivation is destruction and pain. Indeed, the motivation behind all a Bloodwood does is to destroy. War is coming. There are things that the White Prince and his minions may seek to annihilate in every corner of Gulkana. Secrets are hidden within the very fabric of this land. In the coming days, Nail, remember that. Hatred and vengeance are a dangerous combination." The man's words only angered him. "Hatred and vengeance are dangerous. That I'm to remember while my own mother's name remains hidden from me, whilst I am forced into servitude to a man who cares little for my well-being. Baron Brooke offered me employ, legitimate work, not gold-digging and treasure-seeking. Everything you do is pointless. Hatred and vengeance are the worst of things. What of murder?" Shawcroft's face paled. Nail forced his eyes to remain impassive, determined to show no weakness in front of him, and placed his hand on the pommel of his sword. "We are nearing the 1,000-year anniversary of Lejean's great sacrifice," Shawcroft said. "For good or ill, many prophecies are soon to be fulfilled. Our world is changing, Nail. You are now a man, and things will be changing for you too." Jenko Brooke caught Nail's attention. The Baron's son was heading toward the keep's courtyard, straight for the dancers, straight for Ava Shea. Nail's heart fell into a black, heavy rhythm as Ava welcomed Jenko with open arms, kissing him on the lips. "Everything I've done has a purpose," Shawcroft said. "Moving us to Gallows Haven, mining, killing that valet woman. Soon you will learn the why of it all." But Nail could barely hear the man's words through the jealous rush burning in his head at the sight of Ava and Jenko. The firelight gleamed off Jenko's shined armor, and his sword clanked against his greaves as he broke from his kiss with Ava before walking away. Nail's emotions were whirling painfully through his entire body. His previous drinking, along with the parade of conflicting thoughts rampaging through his brain, did not make clear thinking easy. "Everything you do has a purpose," he sneered at his master. "I don't even know who you are, Shawcroft. Or is it Sir Roderick?" From the corner of his eye, he never lost awareness of Ava's continued dancing. Jenko was still walking away from her through the crowd. Perhaps the kiss had meant nothing. Just a friendly kiss. "The mines," Shawcroft said. "I'll show you what I found." "Leave me alone!" Nail stalked away, no longer listening, anger welling in his heart, souring his insides. Jenko had kissed her, and she him. "Come back, Nail," he heard Shawcroft say. But he kept going, kept walking. He unclenched his jaw and smiled as he approached Ava. The bonfire's light was playing on her skin, Her eyes caught the flickering light too, so that she appeared to have flames growing within her. Nail's heart was like a caged beast in his chest as he held his hand forth. Somehow, he knew his heart would stop racing once he felt her delicate touch. "May I have a dance?" he asked. "I dare not, knowing Jenko watches." The look in her eye was one of shame. Nail's hand froze, now poised awkwardly before her. "I'm with Jenko tonight." Nail could feel his pulse like a drum in his ears. His lungs began to throb as the breath swelled inside him. He tried to keep the hurt from his face, but seeing the pitying look that came over Ava, he knew he had done a poor job of it. "You're a good friend, Nail, like a brother to me. I can always count on you. We've shared much. I treasure our time on the mountainside together. Me carving, you drawing, us talking. You do know that, don't you?" Nail swallowed hard as he felt the anger slide down his throat. With it travelled a sense of foolishness, followed by light-headedness, and finally strength. He looked up, flicking the hair from his eyes. "Why, Jenko?" he asked, the question coming out rough, accusing. Any girl in my situation, and so near her ember gathering, would consider herself lucky to fall under the eye of a man like Jenko. A good deal of the softness in her voice was now missing. "His future and standing in Gallows Haven is assured. A blessing for me and my siblings. Jenko will be captain of a Graken hunting ship some day, a baron even. I've spent my life praying for such fortune." So near her ember gathering. Nail thought about what the bishop had just said about his own ember lighting. Was everything meant to be so unfair? He desired to say something that would confound her, something that would allow himself to walk away with some semblance of dignity. But cutting remarks about Jenko being naught but a braggart and a rich man's son full of nothing but arrogance came and went. Most would sound desperate anyway. After all, he was as big and strong and confident as Jenko. He thought of her wood carvings and his drawings. "I'm more talented and creative than Jenko, but with no blood kin, and not near so rich." "How could you be with him?" he asked, knowing he began to blush as the words spilled out. "You've nothing in common." "You deserve someone better than me." When Ava spoke, a portion of the softness had returned to her voice, but it was obvious by the look in her eyes that she knew she had hurt him on many levels, deceived him, and she was now doing her best to smooth it over. "You will make some lucky girl happy too, one day." And what girl could possibly ever consider herself lucky to be with a slave? A bastard's worth as a person was measured differently from that of a legitimate son. Nail knew his place in this world now, for a surety. The musicians struck up another lively jig, and dancers swirled to life around them. Ava Shea quietly left, not meeting his gaze as she walked away. Shawcroft awaited him at the edge of the feast grounds. Nail wandered in the opposite direction and continued on toward the ocean, but the beach seemed naught but a dark and lonely place. Barren brooks' black cauldrons were lined up like dark sentinels, their thick black smoke billowing up into the sky, casting an ominous pall over the stars now. He looked back and could no longer see any sign of Shawcroft. He'd probably sat there an hour when he heard giggling, and turned to see Stephen leading Gisela Barnwell down the grassy slope. As the two drew nearer, their laughter grew more distinct. Gisela was kissing Stephen vigorously. He held his new Amadon bow in one hand, whilst his other circled the girl's lithe waist. Stefan's dark hair flopped over his eyes as he and Gisela stumbled down the beach. Stefan's greeting was just a drunken slur as he passed by. Jealousy welled up in Niall at the sight of the happy pair. Zane and Liz Hen Neville were playing fetch with Zane's dog, Beer Mug, at the edge of the feast grounds. Niall watched the dog bound about with youthful enthusiasm, catching sticks for a delighted Liz Hen. Pets were full of unconditional love that they never betrayed. He remembered Radish Biter. He had pulled the calf from a muddy bog one day on his way home from the mines. Radish Biter had become a fine milk cow and the closest thing to a pet he ever had. But a pack of silver wolves had attacked her. A good-sized chunk of her hindquarters had been shredded. The wounds had become infected until the cow could no longer stand on her own. Niall attempted to nurse Radish Biter back to health, but she just wallowed in the centre of the corral, wasting away in piles of manure. Eventually, Shawcroft ordered Niall to cut the cow's throat to ease her suffering. That was the one and only time Niall could remember crying. Shawcroft had scolded him, saying tears were only for the weak-minded. Niall noticed two others drifting away from the feast grounds and out into the darkness. Hand in hand, this new couple stole quickly from the keep and down the grassy knoll. It was Jenko Brooke and Ava Shea. They loped down the beach and into the ocean, splashing in the water as they skipped southward along the shoreline, running, laughing. Ava pushed Jenko into the water. He stumbled and laughed and threw her in too, holding her under for a time. When he let her up, she sputtered and beat against his chest with her delicate small fists. Jenko grabbed her wrists and shouted at her. When he released her, Ava clung to him, thin, willowy arms around his neck. Jenko picked her up by the waist and slung her over his shoulder, muscular arms wrapped tight around the back of her thighs. They continued down the beach, Jenko carrying her like a sack of potatoes. Niall, hidden by the night's cloak of darkness, remained unseen. He didn't know why he did it, but he pulled out his sword and followed. Baron Jubal Brooke's manor was a dark silhouette against the moonlit sky a mile south of Gallows Haven. A 2-story grey stone affair, complete with an upper floor and a basement and a long wooden wraparound porch, the manor was set against a thicket of tall oak. Many outbuildings, sheds, and barns dotted the land round about. Niall marvelled that the Baron and his son lived alone in this vast expanse. The night was alive with ghostly colour, everything bathed in a pale silver sheen. He had lost track of Jenko and Ava in the darkness. Sword still drawn, he circled the house, moving with as much stealth as he could muster. He heard a goat scratching at the dirt behind a picket fence, its bell tinkling. That and the drone of the nearby ocean added a sense of dread to his mission. He detected the sound of voices, and a sparkle of yellow light sprang up between the slats of a barn less than 100 paces south of the house. Niall headed that way. He could hear talking, male and female, the timbre of Jenko's voice rough in contrast to the soft pleading of Ava. As he approached the barn, Niall imagined the girl struggling to free herself from Jenko's clutches. He felt for the reassurance of his sword. Torchlight flickered through the wood plank walls of the barn. Ava giggled. Niall's blood froze as he realized there was no fear in her voice or sounds of a struggle. Niall drifted closer to the barn and risked a glance through the wooden slats. With his face pressed against the coarse wood, he peered through the crack. The lofty barn was filled with an orange glow of hay and light. A centre post in the barn held a lantern hanging at eye level. Above that was a hay-filled loft. In the alcove, under the loft, stood Ava, naked from the waist up, lamplight flickering along the gentle hollow of her stomach and the quivering swell of her chest. The delicate curve of her hips was mesmerizing, but the real shock was seeing the pale pertness of her exposed breasts, nipples the color of faded roses. Nail's mouth went dry. Jenko Brooke stood directly behind the girl. He was also shirtless, his dark tousled hair nearly brushing against the underside of the hayloft above. Ava closed her eyes and leaned back into him, her golden blonde curls nestling softly against his corded, muscular chest. Jenko's bulk swallowed her up as he wrapped her in his arms. The two stood that way for some time, almost seeming to melt into each other. Motes of straw dust floated about them, yellow sprinkles in the torchlight. Nail's heart thundered, and blood rushed to his head. He made a conscious effort to slow his own breathing. His vision wavered. Something beyond jealousy rushed through his stomach and curdled his bowels. And when Jenko's hand slipped down into the folds of Ava's skirt and caressed the spot between her legs, Nail turned and ran. As he dashed away into the forest, legs pounding, the night around him was naught but a vast realm of anguish and hurt, a floating landscape of suffering that rolled its horizons onward endlessly and forever. Total loss engulfed him, with searing pain. His running dwindled to an aimless walk. He found himself panting, gasping for air. His lungs burned, and loneliness sang its unforgiving song. His fingers still clenched the hilt of his sword with a rigid resolve. They ached from the strain. He spied a fallen tree branch on the ground before him and struck at it. The branch snapped in twain as his blade bit into it, both sides popping up into the air. Lurching forward, he found another fallen twig and busted it also. A lone aspen tree rose up in his path. Screaming aloud in a black and violent need for absolution, he hefted the sword over his head and brought it crashing down against the tree. White bark splintered and snapped. He struck the tree again, then a third time, a fourth. Tightly drawn anger flared bold and brilliant, then narrowed into a grim, icy blade of rage. Then came a sickening twang as his sword snapped just above the hilt, and the blade spun away into the forest. He held the hilt of the shattered sword up, not knowing quite what to think. The broken blade stared right back at him, as if to say, "You pathetic, pathetic fool. Now look what you have done." He stumbled away from the aspen tree in a fog, still gripping the ruined sword. As he drew nearer to town, the sounds of the still lively feast grew in volume, the noise like a beacon in the night. He soon found himself standing in front of the Graken Spear Inn. He let the broken sword fall from his fingers to the dirt. Alone on the street, he stared at old man Leddingham's building, the only place in all of Gallows Haven that had ever given him joy. He moved on, reaching the docks, finding Lord Jubal Brooke's Graken hunting ship moored there. He gazed heavenward through the spider web of her lofty mast and rigging. The stars glittered between criss-crossing ropes and beams. Nail realized that the Lady Kindly might be the only mother he'd ever known. Slowly, he climbed onto her, climbed her rigging as high as he could go. Once atop the crow's nest, alone and filled with sorrow, he curled up in his cold leather greaves, tormented, powerless, and lost. Folded in exhaustion, swaddled in darkness, Nail remained on his perch all through the night. From the Way and Truth of Lejeune. Wars raged across the breadth of the 5 Isles. Man turned against man, Vale against dwarf against ogle, and those who rose to become demon lords railed against all. Atop their fiery winged steeds they ruled. Chapter 14. Tala Bronichel. First day of the morning moon, 999th year of Lejeune, Amadon, Gulkana. His cell is at the end of a blind turn in the corridor, behind an outer door that is shut off from the other prisoners. Rogmore felt the wall of the passageway with calloused hands. We will proceed into his cell undetected easy enough. Jondralin held the torch to the wall, illuminating it. His task couldn't have been more accommodating to Tala's own needs had she prayed to Lejeune asking such favour. Things were falling into place. Tala had twined together a wreath of heather, a crown of flowers wrapped in white thread. The gift was Jondralin's idea, as were the sack of food and crock of water. All for Squirek van Hester. Rogmore had guided them to the Amadon Castle stables and to a sewer grate hiding under a stack of dung-riddled hay at the rear of the 4th stall of the 2nd row. Under the grate was a circular hole and a ladder, which they climbed down a considerable length. Once at the bottom, a dark path sloped down even farther underground. Tala had noted a number of narrower passages leading off the main pathway. There were many locked iron grates, and the dwarf knew all the secret latches. "Fear not, Tala," the dwarf had said. "A maze of hidden doors and dead ends, but I always find my way out." Tala, too, had a keen sense of direction, and a knack for memorizing passageways. If she'd been to a place once, she could get there again. The passageway eventually levelled off, and they continued single file through a narrow tunnel, the dwarf leading, Tala in the middle, and Jondralin, carrying Squirek's food and water, bringing up the rear, all in heavy cloaks with hoods pulled up. Water wept from cracks in the walls, splashing their feet. From the smell, Tala figured they were traipsing through the sewers of Amadon. She'd felt the need to breathe through her mouth to avoid the stench. Her imagination began conjuring up images of a dark-cloaked bloodwood with poisoned daggers lurking around every turn. At one juncture, Rogmore pointed out a stairway that disappeared up into the gloom, telling her that it emptied out of a sewer grate near the docks. If the castle were ever attacked, that would be a good escape route. Tala made note. After a dozen more turns and dark hanging stairways, they reached the very spot they now stood in, facing a grey stone wall, feet soaking, clothing smelly and cold. "I may talk with Squirek about things best kept secret," Rogmore said, locating a hidden latch on the wall, silently working it with his fingers. "Things regarding Sir Roderick Rayborn. Whatever you overhear, neither of you repeat to anyone." The dwarf motioned for Jondralin to extinguish the torch, and they were plunged into blackness. With a faint creaking, a portion of the corridor's wall swung open a crack, and dim, golden light spilled forth from a small room on the other side. The dwarf bade them enter. Jondralin squeezed through the door first. Tala had to duck as she stepped into this new place. "Stinks in here," she said. "Quiet," whispered Rogmore. He removed the mace strapped to his shoulder, wedged it between the door and wall, then stepped over it and into the room behind her. Tala's eyes quickly adjusted to the dim light. This new room was small and dark, save for flickering torchlight drifting in from the iron-barred window set in the door opposite the one they'd entered. The chill air was musty and damp. There was a figure wrapped in a blanket on the floor in the corner of the room, and a pile of bright red armor next to a small circular drain in the middle of the room. With a start, Tala realized they were in Squireck's cell under the arena. Her eyes focused on the pile of armor and the red spiked helmet, and a thought struck her. Is there no place in Amadon safe from secret tunnels? Squireck Van Hester stood. He towered over them, blocking the light, long blonde hair glowing, backlit and silhouetted by the golden beam streaming through the barred window. "Who is here?" He rubbed his eyes. A chain fastened to another short chain that connected the iron manacles on both wrists was bolted into the floor near where he'd lain. This was not the Prince of St. Only Tala had known as a child. There was a brutishness about this Squireck that marked him as a criminal of the gladiator pit. Tala found she was frightened of him, felt in awe of him, and sensed pity for him all at once. "Surprised?" A smile tugged at the dwarf's beard as he dropped the hood of his cloak. "A hidden doorway opens up in a dungeon cell, and 3 cloaked figures emerge from the darkness," Squireck said dryly. "Nothing surprising about that. Don't think you can escape just yet. It only opens from the opposite side. My mace holds it open. Had it closed behind us, we'd all have a lot of explaining to do." A trace of puzzlement hung over Squireck's face. "Why, after nearly a year, do you visit me now?" Jondralin was nothing more than a cloaked shadow moving in the dark. She set the sack of food and crock of water on the floor, then retreated to the back of the cell. Squireck's eyes lit up. "John!" he exclaimed, face bright and alive, reaching for her. But the chain that held him to the floor also held him far from her. He tugged on the chains at his wrists in frustration. "I have missed you so. What brings you here?" "To help you." She motioned to the food and water. "You came just to give me food?" His sorrow-filled eyes lingered on the sack, while his desire for Jondralin was evident in his very stance. "Though don't think me ungrateful. I am glad for it. I've been given nothing but a few crusts of bread and a pot or two of water these last 7 days." Rogemore said, "Jovan decreed that nobody is to give you anything but bread and water without leave from him. The guards will find this stuff you've brought. They will take it, and a whole host of questions as to its origins will open up. They might just find you here now." "I care not if the guards find me," the dwarf said. "But things being as they are, it's best they not see John in here and report it to Jovan. So our visit will be brief." "Who is this with you?" Squireck bent forward and looked at Tala. She removed her hood. "Tala?" The surprise and joy in his voice sounded genuine. "Last I saw you, you were a full year younger. What a difference a year makes. You take after your sister. Beauty beyond reckoning." Tala felt both flattered and ill at ease under his scrutiny. After all, this was an imposing man before her, a man chained in a cell for murder, a man who had viciously slain other men on the arena floor with ease. Indeed, this hard-muscled stranger looming over her was not the fair-faced, smiling Prince of St. Only she remembered. The blanket slipped off his shoulder, and she could see the swollen, square gladiator brand on his chest, red and raw. She grew more nervous under his gaze and looked away, eyes travelling to the red pile of armor and the spiked helm that sat atop it. "I did not come just to bring you food," Jondralin blurted. "It would be a lie if I left here with you believing that. I've another purpose." Squireck stood up, expectant, drinking her in with his eyes. "What must one do to train for the arena matches?" Jondralin asked. "In ages past, nobles, even kings, oft-times fought in the arena to gain favour with the public. I wish to do the same. I feel it's my calling."
"Your calling," the dwarf said, his face impassive. An impatient look came over Jondralin as she met the dwarf's gaze.
"Jovan is grossly misled by his counsellors, especially Valcorin, Denarius, and the Quorum. My fear is the same as yours, Roguemore, that my brother will never muster arms against Sorcevere and defend our shores. Were I king, I would have Gulkana's forces doubled, tripled, ready to meet the Sorcevere invasion."
"How does this explain your interest in training for the arena?"
"I'm afraid I may have to supplant my brother as ruler of Gulkana."
Tala drew a deep breath, feeling it catch in her throat.
Her older sister's blunt proclamation smacked of treason. She wished she had not heard such words. "I dare not kill Jovan myself, nor have him assassinated," Jondralin said, trepidation in her voice. "The arena is the only way the public will accept my claim to the throne. It has happened once before, long ago. A woman ruling Gulkana, a woman gladiator, Adonna Bronachel. She was a sister to the king, betrothed at a young age to an influential lord. She was a princess who triumphed in the arena and usurped a king. She ruled for a generation."
Tala's whole body had grown rigid.
She realized with a sinking heart that things in Amadon were growing dire. The bonds of her family were being torn asunder. She feared that she herself was now getting more deeply involved in this grim business that had sprouted up between her older siblings. "I've been studying some of the hidden histories Hawkwood shared," Jondralin continued. "In the first centuries after Lejon's death, a son or brother of the king could challenge the crown by declaring his right to do so, and then proving Lejon's favour by fighting in the tournament. If victorious, the crown was transferred to him. Why cannot a sister of a king do the same, like Adonna of old?"
"Adonna Bronachel is but a myth," the dwarf said.
"I found her name in the histories. I aim to follow her path."
"You share books with Hawkwood."
The tone of Squire's question betrayed immense jealousy. He turned toward Roguemore. "Now she wishes to fight in the arena. Did you know of this folly, dwarf?"
"I am as shocked to hear of it as I'm sure Tala is," Roguemore said, adopting a stern tone, looking at her, concern etched on his face. "You must never speak of this to anyone, dear Tala. I fear bringing you here may have been a mistake."
Roguemore gave Jondralin a severe look.
"Fighting in the arena. Squirek is right. What folly is this?"
"No more foolish than duelling 4 day-nights," Jondralin said.
"Dueling 4 day-nights?" Squirek turned to the dwarf. "It's Hawkwood's fight," Roguemore said, with a mirthless smile. "Nothing you need worry about." He turned to Jondralin. "The duel with the day-nights will teach the king and his advisers a great lesson."
Squirek interrupted. "You and Hawkwood cannot think to smash sense into Jovan's head by force of arms and duels. It will only make both him and his advisers more militantly opposed to our cause. Let me prove the truth of our cause in the arena, as we agreed, as was planned, as is prophesied." There was silence between the two. Squirek continued, "However," he looked squarely at Jondralin, "I do see some wisdom in what John says about supplanting Jovan. There is nobility in it." Jondralin dipped her head at his praise. "If you attempt this, John, you will die." The dwarf spoke with distaste. "I think it a foolish quest." "You would." Jondralin shot the dwarf a cold look. Squirek was still looking at Jondralin. "I would train you. Alas, things being as they are, that is impossible. But rumour is, even deep in the dungeons of the arena, that you and Hawkwood are close." Squirrix swallowed hard. "Perhaps he already trains you." "Hawkwood has trained me some, but I want to know how to fight in the arena. I want to learn to fight like a gladiator. I want the power to win." "Like a gladiator?" Squirrix said, his tone questioning. "Yes." Jondralin stepped toward him. "Like a gladiator." She stood on her toes and kissed him lightly on the cheek, her hand touching the side of his neck, fingers lingering there a moment before she stepped back. "As you wish," Squirrix said. "Like a gladiator. Visit Ankh Bourbon in Amadon's northern market district. He's a crabby old bloodsucker for sure, a blacksmith who sells weapons. He may be shriveled and leathery and distrustful of humans, but he's one of the best ogle fighters. Pay him well, and he will teach you the brute strength and conditioning suitable for heavy swordsmanship, plus a few ogle tricks. Spend 6 hours a day with him. In Valcorin's retinue, there is a bodyguard named Val Sovereign. For a little coin, he will work with you and keep your training discreet. Spend another 6 hours a day under his tutelage. Val Sovereign will train you the Vale way, speed and accuracy with both sword and knife." 12 hours a day? Jondralin asked. "It seems so much." "If you cannot dedicate yourself to a strict regimen, do not step 1 foot into the arena. It's a dangerous place to venture untrained, more so for a woman." "Perhaps I can ask Val Draken to help." Jondralin turned to Rogamore, her eyes lighting up. "He has already offered." "Val Draken," Squirrix said the name slowly, deliberately, eyes darkening. Jondralin went on. "He offered to train me to fight as the Vale do. He certainly seems competent, and he may prove to be more discreet than Val Sovereign, even." "I scarcely see the point," Rogamore said. "It's a foolish undertaking. Who's this Val Draken?" Squirrix's eyes were boring into those of the dwarf with some expectation. "A raven-haired Vale we rescued from a dockside saloon," Rogamore said. "He claims to be in love with Valcorin's daughter Breta." The dwarf pulled a golden coin from his pocket. "He gave me this." Tala was taken aback by the grin that spread over Squirrix's face at this seemingly trivial trinket. "Lejeune is truly with us." "Aye." The dwarf stuffed the coin back into his cloak. "The scrolls were right. Our cause is just. But do not become too overjoyed. Rumour is Eros Rael has reached the Lejeune Towers. King Torrance's last stand. If Torrance dies, or if he's already dead, his death will be a blow to the Brethren. It could be weeks before word of his fate reaches us, and the White Prince would then likely be in possession of one of those artifacts we had wished kept secret." "Sir Roderick is still in Gallows Haven. He still watches over the boy." The dwarf nodded. "Val Draken." Squirrix said the name again, an undertone of reverence in his voice. Tala thought of the Vale, Val Draken, how even injured he could fight better than any in the Silver Guard. What is so special about his name? Her eyes travelled to the pile of red armour, her thoughts on Laurie and the poison that was slowly killing her. She was mesmerized by the lump of spiky leather armour, but she could think of no good excuse to venture forth and lift up the helm and examine it for the assassin's clue. She found herself shivering. "Don't let it frighten you, child," Squirrix said, noticing where her eyes were planted. "The man who wore it is quite dead." "Are you collecting the stuff?" Jondralin asked, eyeing the pile of red armour too. "As of now, they are my only worldly possessions." "That reminds me," Rogmore said. "Tala has brought you something." Squirek looked at Tala, curious. She stared back at him, not sure what Rogmore was referring to, her mind on so many things. Jondrelin and gladiator training, Laurie and the Bloodwood. She even found herself thinking of Glade Chaparral and what he might think of all this. Then she remembered the wreath of heather she'd constructed. She pulled it forth from the folds of her cloak and held it out to Squirek. He took the wreath from her, holding it up into the light. "Where did you get this?" he asked, looking down upon her, eyes intense. "I made it." Tala was shocked to see tears now welling in his eyes as he said, "You made this for me?" She nodded. He smiled. "The other gladiators will run scared from a man with naught but leaves on his head." He laughed, admiring her handiwork in the dim light. "I shall wear this crown of flowers during my next match." The emotion in Squirek's voice was so real, so heartfelt and substantive, that she was left speechless. "I'm sure Tala would be honored," Rogmore said. "Such a beautiful gift," Squirek said. "Such a perfect gift. It will cause quite a stir among Denarius and the Quorum of Five when they see this wreath about my head at the next match. Thank you, Tala." She found herself actually bowing to him. "You're welcome." "I have nothing of value to give in return, though." Tala recalled the last 2 lines of the assassin's note. "Your first clue is this. Retrieve the red helm of the dead demon and read what is inscribed therein." Without thinking, she took 2 steps toward the pile of armor and picked up the helm that had dominated her thoughts for so long. It was a heavy hunk of metal, and she had to hold it in both hands tightly for fear of letting it clank loudly back to the floor. "Can I have this?" "What a gruesome thing to ask for," Jondrelin commented. "Take it," Squirek said. "I've no use for it. As a matter of fact," he turned to Rogmore, "tell Denarius that I shall never don armor in the arena again. I choose to fight without worldly protection. I will forsake even my shoes. Tell him that I train as if everything depends on me, but that I fight as if everything depends upon Lejeune." "You walk a dangerous line," Rogmore said. "The bouts will only grow in difficulty. You must wear some armor, or you will not survive." "Exactly," Squirek said with conviction. "No one can survive without armor. That is the point. What better way to prove the truthfulness of our cause? For when I win, people will cry, 'Despite all odds, Lejeune hath seen the Prince of St. Only victorious.' It will come to pass. Jovan, Denarius, the Quorum of Five, they will be forced to acknowledge the truth of the moon scrolls of Mir." Tala had no idea what Squirek and the dwarf were going on about. So consumed was she with the red helmet. She turned it over in her hands, careful so its spikes did not cut into her flesh. Something was clearly stamped into the metal inside the crown of the helm. Her heart thumped wildly in her chest. In the darkness she could barely read what was written there. Squinting, she could just make out the words. "Property of the Filthy Horse Saloon." From the Moon Scrolls of Mir. "It is true that before the birth of my beloved, the great one and only, the king of slaves, the first warrior angel, the man named Lejeune, common images did take root in the 5 Isles. But I, your blessed mother Mir, say unto you now, the prophecy of his birth was not only carved on totem and in stone, but was also written in the stars." Chapter 15. Jondralin Bronachel, 2nd day of the morning moon, 999th year of Lejon, Amadon Castle, Gulkana. Jondralin stood with the rest of Javan's court but felt all alone, damp, heavy cloak wrapped tightly around herself. The ground was sodden underfoot. Grey clouds hung low in the noontime sky. It looked as if every single silver guard in the city lined the battlements of black glass courtyard. In black surcoats and silver armour they stood vigil. The courtyard itself was jammed with day-knights. There was an open circle, about 50 paces in diameter, in the centre of the crowd. Within the circle stood Hawkwood and 4 day-knights. Hawkwood, a thin cutlass in each hand, wore naught but a simple shirt and rough-spun woolen breeches, his face peaceful, his movements unhurried, as he proceeded through a series of stretches and gracefully fluid exercises. The hilt guard of each cutlass sprouted a profusion of serrated spikes, designed to trap opposing blades and wrench them from the wrists of his foes. She had not seen Hawkwood in days. He'd been kept under guard in the hall of the day-knights, and had been allowed only one visitor, Roguemore, who had confirmed to Jondralin the decency of his accommodations. The 4 day-knights he was to fight stood at attention. Each bore the standard black helms, shields, and black lacquered armour of their station. They all brandished day-knight blades, thick leather-wrapped hilts, black opals set in their pommels. At the edge of the circle stood King Jovan, Sterling Prentice, Grand Vicar Denarius, and the quorum of 5, Vandevor, Donalbain, Spencerville, Leaford, and Rhys Duncan. Roguemore was also there. He wore leather armour, spiked mace strapped to his back. All of Amadon's other dignitaries were lined up in ranks behind the king. All save the Val Vale ambassador, Valcorin, who was walking into the centre of the circle. "A fight to the death," he announced loudly for all to hear. "Those are the rules." And when he gave the signal, the fight began. The 4 day-knights advanced guardedly upon Hawkwood, their caution born of experience. As the most highly skilled fighting force in all of Gulkana, the day-knights were trained to take no opponent lightly, especially one who had trained them. The 4 knights struck, their positioning and sword strikes perfectly timed. Hawkwood moved fast, both weapons whirling, his cutlasses thin and light in comparison to the long swords of the day-knights. Still, he parried each strike with ease, and stepped back, watchful. Then, just as quickly, he leaped, smashing the knight nearest him with the flat of his blade atop the helm. The knight crumpled with a heavy thud. Hawkwood had pulled the blow, sparing the man, leaving him sprawled in the grass. The 3 remaining knights advanced, heavy blades raining down on Hawkwood, precise and rapid. He spoiled each sudden thrust and arcing strike almost as soon as it had begun. He ducked a flurry of blows from all 3, lashing out at the same time with each cutlass. His attack was fierce, smashing head, thigh, arm, keeping all 3 knights at bay. He gave ground for but an instant, boldly striking one of the remaining knights over the head, felling him instantly. The blow meant to stun, not kill. With the 2nd knight fallen, the 2 remaining day-knights quickly retreated out of harm's way, nearly tripping over their downed compatriots in the process. Hawkwood set his stance firm. The 2 knights moved to either side of him and rushed, their black shields at the ready, blades poised to strike. Hawkwood lunged forward, braced himself, then lurched back instantly. The 2 day-knights collided, shields and breastplates clashing, swords still aloft in a useless position. They both tumbled to the ground. Jondralin chuckled, as did others. The duel seemed almost a comedy now. Hawkwood fell upon one of the downed knights, bonking him on the head with the hilt of his sword before he could stand. The fellow flopped to the ground, unconscious. The 1 day-knight remaining stood, and lumbered toward Hawkwood, sword upraised, swinging hard. Hawkwood avoided the knight's slow charge with a turn and retreated, then circled quickly and reversed with a skill that was beautiful to watch. The confused knight spun and swung wildly. Hawkwood parried and stepped aside and clubbed the man to his knees with a blow to the face from his elbow and backed away. The wearied knight stood, took a laboured breath, and then unleashed a plodding attack. Hawkwood ducked away without moving his feet. He struck the knight's helm from his head with a sweeping blow, then knocked the knight out cold with a punch to the face. All 4 Day Knights now lay on the ground, unconscious and unblooded. "I have been trained by the best warriors in Sorcevier." Hawkwood's voice boomed through the courtyard, both cutlasses still waving in each hand. "There are tens of thousands like me, gathering across the morning sea." He slid both blades casually into the sheaths on his belt. "This is how the Sorcevier army will fight you. Some of you even fought at Borden's side. You know Eris's savagery. I see naught but a quick end for Gulkana if you do not better prepare. If you do not offer up even a slim resistance, there will be none of you left alive. I know Eris. He will slaughter all." The whole courtyard was still. In the waiting tension, many held their breath, looking at the king. Jondralin's attention flew toward Denarius and the quorum of 5. She felt a hollow prick of excitement. Sweat ran from the vicar's bald forehead, beading down over the plumpness of his face. "Sometimes it is best if you make them believe the trap is theirs," the dwarf had said last week. The duel was brilliant. In only a few minutes, Hawkwood had demonstrated not only to Javan, but also to every Day Knight and Silverguard in Amadon how deadly their enemy truly was. Javan stepped forward, eyes on Hawkwood. "It was to be a fight to the death." His voice was calm, assured, "but every man involved yet lives." "He spared them, Your Excellency," Rogmore growled, then coughed, harshly clearing his throat. "Gulkana cannot afford to lose good fighters." Javan thrust his finger toward the 4 downed knights. "I say turn around and finish those men, Hawkwood." "I will not," Hawkwood said without emotion. "Then you refuse a direct command from your king?" Javan scowled. "You are not my king." Hawkwood met Javan's gaze. The king spun, looking squarely at Sterling Prentice. "Bring forward your most trusted man," he ordered. Sterling removed his helm and tucked it under the crook of his right arm. Turning to the mass of knights behind him, he shouted, "Sir Culpa Bara, step forward!" Jondralin instantly recognized the name. There was a jostling from near the back of the courtyard, and a lone Day Knight made his way through the parting throng and stood before his king. He was taller than most, and when he pulled his black helmet off with 2 black gauntleted hands, it was him, the man Jondralin knew, square-jawed, with a firm look set in his dark blue eyes. He looked older than Jondralin remembered, but still familiar, though she hadn't seen him in years. "Your age, Sir Culpa?" Javan asked. 28, if it please your excellency," the Day Knight answered, lifting his chin, chunks of his tousled blonde hair clinging to his forehead in sweaty ringlets. "Young for a Day Knight. I've earned my place. If memory serves, you were a friend to that murderer, Squirach Van Hester. I no longer hold friendship with the Prince of St. Ondley." Javan turned to Prentice. "Can this man alone kill Hawkwood?" "He cannot." "In that case, let us bestow an easier task." Javan pulled a pearl-handled dagger from his belt and held it out for Culpa. "Cut the throats of your 4 disgraced fellows. Jondralin's heart lurched at the injustice of her brother's command. Without hesitation, Culpabara nodded and placed his helmet on the grass and took the dagger. He set his jaw and walked toward the centre of the courtyard and the fallen Day Knights. Hawkwood moved to block the young knight's path, a dangerous look on his face. Culpa stopped, wary. He looked back at his king. Javan signalled to the silver guards lining the battlements. Instantly there were 100 bows stretched taut and 100 bristling arrows aimed right at Hawkwood. Javan nodded for the young Day Knight to continue. Culpabara pushed his way past Hawkwood, kicked the helm from the head of the closest fallen Day Knight, and cut the unconscious man's throat. Blood oozed over the green grass as Culpa moved to the next fallen man and did the same. Anger welled within Jondralin. After the third Day Knight's throat was cut, the fourth had regained his senses enough to stand and locate his sword. He rushed Culpa, but his charge was aimless and slow. Culpa effortlessly avoided the ponderous swing and thrust Javan's dagger up under the Day Knight's throat into his brain. The man gasped. Blood sprayed over Culpa's silver surcoat in ropey splatters. The dying knight slid to the ground. Culpa stood in the centre of the 4 dead Day Knights, face devoid of expression. "That dagger is yours to keep, Sir Culpa," Javan said, and turned to Hawkwood. "And you will hang for your disobedience." "He won the duel!" Jondralin shouted, wanting to rush forward and put an end to this whole farce. But she didn't know how. There was no answer to this madness. "Yes, he won the duel," Rogamore followed. "He will be held in purgatory," Javan continued, "and then—" "You lack honour," Rogamore interrupted. Javan yelled, "In the arena before the final match, Hawkwood will be hung." "You lack honour," the dwarf raged, standing solid, his shouting like claps of thunder. "You lack honour! Silence!" Javan's eyes smouldered and fumed. "Hawkwood refused to carry it to its rightful end, death. He won nothing. It is he who is lacking in honour." Jondralin stepped forward, her voice a growl. "He is to be hung for sparing the lives of 4 Day Knights that you in turn killed." "He's to be hung for consorting with the thief and murderer and traitor to Golcarna, Squirek Van Hester, Prince of St. Ondley." Javan stepped toward her. "Odd thing. One moment the guards at the arena claim that Squirek has the red helm of the Windare gladiator in his cell, and the next moment it's gone, replaced with a sack of food and a crown of heather and white flowers. Now, I am aware that some of the noble women in Amadon like to sneak away from their husbands and fuck the gladiators, but you see, there were no visitors recorded entering the arena dungeons yesterday. Nor do I peg Squirek as the sort to dally with a married noblewoman. Nor do I think he is some form of magician conjuring up crowns of heather from the air." Jondralin's heart thundered. She wondered how much her brother actually knew. "For conspiring to help the criminal, Squirek Van Hester, against my direct orders, Hawkwood's execution will be in the arena in 5 days' time," Javan shouted, his face ugly with triumph, as he motioned for Sterling Prentice and Culpabara to bind Hawkwood's hands. "Take him to purgatory!" To Jondralin's surprise, Hawkwood offered no resistance. He should be fighting for his life to stay out of purgatory. Those cells under the Hall of the Day Knights were the worst, most dank, rat-infested dungeons in all of the 5 Isles. Many had gone insane confined within them in less than a moon. A half-hearted cheer rose up from the Silver Guards and Day Knights in the courtyard as Hawkwood's hands were bound and he was led away. Jondralin's face was frozen with bitterness. Every cheer from the Day Knights and Silver Guards ate away at her until she could stand it no longer. Jovan. Always Jovan. They fawned over him. No matter what happened or how dishonourable and unfair he was, her older brother garnered more unwarranted praise than any 10 men. Amadon deserves a ruler of dignity and honour, not a Jovan Bronachel looking out for nothing more than the glory of himself. Jondralin momentarily thought of talking some sense into her brother, yet the thought hung there, uneasy in her mind. That she might be able to converse with Jovan as equals was a notion long dead. She had scarcely shared more than a few arguments full of terse words with him since he'd been crowned, and the curtness and distrust between them were all his doing. Wrapped in her cloak, she met her brother's eyes through the crowd. Jovan was standing right next to her now. "You must know that I forgive you," he said softly. "Forgive me?" Jondralin feigned surprise. "You wish to be a man, so I now give you a manly job. The punishment for your part in this crime is to build a pyre and burn the 4 pathetic fools who died here today. They are an embarrassment. Still, their souls will take flight into heaven. They did only as I bade them do. Hawkwood is right about one thing. The Day Knights have grown soft." Jovan paused, actually looking introspective. "As for you, John, don't ever assume that I don't know about everything that is said or done in this city. I will not forgive you or Tala a second time. Her punishment will be soon in coming, I assure you that." Jovan spun and stalked away. Jondralin's heart felt as empty and hollow as a Skylock's cave. Jovan had just as much as admitted that he knew Hawkwood had nothing to do with her and Roguemore's jaunt down into the dungeons to visit Squirek. Yet he'd still sentenced Hawkwood to hang for it. She looked from Jovan's retreating form to the 4 dead Day Knights, then to the Val Vale ambassador, Valcorin, who was whispering something into the ear of the Grand Vicar. Both men then followed Jovan from the courtyard. But as the vicar passed by, Jondralin could clearly see Denarius had a vicious little smile hiding behind his lips. Less than 1 hour after she had burned the 4 Day Knights, Jondralin unhooked her sword belt and leaned it against the arm of the settee in her bedchamber, and collapsed onto her settee, more like, then slouched, totally exhausted. She took comfort from the simple colours of the walls and columns and arched ceiling that encompassed the room. She even took comfort in the mahogany bookshelves, full of the hundreds of books that she had collected over the years. Her pastel settee and couches were pleasing to sink into and let the strains of the day's burdens fade away. The silken bedspread that folded over the arm of the settee was cool to the touch and comforting. The stark cleanliness of her room never failed to ease her mind. She rested her eyes on the patterns of the rich maroon rug under her bed. There was a knock at her door. Too lazy to stand, she shouted, "Come in!" Roguemore entered her room. "I don't know who's the bigger fool, Hawkwood or Jovan," she said. "Jovan's vanity shines through. Am I the only one who notices? The Silver Guard and Day Knights all fall in line for him." She groaned, shoulders slumped, her posture like that of a whipped dog. "And then there's you and Hawkwood. Your plans to weaken my brother only make him stronger." "Our plan was not to weaken Jovan." Rogmore sat on the settee by her side. "True, your brother boasts of the prowess of the Danites, and even the Silver Guard at times, yet he keeps them safe in Amadon. Few of them are battle-tested. He can see no further than the petty rules and traditions that Denarius and the Quorum have hammered into him. You are different from him, John, a free thinker. Jovan fears you. He always has. And since your father died, his paranoia, fueled by the Grand Vicar and Valcorin, has become worse." Jondralin wasn't really listening. "I know not my purpose any more. I have no idea what just happened today." "And I know not who may be hiding in these walls," Rogmore continued in a quieter tone. "Jovan somehow found out about our foray into Squire Excel. There could be an army of spies from every clan and kingdom crawling through Amadon Castle, including Jovan's own spies. Even spies from Sor Severe." "You admitted that today's duel was a mere set-up to some grander scheme, but I cannot see it, Rogmore. Now Hawkwood is in purgatory, and whatever your ill-conceived plan was, it seems to have failed miserably." Rogmore leaned in, his voice firm. "The duel went exactly as planned." The conviction in the dwarf's voice unsettled her, but she'd long since run out of patience. She spoke clearly. "Your plan was to get Hawkwood tossed into the dungeons under the Hall of the Danites, the worst place in all the 5 Isles, and then hung in the arena before thousands of witnesses? What kind of madness is that?" "He will not be put to death." The words leaked from the dwarf's lips, which barely moved. "The Bloodwood assassin may be hunting Hawkwood." He looked right at her, his face more sunken and strained than she'd ever remembered it being. As she digested what the dwarf had just said, she felt a strange thrill, a surge of excitement and dread. Rogmore put his hand on her knee. "For the time being, the deepest dungeons of Amadon may be the safest place for Hawkwood." But despite what he said, Jondralin saw the held-in emotion behind Rogmore's eyes. She felt a hollowness in her stomach and sensed the dwarf was not telling her everything. She studied the spines of the books on the shelf across the room. The Adventures of Silverguard Curtis Fiore, The Mouse of Avlonia Castle, Things Jorge the Mule Taught Me. Books her mother, Alana, had read to her when she was a child. The gold-embossed spine of Fairy Tales of the Valvale Princess Ariana stood out to her. It had always been her favourite. They replaced Ariana's likeness with mine on the Gulkana copper coin. "I don't know what to believe," she mumbled. "Yet you wish to train for the arena. What madness has stricken you, John?" "Hawkwood has taught me much, but he's been under guard. Now he's imprisoned. Still, I must train. It is the right thing to do." "You wish to supplant your brother as ruler of Gulkana. You cannot beat Jovan in that way. I worry for you. I worry for all of Borden's children." Hidden behind his concern, Jondralin thought she sensed something else in the dwarf's voice, something unsaid, some urgency. "Sometimes it's best if you make them believe the trap is theirs." Those words haunted her now, as she wondered if it was she who was being played for a fool. True, she'd asked Squirek how to train for the arena matches, but was that truly my idea? Racking her brain, she was unable to define precisely where she fit into the dwarf's plans. She couldn't shake the premonition that there were things about the Brethren of Mir that the dwarf was keeping from her? She had so many questions. Her mind went to Squirek first. She did not know how she felt seeing him shackled in the arena dungeon so. "You showed Squirek the gold coin Valdraken gave you. What does it mean? You mentioned that if King Torrance Rayborn dies, it would be a blow to the Brethren, and the White Prince may come into possession of one of those things the Brethren had wished kept secret." Squirek asked if Sir Roderick was still in Gallows Haven, and something about a boy. I didn't inquire whilst we were in the dungeons because Tala was there. But what was that all about?
A long list of questions.
A low grinding noise filled the room. Jondralyn flew to her feet, dagger in hand. The bookshelf across the room slid aside, revealing Sterling Prentice and Sir Culpa Barra, the latter fully armed, his armour spattered with blood.
"It's all right, John," Rogmore said. "Put your knife away."
But Jondralyn brushed past the dwarf and set the point of her blade against Sterling's breastplate. "What is the meaning of this?" The Day Knight captain growled.
"I'll bend you over my knee if I have to."
"I am a princess of Amadon." She stood tall and straight, eyes piercing into his.
"A strutting she-wolf you are."
"You dare speak to me so—"
"Stow your dagger, John," Rogmore urged. "They are the truest of friends. They are welcome here."
"Welcome? In my bedchamber?" The dwarf leaned into her.
"Sterling and Culpa have been working with the Brethren. Hawkwood and Sterling, along with Lord Kelvin Cronin, have been secretly garrisoning Lord's Point with legions of Day Knights and Silver Guards sympathetic to our cause. Lord Cronin tripled the size of his own Ocean Guard. Some in Gulkana are with us. We prepare to defend against the White Prince."
Jondralyn stole a glance at the armed Day Knight, Culpa Barra, beside Sterling Prentice. His face and curled blonde hair were familiar, though he was older now. He bowed to her.
"Milady, Jondralyn is right about one thing."
The dwarf's voice was brazen as he addressed the Day Knight captain.
"You risk your life, and the life of the knight beside you, coming to her chamber. If the 2 Silver Guards stationed in the corridor hear you, they may come in." "I do not have to explain myself to any hallway guardsman," Sterling said.
The dwarf was not deterred.
"You'd have to explain yourself to Jovan if they report that you'd entered Jondralyn's room through the secret ways."
Jondralyn looked from Sterling to the bookshelf behind the 2 men, wondering if there were more people wandering through the castle's secret passages at any given moment than used the common corridors.
"My life is my own to risk," Sterling said. "Remember, it was I who orchestrated the duel with the Day Knights against my better judgment. Had I known your plan would cost 4 men their lives, I would never have agreed to it." "We could not have foreseen that Jovan would have them killed," Rogmore said.
"Indeed," Sterling snapped, spittle flying from between brown teeth. "He's a rough old cob," Jondralyn thought. Not an ugly man, exactly, yet repulsive nonetheless. His breath, for one thing, was already stinking up the room, and for another, his gut didn't quite fit within the confines of his armour. Looking at his pockmarked face was like looking at a pitted piece of granite. Realizing that Sterling also had ties to the Brethren made her feel as lost and powerless as a hunk of driftwood left to the whim of the ocean waves. She thought back on the fracas at the arena a week ago. It was indeed Sterling Prentice who had kept the argument going between Hawkwood and Jovan. Things were being revealed to her too fast, one on top of the other. She did not trust the Day Knight captain, despite the dwarf's reassurance to the contrary, and despite his loyalty to her father years ago. Trust no one. And the cold-blooded look of Culpa Barra sent a shiver through her body. Sterling cast a dark eye on the dwarf.
This castle crawls with traitors, but I come bearing ill tidings. Hawkwood has escaped purgatory."
Jondralin's eyes flew to Rogamore. He remained stoic in the face of the news.
"Javan has declared him a fugitive,"
Sterling continued, shaking his head as if purging his brain of a terrible nightmare.
"This escape does not look good on a man of my position, charged with the law and order of a kingdom, and the safekeeping of a king and a king's court. I have been charged with hunting Hawkwood down and killing him. His body is to be brought to Javan, where the king will have him drawn and quartered and hung from the 4 gates of the castle. Sir Castlegrail and I have dispatched contingents of silver guards and day knights throughout Amadon. They will search the breadth of Golconda if need be. Though I wish it otherwise, to speak plainly, I had no other choice. If I find him, I will bring him to Javan to be killed." "I understand," Rogamore said.
Sterling grabbed the dwarf by the shoulder and whispered,
"So tell me, dwarf."
His voice hissed between clenched teeth, barely audible to Jondralin.
"Have we been betrayed by your friend, or is Hawkwood's escape part of some larger plan?"
Sterling let go of Rogamore's shoulder.
"Think on it. I'll need your answer on the morrow. Otherwise, Culpa and I are out of the Brethren. There is much I am not being told. Though I dearly loved Borden Bronichel like a brother, things have become too dangerous for the likes of Culpa and me to remain involved in the schemes our late king set in motion so long ago."
With that, both Sterling and Culpa disappeared back through the hidden doorway behind Jondralin's bookshelf. From the Way and Truth of Lejeune. "'Twas an age when man wandered soulless and lost, until the images of glorious prophecy took root. Standing stones with carved crosses, circles painted green, red, blue, black, white, images of a boy with a spear, a young man in slave chains, a warrior with a sword, an axe, a crossbow, and a helm, killing winged demons. A man nailed to a tree, a man laid out on a cross-shaped altar." Chapter 16. Nail. 3rd day of the morning moon, 999th year of Lejeune. Gallows Haven, Golconda. The chapel bell boomed. Nail shot upright, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. He smelled flowers in the breeze, and could hear the breakers crashing against the large rocks just north of Gallows Bay. He noticed the angle of the sun, mid-afternoon. His joints groaned as he pulled himself upright. He'd been curled up in his stiff leather greaves atop the crow's nest of the Lady Kindly for 12 hours. The church bell boomed again. He heard frantic shouting below. From his perch, he watched villagers scramble up and down the main thoroughfare in front of the Graken Spear Inn, their shouts urgent and full of fear. The bell sounded a 3rd time. The signal for attack! Nail whirled, eyes cast to the sea. The sun reflected gold and blinding along the vast swell of the ocean. In the far bright distance were dozens of ships. One after the next they crested the horizon, plying the sea, sails seeming to dance on the water. With ever-growing dread he counted the ships, 35 total, all cutting through the ocean from the northwest. Nail stared, enthralled, for he knew that death rode in them. It took less than an hour for the ships to anchor within 100 yards of shore, each ship twice the size of the Lady Kindly. By then, Nail was making his way to the keep with the rest of the men of the village. From the ships, legions of armed warriors and heavy horse were rowing ashore on smaller vessels. Most had already disembarked and were wading up the beachhead, gathering among Baron Brooke's still smoking black cauldrons, fitting their mounts with armour, testing their weapons. Nell could hear the clanking of their bridle bits and the snorts of their chargers, and here and there shards of sunlight blazed off their silver armour. Under Baron Brooke's direction, the 300 or so men and boys of Gallows Haven had arranged themselves into an undisciplined-looking formation along the crown of the low hill just a stone's throw north of the keep. Those few who possessed mail or armour of any kind had put it on. Most wore simple raiment and carried weapons that they had hurriedly assembled. Useless things, really. Rakes, hoes, shovels, tree branches, rocks. As Nell waded through the throng, some men were in the midst of sharpening these rudimentary implements on whetstones, whilst others argued about who should be lining up on the right or left. More than a few were vomiting from nerves. There was much anticipation and fear as Nell searched for a friendly face. He located Stephen Wayland and Zane Neville standing in their armour near the front. He quickly took his place in line between them. Stephen thrust a familiar breastplate at Nell. "It's yours. Put it on. I snatched it from in front of the chapel. Someone else likely scavenged the rest of your gear, though." Nell hurriedly fastened the breastplate around his chest. Next to Zane was Doki Liddle, sword in hand. Nell's scrawny, lightning-struck friend was dressed in full armour, the visor of his helm up, eyes transfixed by the sheer wonder of the ominous-looking warriors gathered across the field from them. "The army of Sir Severe," he muttered. "The White Prince finally come to kill us." It was only then that Nell truly realized what it was they now faced. Arrayed below him along a sloping plain of grass 100 yards away was a seething, glittering sea of death. Wearing silver armour and white surcoats, with a blue cross emblazoned on the chest, the opposing legion stretched from the beach all the way up the slope and over the north road almost to the chapel, and their formation looked equally as deep. Archers made up the front ranks. Motionless they stood. Battle knights on huge war chargers were arrayed behind the archers, their half-pikes and halberts jutting skyward like an iron-tipped forest. Plates of armour covered their horses' foreheads. Iron-studded bands encircled their legs and flanks. War paint slathered their hides in grisly patterns. It was row upon row of evil warriors that seemed more like demons from the underworld than men of flesh and bone. Buried within the hollow eye-slits of their frightful helms were dark chasms that revealed naught but destruction and slaughter. Banners flapped above the army, the colours of Sir Severe, a blue sword on a white field. This was what death looked like, and Nell wanted to vomit. Unexpectedly, Shawcroft stood before him. The man wore no armour, but had a sheathed sword strapped to his broad back, a black opal on the pommel. Shawcroft's features were as pallid as ever, face strained, his words abrupt. "We must leave, now." "Leave?" Nell said, incredulous. "None of us can leave. This will be a slaughter." "Bloody rotted angels!" Zane looked askance at Nell's master. "You're full of encouragement." Shawcroft grabbed Nell, pulling him from the line. "This is madness." "I stay and fight with my friends. I'm no traitorous, murderous coward." As the words tumbled from his mouth, he saw the pain in Shawcroft's eyes. "Your destiny is not here, Nell." "And what destiny does a bastard have?" Nell shot back. "Go with Shawcroft," Stephen said, nervously stroking the Amadon silver guard bow he had won last night at the morning moon feast. "You haven't a sword or shield or helm. Some of the women are holed up in the chapel with Bishop Talbot, some at the Graken Spear, a few in the keep. Many ran for the mountains. You and Shawcroft know those mountains. You could—" "I'm no woman who hides with the children," Nell snapped. "I was gonna say you could help them hide in the mountains." After the things he had seen last night between Ava Shea and Jenko, Nail cared not if he died today. "I aim to fulfill my duty and fight with the rest of you." "No," Shawcroft growled, grabbing his arm. "We go, now." The Sorcerer army parted as a group of 6 horsemen galloped through the throng toward the small Gallowshaven army. Both Shawcroft and Nail turned and looked. Splendorous white hair billowed out behind the lead horseman. The Sorcerer leader was a wondrous sight atop a gloriously armoured white charger. He wore chainmail under a white cloak that rippled in magnificent waves, a bright longsword at his hip. "The White Prince," Toki Little murmured. "Eros Rael." To the White Prince's left rode 2 men, one bald-headed, the other a dark-haired, bearded fellow with a black eye patch. To the White Prince's right galloped a red-haired woman, starkly pretty, with a crossbow and quiver of grim, heavy-looking quarrels strapped to her back. Many Gallowshaven men spat curses at the sight of this woman-warrior. Nail found her to be astonishingly regal. Next to her rode a bearded behemoth of a man, blue paint crisscrossing his face. This giant carried a huge ball mace, wrapped in spikes and barbs in one hand, and a gigantic round iron shield in the other. All of them were on tall white stallions with heavy hooves that shook the very ground. Last was a black-cloaked fellow on a black horse. A Bloodwood! Nail's heart was racing now. The Bloodwood's hair was cropped short. He wore dark, boiled leather armour under an even darker cloak that appeared to soak up the surrounding sunlight. His coal-black stallion had those unmistakable eyes that oozed red light. Demon-eyed, like the horse the Valet woman rode. There was visible fear on Shawcroft's face as Baron Brooke walked out to meet the White Prince, armour clanking. The Baron wore some armour, and a belt studded with links of chain and thick boots that rode high on his legs. He carried a wooden shield with a heavy iron boss that was painted black. The Baron's huge broadsword, with its leather-wrapped hilt and black opal-inlaid pommel, swayed at his hip. A sword identical to the one Shawcroft has strapped to his back. Murmurs ran through the crowd. Jubal Brooke stood before Eros Rael and his 5 mounted companions. The Baron looked small, out there, alone. From where he was, Nail couldn't hear anything that was said, but there was a brief discussion, and then the White Prince and his 5 guards whirled their mounts and galloped back to their forces. "Prepare yourselves!" the Baron hollered when he rejoined the Gallowshaven army. He drew his sword and raised it above his head. "Form a shield wall, boys!" "Sweet bloody papa!" Zane Neville's mouth was agape, eyes wide. "Bend me over and bugger me senseless. As Lejeune is my witness, we're liable to get our heads caved in by these rascally bastards. We'd be absolutely barking mad to try and fight them." Zane tossed down his helm and shield, gaze racing up and down the ragtag line of Gallowshaven men. "I'm going to find my family, find Beermug, flee into the hills. I am done with this madness." With that, he turned and ran. "You all swore an oath!" the Baron roared, spittle flecking his beard, eyes following Zane. "I will not suffer cowards! You all swore a covenant with Church and King to defend your homeland. We'll fight like warriors, and carve them up good and proper, and send them back to Sorcerer on the dung ships they sailed in on." Baron Brooke's roaming gaze touched Shawcroft's and locked there a moment. "We all fight. The next who leaves, I will chase down and kill myself." The back of Nail's hand now stung with a white-hot pain. He looked down at the almost forgotten but still red and blistered cross-like burn on his hand, the burn caused by his gauntlet when the lightning had struck Doki. "But my gauntlets are probably with some old farmer now, so ill-prepared." Nail now knew he would die here today. Baron Brooke raised his sword and yelled, "By the word of Lejeune, I command you to all form a shield wall." There was a hollow metallic thunk. A thick crossbow bolt bounced off the back of the Baron's helm and fell to the ground. He dropped unceremoniously to his knees, stunned, helm knocked askew. Nail's eyes flew to the ranks of the Sorcevier army. The red-haired woman stood about 10 paces in front of the rest of the Sorcevier army, knocking another quarrel to her crossbow. She looked so regal and skilled and deadly that what little regard the Gallows Haven men had previously had for fighting was rapidly wilting. Shawcroft's eyes were racked with emotion. "We must go. Now, much rides upon your survivor." Nail heard the snap of the red-haired woman's crossbow and the wind of the quarrel's passage and the whipped of cleaved air. Shawcroft's knees buckled like broken saplings. Nail's master crumpled to the ground and rolled onto his side. Blood welled from around the thick shaft sunk deep in his back, bubbled through his fingers as he reached to pull the quarrel free. Nail's breath clamped tight in his chest. The sight of Shawcroft stuck with a crossbow bolt, wheezing for breath, broke the nerve of some men nearby. They began fleeing, one at a time, then in small groups. Nail felt nothing. He reached down and pulled Shawcroft's longsword from its sheath. He hefted the weapon, testing its weight in his hand. Heavy. The black opal on the pommel exactly like that on Baron Brooke's sword. A day-night sword. Silence had fallen across the field. The terror in the village ranks was palpable. Nail could feel it welling up within him, too. Sweat trickled down the sides of his face. When the soaring wail of the Sorcevier bagpipe sounded over the landscape, Nail had to swallow his own fear and impulse to flee. A bloody hand reached up and tried to take the sword from him. Nail moved back from his master, and the hand fell away. "Help me up," Shawcroft said. Nail took his master's hand the second time it was offered and, with all he could muster, pulled the man to his feet. The enemy knights began clanging swords upon shields. It was a fearsome sound, and the very ground appeared to shudder. As one, the Sorcevier archers knocked their arrows and took aim. "Just run!" Shawcroft was now trying to stand on his own, pleading, pushing Nail away. Blood was soaking his clothes fast. "Run! Now! Leave me!" The rising music stopped. Silence. And instantly the scene was chaos. Nearly every Gallows Haven fighter turned and fled. Stephen Wayland, with his new Silver Guard bow, ran. Toki Liddle ran. Everyone was running toward town. But Nail stood rooted in fear. He saw 2 others nearby, Brutus Grove from the Baron's Graken hunting skiff, and Jenko Brook, both trying to help the Baron stand. The Sorcevier archers lowered their bows and stepped aside, and the vast army behind them set heels to flanks and charged. As the Sorcevier army thundered toward him, Nail couldn't believe what was happening. So quickly this horror had come to them. One day they were celebrating at the morning moon feast, and the next day the armies of Sorcevier were here to kill them all. He pulled at Shawcroft's arm, tried to get the man to flee with him, but Shawcroft shoved him away roughly. "Go, Nail! Now!" And at the sight of 1,500 knights bearing down upon him, something snapped inside of Nail. An instant of self-preservation, a primal instinct kicked in. He did as Shawcroft bade him do. He ran. After about 30 frantic paces, he turned and looked back, watched in terror as the charging cavalry trampled Shawcroft over. Nail fled toward the keep. It was a frantic sprint, and in only a few short steps his lungs began to burn. They heaved against his chest armour. He looked back in fear, watched as a frothing war charger bore down on Brutus Grove and Jenko Brook. The large, bull-necked Sorcevier man with the red beard and blue tattoos struck first. The fellow's mane of wild red hair flamed and flew in the sunlight as his massive ball mace met armour and bone, and Brutus Grove exploded upward in a spray of blood, the heavy mace arcing high, slinging trails of red into the air. Jenko Brook dodged the flashing blue longsword of the White Prince, but was quickly trampled under the stark white charger of the red-haired warrior woman with the crossbow. Jenko tumbled under the churning hooves, his sword, shield, and helm scattering. Baron Brook was trampled underneath too, and the enemy cavalry stormed on toward Nail. He found himself in a whirl of pounding hooves, eyes scarcely registering the turmoil around him except in glimpses, the blur of Sorcevier armour, the flashing of blades, the prickle of spearheads, the scattering of buffet tables and decorations, remnants of last night's feast. The only solid thing he could focus on was the wide slab of the keep's crumbling wall and the slope of its debris. With his master's heavy sword still in hand, he swung out madly at a passing rider, striking nothing, still running. There was a clamour and roiling around him, a cacophony of sound, and something smashed into his side. He was forced stumbling to the right. A charger crashed into him, knocking him over, Shawcroft's sword spinning from his hand, lost in the confusion. Nail scrambled to his feet just in time to see another white warhorse bearing down, its corded muscles under spiked armour heaving and strained. The charger's stern-faced rider was completely bald and focused. The man swung low at Nail with a fearsome-looking longsword. Nail dropped to the ground again. Dirt kicked up into his eyes as the blade whistled overhead. The bald rider moved on, swinging again, decapitating an old farmer who held up a rake in defence. Nail lurched to his feet and headed for the keep, shouts of death and destruction all around. Sorcevier knights swarmed the keep's entrance. Nail veered to the left, spying a wide crack in the building's crumbling wall. There was a dark opening there, just big enough for a man. Another entrance, and no Sorcevier fighters. He sprinted for the wall and dove into the crumbled access, only to slam into a frenzied-eyed fisherman who was attempting to duck into the same opening. The collision sent both sprawling. Nail regained his bearings and hurtled through the craggy slit first. The fisherman followed, but ended up lodged between the jagged mortars. Red bubbled from his mouth as he was speared in the back by a menacing-looking Sorcevier knight. Nail fled from the man's blood-curdling screams, eyes trying to adjust to the darkness. He stumbled over a crate and fell headlong into a mouldy stack of cloth. Frantic, he regained his feet, continuing onward toward a dim light at the end of a narrow passageway. He busted through a rickety wooden door and into a large roofless room, squinting against the glare of light pouring in from above. Beams and rafters had caved in ages ago and littered the floor in jagged, twisted piles. He instantly knew he was in the keep's long unused dining hall. There were women and girls huddled in the room. They screeched in horror as flame-lit arrows began to rain over the walls. In one teeming mass they ran for an open tunnel along the far wall. A flaming arrow struck one girl, who fell screaming into a pile of wooden rafters on the floor. Instantly smoke and heat billowed. Nail lurched after the remaining women, joining them in their dash down the dark opening and farther into the abandoned keep. The tunnel was already filled with smoke and flame. Some women dropped to the ground, crying, their companions dragging them from the spreading fires. Nail helped a village girl pull an old woman over a crumpled cobblestone barrier. Then he noticed the woman he helped was dead, an arrow shaft sprouting from her chest. He let her go and ran. Dark smoke roiled around him. He saw the fleshy bare legs of another woman in a threadbare skirt race by. He followed her. Orange light flared up and waves of heat bore down. Then the woman in front of him suddenly disappeared. He tumbled down a flight of stone stairs, landing atop her with a thud. As he untangled himself from the woman, he heard horrific, pain-filled screams coming from the stairs above. Then a soft breath of fresh air grazed his face. In the opposite direction of the stairs was a narrow tunnel, a brilliant blue glow at its far end. Nail urged the woman to run toward the light with a swift push. She ran, clogging the passageway before him with a limping, lumbering gait. Her silhouette was dark against the stark blue of the tunnel's exit, her hair bouncing and shimmering in crazy patterns in the light. When she broke free from the tunnel, sunlight engulfed her. Nail stumbled out of the keep behind her, eyes adjusting to the light. The lady running free along the beach in front of him, her skirt a-whirl as her bare feet churned up the sand. She was met by a charging Sorcerer horseman who cut her in half with a huge, flashing blade. The top of her body, arms flailing, was sent spinning into the surf, a string of guts trailing. Her legs folded and slid in the sand. Like swarming ants, Sorcerer fighters were everywhere at once. Nail stopped. He gazed upon a beach littered with bodies. Villagers were everywhere. Farmers, sailors, women, and conscripts still in their armour. They were all of them running and screaming, whilst Sorcerer blades appeared to leap and slash at them from every direction. An older woman fell next to him, silent, her tattered skirt torn, belly ripped open, her slashed and bruise-coloured entrails steaming in the sand. Gulping in the squalid air, Nail tottered forward and dropped to his knees in the sand near a portion of the crumbled keep. He could hear the swish of the receding tide in between the screams of the dying. With scarcely any strength in his legs, he tried standing again. Every muscle in his body twitched in protest. He knelt there, head down, sifting his fingers through the sand, knowing that his life would soon be over. He found himself cowering, hugging the broken stones of the keep, willing himself to disappear beneath them. As the chaos swirled around him, he looked toward the sea, its white rolling breakers in the distance, the unfurled sails of the huge warships floating beyond. It seemed a lifetime ago that he had been sitting on this very beach under the stars with Ava Shea. A villager in boiled leather armour and a rusted iron helm stumbled toward him, blood vomiting from his mouth, a bloody spear point jutting through his chest. The rest of the spear's haft protruded from the fellow's back. One of the rowers on Jubal Brook's hunting skiff. Nail could not recall his name. The man dropped his sword and fell forward into the sand in front of Nail, his helmet bouncing from his head, blood pumping from his open, gasping mouth. The sand of the beach greedily absorbed the spilled blood. Nail knew the sight of the sailor dying would be the last thing he would ever see. That and the Sorcerer knight walking casually toward him. What set this night apart from the hacking and slashing and swirling tumult of the beachhead slaughter was the knight's calmness and his youth. He wore no helm, yet his silver armour and white surcoat were blood-stained red, and he bore a sword nearly as long as his body. Nail took in every detail of the athletic-looking young man. A fellow not much older than me. A young man who has probably already witnessed 100 battles and 1,000 bloody deaths. A true warrior indeed. There was a feral, animal-like bearing about this young Sorcerer knight that transfixed Nail. Perhaps it lay in his squinting eyes that were dark and fierce, and bore what appeared to be thick smears of blue war paint under each. Or perhaps it was the young man's carefully pressed russet braids, which draped down his back like long cornrows of snakes, braids that were now flying out behind him as he picked up speed, for this young knight had noticed Nail kneeling there, and had begun to run in loping strides toward him, longsword upraised in both hands. As death closed in, Nail sat there unmoving. Weariness had drained him. Onward the young Sorcerer knight ran, evil grin bearing down, sword poised above like an axe in an axeman's hands, preparing to split Nail's head like a melon. Death comes to claim me. Nail thought of his twin sister, his only family, a girl he would never now find, a girl he would never now get to know. Was she out there somewhere in the 5 Isles, as lost and alone as he? Did she know that he even existed? There were too many questions that would forever go unanswered. But Nail did not want to die just yet. He scrambled for the dead sailor's rusted iron helmet and sword. Picking up both, he slammed the helmet over his head and rose to meet his foe. But the Sorcerer youth was already upon him, long sword swinging in a great, huge arc downward. Only halfway to his feet, Nail's head exploded in a shower of stars, and all things instantly went black. From the Way and Truth of Lejeune. And the shamans and stone carvers did prophesy, There are gods many, and lords many, but soon there will be but one Lord greater than the rest, a Saviour, an ensign unto all kingdoms, a great hero born by the sea, one powerful enough to slay the winged demons and their evil lords, one whose feet shall be washed by queens and kings. Chapter 17. Ava Shea. 3rd day of the morning moon, 999th year of Lejeune. Gallows Haven, Gulkana. Crabs scuttled among the heap of dead bodies, as seagulls cried above, their shadows weaving over the rippled, blood-stained sand and waves rolling ashore. White fins of sharks slithering up from the depths were coming closer to land. They could taste death in the water. Baron Brooke's cauldrons had been overturned by Sorcerer warriors to empty them of Graken oil, then, for some reason unknown to Ava or any of the other captives, refilled with boiling tar, the black bubbling broth sending up fumes that scarcely masked the stench of the bloated corpses. North of Gallows Keep rose up another pile of the dead, all of fire, burned by the Sorcerer knights, never to be given religious rites or proper burial. Ava Shea could feel the flies lighting on her skin now, scurrying little feet dancing madly across her face. With hands bound behind her back with rope, she could not swat them away. Trying to ignore the tickling of the bugs, she took note of her fellow survivors. There were only a paltry 30 souls left of the 500 or so who had once populated Gallows Haven. Smoke and grit coated their faces. The Graken Spear Inn had been reduced to cinders. When the inn had been set afire, only Ava, along with 4 other serving girls, Tilda Egbert, Gisela Barnwell, Polly Mott, and Liz Hen Neville, managed to escape. The memory of the Graken Spear's fiery destruction tumbled mercilessly through her head. She could not dispel the image of her younger brothers and sisters burning as Old Man Leadingham tried to save them. Her whole family was now gone. Old Man Leadingham, too. She could still hear their inhuman screams, still smell the air bitter with the reek of their charred flesh. Smoke billowed from the keep and chapel, too. It appeared everything had been ravaged and burned. Tears welled in her eyes. This did not feel like a dream, yet it didn't seem quite real either. She tried to regain some sense of sanity. Her gaze travelled to Baron Brooke's Graken hunting ship, cast adrift in the bay. Swirling fire leaped to the sky from its flaming skeleton, and black smoke billowed heavenward. It would have been better to have just died. The others beside her in line looked as destitute as she felt, their faces shocked with pain, their eyes barren. Ava noticed Stephen Wayland and Doki Liddle near the end of the line. Stephen wore his armour, though it was dirt-crusted and dented. Doki was wearing naught but a shirt, torn leather tunic, rough-spun woolen leggings, and a few scraps of dented plate strapped to his chest. Next to them were Gisela and Polly. Like Ava, they wore simple woolen shifts tied at the waist. She recalled the joy on Gisela's face last night as she danced with Stephen, but it now seemed all such innocent joys had been forever wiped from the world. Jenko Brook stood to the right of Tilda, head hung low, hair covering his bruised face, armour battered. His mere presence was a small but blessed comfort. The bulk of the Sorcevier army was setting up camp on the grassy field just north of the keep. She could hear the rattle and clanking of the wagons they had scavenged from the town. A group of knights milled about the beach directly in front of the prisoners. Their fearsome war horses were painted in the colours of Sorcevier, blue circles and spirals around their eyes, ears dyed white and rimmed in blue. At least a third of the Sorcevier warriors were women, fierce and ugly. Some had removed their armour and were now watering their mounts from buckets of fresh water. Some were knee-deep in the ocean, washing their weaponry free of blood. The beach was streaked red with froth. Another group of female knights were sinking hooks into the hacked bodies still on the beach and dragging them behind their mounts up toward the bonfire. These heaps of tortured flesh were villagers Ava had known her entire life. To look upon them now, with their hollow eyes and bloated faces, was like a nightmare. It could not, Ava told herself, be happening. Yet it was. The grey-visaged Sorcevier knights, standing on Gulkana soil before her, were a reminder of the lessons of arduous truths written in the Way and Truth of Lejeune, that the wraiths of death stalk every life, everywhere. Today was her time to die. The trauma of everything she'd just been through was paralyzing, and the shock of it all played with her thoughts. She could feel the vast persistence of the wraiths planning their attack upon her shivering mind. They would soon come a-creeping into her brain with a trembling certainty. They would destroy her like they had destroyed her mother. Her mouth was parched, her thirst like a raging saber-toothed mountain lion crawling up her throat. Ava felt she might faint without water. She couldn't think of a suitable Lejeune prayer for what was happening to her, so she just uttered his name over and over and awaited her fate. And fate stalked the line of prisoners now. Ava braced for death as a pretty, red-haired, Sorcevier warrior woman drew near, flipping a copper coin over and over in her hand. The woman wore leather armour fastened with a gleaming silver breastplate and shoulder plates. Leather greaves and steel armour covered her thighs and shins. She wore thick, dark boots, also studded with steel. The top of a crossbow and quiver of thick, wicked-looking bolts jutted from over her shoulder. A giant, tattoo-faced fellow followed her, 7 feet tall if an inch, his hair also fire-red. The two stopped before the young Gallows Haven boy, first in line, asking him his name. "My ma was shot with arrows," the boy answered. Smears of blood encrusted his face. "She's on the beach." He nodded toward the water. "Can I go tend to her?" The Sorcevier woman informed the boy that his mother was dead. Then she and the large, tattooed fellow moved to the next in line, a Gallows Haven conscript who swayed almost drunkenly on his feet, dented helmet atop his head. Thick streaks of blood covered the fighter's face. It was dried and crusted on his neck and chestplate armour, too. The red-haired woman ordered the conscript to remove his helm, but the fellow just stood there on wobbly legs. "Helm's been smashed onto his head." The woman turned to her giant companion. "See if you can't club it off, Hammerface." Hammerface. The name terrified Ava. With broad shoulders and muscles like an ox, Hammerface looked stouter than a full-grown oak. Bones, fetishes, and bangles were tied into his hair and beard. The blue tattoos covering his face spoke to the evil that Ava felt must surely breed within his soul. He wore a belt lined with a brace of long knives and a leather harness over his silver armour, bearing a massive mace that hung at his back. With one meaty fist, Hammerface smacked the underside of the conscript's helmet and popped it free, revealing Nail's face. He stumbled back, landing on his butt in the sand, hands bound behind him. Thick, murky rivulets of dried blood marked Nail's face, mostly obscuring it. With listless eyes, he looked up at the two warriors from Sor Severe, then rolled onto his side and barfed in the sand. "This one's useless." The red-haired woman flipped her copper coin. "Kill him." Ava's heart plunged as Hammerface reached down and latched onto the front of Nail's armour and yanked him to his feet. "He'll recover soon, Spades." The tattooed giant gently slapped the boy's blood-encrusted cheek. "He seems a stout enough lad." The blue tattoos that covered Hammerface did not seem as frightening now as they had before, and Ava's heart warmed to the giant. In that one gesture from Hammerface, she sensed a morsel of concern in him for the prisoners. The tattooed giant now looked more their saviour than their killer. "He'll recover soon, Spades. He seems a stout enough lad." For in hearing those few words, Ava knew that they might not all be murdered. The red-haired woman named Spades had moved on to Polly Mott. "Name," she ordered. Polly muttered her name. Tears were flowing over the brown mole sitting there like a smudge of mud under the corner of Polly's left eye. Polly Mott was known more for the unsightly mole on her face than anything else. She was 16 and scared. But Spades had moved on to the next girl in line, Gisela Barnwell, who gave her name, then started crying too. Spades and Hammerface moved to Jenko Brook next. Jenko's bruised face was dark and unsavoury behind sweaty locks of matted hair. There was a murderous look and hunger for vengeance about him. It lay in the angle of his chin and shards of hate sparking from his eyes. He did not say his name when asked. "This one will be trouble," Hammerface observed. "He can be tamed." Spades had to look up to meet Jenko's eyes. Now that the red-haired warrior woman was closer, Ava could tell Spades had a lovely porcelain face with a delicate bone structure behind a spray of bright red curls. There was a tint of innocence to her overall features, but an expression of absolute cunning in her eyes. Indeed, glowing beneath that dainty, freckled skin burned something wicked and furious. Ava hated her more than she had ever hated anything. "Do you wish to kill me?" Spade asked Jenko, flicking her coin up one last time, then stuffing it into a hidden pocket of her leather greaves. Jenko glared at her. "I see," Spade said. "You wish to fuck me instead?" The casualness of the statement stunned Ava. For some reason, despite the statement's preposterousness, rage and jealousy welled up within her. She fought back the sudden urge to lash out. Her mouth was too dry for such an outburst anyway. Nausea overcame her. "I recognize the cut and polish of your armour," Spade said to Jenko. "Was you who stayed with Baron Brooke when he fell? I'm surprised my quarrel didn't pierce the fool's helm. Never did find his body. No matter. I'm glad to see that you survived. A bit battered and bruised, though. I sense braveness in you. That will bode well for you in Eros's eyes. Was the one who Hammerfist crushed with his mace your brother? Your father? Then Jenko did what Ava had wanted to. He spat on Spades. But the woman turned her head, and what little spray flew from Jenko's mouth sprinkled her hair, missing her face. Her eyes sparkled as she turned back toward him. "Now I always thought I was charming," she said with a bemused smile, "but not that charming. See, I knew you wanted to fuck me." Jenko remained silent, though a dangerous glare remained in his eyes, and those eyes remained on Spades. But she moved away from him with casual ease and examined Tilda Egbert briefly before stepping up to Ava. "Well," Spade said, looking straight at her, "aren't you just an impossibly pretty little thing?" And that was all. Spades and Hammerfist moved past Ava to the very end of the line. Bishop Tolbert was there, hands tied behind him too, stoic in his mud-encrusted cassock, which was torn down the side. The priesthood robe underneath was stark white and pure in comparison to his dirty cassock. He seemed unaffected under the scrutiny of the enemy. That is, until Spades drew a dagger and cut the rope that bound his hands, snatched him by the arm and pulled him from the line. He prayed aloud as he was marched before the other prisoners. "Silence!" Spades shoved him to the ground. He kept praying. She yanked him up again and violently tore off his long brown cassock. It puddled at his feet as he prayed louder and louder. The silk priesthood robe he wore underneath covered his torso from neck to knees, but was of a flimsy weave, nearly transparent in the sunlight. "We're the most battle-hardened sons of bitches who've ever stepped foot on these shores," the red-haired woman yelled as the bishop kept praying. "And lest any of you doubt my words, I mean to behead this blasphemer here and now." Tolbert shrank away from her. He bowed his head and prayed more fervently, doing the three-fingered sign of the Legion cross over his heart. "Let me tear his scrawny cock off first," Hammerfist snarled. Any affinity Ava had previously felt for the bearded giant vanished as the large man pulled a dirk from his belt and moved toward the bishop, a wide smile developing over his tattooed face. Tolbert instantly cupped his groin protectively, his prayers seemingly at an end. "Why do you bother to protect your balls?" Spades laughed. "As a bishop of Gulkana, you're not allowed to use them anyway." "Unless he's twiddling the kids in an ember gathering," Hammerfist grinned. "What's your taste, boys or girls?" Spades asked Tolbert. "More like the goats and chickens, I wager," Hammerfist said gleefully. "Indeed," Spade said. "I've heard that the bishops in this land have a certain affinity for the beasts and the fowl and the fishes. I hear you give ember gathering to the ducks and seagulls, and preach your way and truth of Legion to the sabre-toothed lions. Some have said you bishops even flagellate your cocks before the goats and geese." "It's the worshippers of Rael who pervert the will of Legion." Bishop Tolbert's shaky voice rose. "It is you demons from Sorcevere who blaspheme against Legion." "And what about the hundreds of years of Gulkana oppression heaped upon Sorcevere in the name of your church? Was Windare not raped and stolen from us? Why are there no women priests in Gulkana? Why no women warriors?" Despite his vulnerable position, it appeared as if Tolbert was starting to compose himself. He held his head high and answered, "Women are too emotional to do the will of Legion. They've little bravery. The ember gathering confirms their feeble-mindedness." "Feeble-mindedness," Spades repeated flatly, appraising the bishop, touching his silken robe. "Your silly white costume is an affront to Rael. Will it truly protect you from harm? Is this ridiculous belief in magical robes the kind of nonsense you brave and manly idol-worshippers believe.
They are sacred.
Doki Liddell stepped forward, hands tied behind his back. He stood as tall and proud as he could.
They are the robes of Lejean's priesthood.
Spades appraised the boy with some admiration in her stony countenance. Sacred? She asked, eyebrow raised. Or just plain fucking stupid?
You would not understand, Doki said haughtily. His robe was blessed and anointed by Grand Vicar Denarius himself.
Under whose authority? Spades cut him off, looking angrily at Tolbert. Certainly not that of our great Lejean, for the power of Lejean resides in the seed of Rael.
Denarius is Lejean's holy prophet.
Young Doki was standing taller now, a proud lift to his chin.
'Twas he who anointed Bishop Tolbert's robe with holy oils, and then placed it over his body in the royal cathedral upon his confirmation into the priesthood. It is a protection meant only for Lejean's servants. I will not see you insulted, or Bishop Tolbert.
Indeed, you seem quite attached to the bishop and his clothing.
I have seen Lejean's power manifested in Bishop Tolbert, Doki said proudly. You could never understand.
I pray you, tell me. I'm curious.
Bishop Tolbert interjected. You needn't speak on my behalf, son.
The boy will speak if he so pleases, Spade said.
Doki straightened. I was struck by lightning. After he healed me, the bishop told me a story of the priesthood robe's strength. In Hopewell, when Bishop Tolbert was but a boy, he witnessed the most astonishing of miracles.
Doki spoke as if giving this foreign warrior woman an eighth-day sermon of his own.
There was a fire in the chapel's dormitory, and one of the bishops perished in the flame. When they pulled his body from the charred wreckage, his limbs and head were burnt off, yet under his priesthood robe nary a hair was singed or a scratch found. So Bishop Tolbert told me.
A miracle, then, Spades commented flatly. Doki performed the three-fingered sign of the Lejean cross over his heart.
Under the sacred robe, not a burn was found.
But his head was gone. Spades cocked her brow.
Doki's eyes were wide. The story proves the robes offer bodily protection to the worthy by the will of Lejean.
Spade's words were rapid and rich with sarcasm.
So you really believe the priesthood robe will protect your good bishop from physical harm?
A hint of a smile tugged at her lips.
Indeed, Doki said without pause.
The bishop's countenance, on the other hand, went through a remarkable change. Colour drained from his face.
Let's test your theory.